Weekends are a good time to escape to the woods, unless the weekend begins with Friday the 13th, because 13 is an unlucky number. But out here, so are 1 through 12, because these are Jason's woods, and nobody leaves them alive. Welcome everyone, huge movie fanatic Nate stopping on by for yet another one of these Friday the 13th fan discussions, once again being joined by Jesse from Down Under. Welcome, Jesse.
Hey folks, welcome to the show. And as per usual, Nate, you nailed that. And I just want to say that how many times in that trailer is the words uttered, Friday the 13th, part 3 in 3D? It's got to be at least 4.
Well, yeah, actually come to think about it, hopefully with any luck, if we were to count them, hopefully it'd be 13 times.
Yeah, but when I watched the trailer the other day, I roughly tried to keep counting. I think it's at least 4 times, could be 5.
Yeah, they want to make sure
So they
people...
really want you to... Yeah, I was going to just say that. They really want to make sure that you realize it's in 3D this time, folks.
Yeah, I can remember a buddy of mine who I no longer am associated with. Haven't seen him for a long time for reasons that we won't go into. But when we were like teenagers and stuff, I remember his dad actually saying that he saw Friday the 13th Part 3 in 3D and said it was amazing. And I felt so frickin' jealous of that. I was just like, I imagine your dad saw it as well in 3D.
My dad saw it, yeah, but I'm not sure if it was in 3D or not, though, Nate. I mean, yeah, we did get 3D prints and stuff of films here. Like, I remember, even myself, like, I think I've mentioned this on radio shows before, but I saw Freddy's Dead in the theater in 3D. So it's quite possible that my dad did see it in 3D, yeah.
Okay, yeah, very cool. And of course, up until, I don't know, for me in the States, it wasn't until like 2009 when they put out the remastered DVDs that was my very first chance to see it in 3D, even though it was the anaglyph red and like blue glasses. I wasn't going to complain because at least it gave you the basic idea of what this film plays like in 3D.
But I imagine, though, like on just like a standard TV, it really wouldn't work, though, would it?
You don't have that. You don't have the anaglyph 3D version where you are in Australia.
Well, yeah, we have anaglyph versions of the movies and stuff, but if you watch them just like on a standard TV, like a TV that doesn't have 3D capability, I don't think the effect works all that well, does it?
Well, the anaglyph is it's the red and blue glasses thing, and that'll work on any TV. But what you're talking about, I think, is like the recent Scream Factory 3D Blu-ray version of Part 3, which, yeah, you need a 3D TV and a 3D player to make it work with your 3D glasses.
Oh, yeah, well, I'm totally, aware of that, but I mean, yeah, I got a couple of vague memories of like trying to do that as a kid, like watch, like anaglyph versions of 3D films and just it looking terrible and just like getting a headache and just not like, that like nothing really popping on the screen all that well. Like, I mean, I don't know, maybe I didn't have any settings on the TV right or whatever, but I just don't remember it working all that well.
Well, you've got the exact right memory of anaglyph 3D on a TV. I mean, it is a headache-inducing nightmare, and it never really works because one eye is seeing red and the other eye is seeing blue. It's not an enjoyable experience, and I'll be damned if I'm able to watch a whole movie that way. But what I used to do with this version on the anaglyph is just kind of watch certain scenes like the end or certain kills or this and that. There's no way I could watch the whole movie all the way through like that.
Yeah, it makes sense. I remember when I saw Freddy's Dead, that was anaglyph in the theater. So, but I remember that being pretty effective. Like at the end, where all those like demon like soul things that possess Freddy that give me his abilities. Like I remember them coming like right out at the screen at like at my little 4-year-old head at the time. You know what I mean? Like it was pretty effective in the theater. But I do know Friday 3. I'm not sure if it's like just one like selected theater or something, but I have heard like a few places that every year at least like once a year probably like on every Friday 13th they show part 3 in 3D. And I was actually listening to a podcast the other day that they were talking about Friday, and one of their listeners was going to a showing somewhere in the Los Angeles area.
Yeah, that would be very cool, and I actually that'd be very cool to do. But I don't really. That's not as pressing now for me ever since the end of 2020 when the Scream Factory version came out. I feel almost guilty saying this, and I said the same thing when I did my Blu-ray review of the Scream Factory version of Part 3. It's I feel guilty saying that I've got because I feel bad for everyone else who are big fans of the franchise and want to see this movie in 3D. Now finally, thanks to Scream Factory, after so many years of wanting to see it in a decent 3D version, now they actually put out the actual Blu-ray 3D version. So it's great to be able to finally see it in that way.
Yeah, I imagine so. I actually haven't had a chance to watch the Scream Factory edition yet in 3D. I've watched the standard edition, but I actually don't have I think I've mentioned this before too, but I have a fully capable projector that's fully 3D capable. Like I can convert anything to 3D, but I just don't have any glasses at the moment. I brought that unit like a decade ago, so like the glasses have just I don't know what's happened to them, but they've gotten put somewhere, or maybe they got thrown out somehow. So I have to get some more. But I did, when I still had some glasses, like a handful of years ago, I did. This is obviously before the Scream Factory release came out. I did like a post conversion, I guess you'd call it, on my own 3D settings, and I watched Part 3. And for like a converted thing, like it was pretty good. Like especially like at the very end where Chris puts the axe in Jason's head and he comes after and his hands like are reaching for it, like that pretty much popped pretty well out of the screen at me.
Well, that's very, very cool.
So I can only imagine how much better the Scream Factory one looks. And I kind of feel a bit guilty myself because not everyone has a home set up the way I've got it, you know what I mean, with a theater and able to watch things like Friday 3 in 3D, or pretty much anything I want in 3D as long as I got glasses, I guess. But this movie, it was the first movie that used like that new kind of 3D process, wasn't it? As far as I know, it was like kind of developed for this movie, and then they did like Amityville 3D, wasn't it, and Jaws 3D?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure which one came first, but I know they were all three done around the same time period, same year or two.
I'm pretty sure Friday 3 was the first one. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. Like, because I did recently. I did rewatch the Crystal Lake Memories segment on Part 3, and I'm pretty sure they said that this was like this movie was like the testing ground for it, and they actually had to go and refit theaters and stuff with like new equipment, and I'm guessing new projectors and stuff to even be able to show the film that way.
Yeah, that must have been a logistical nightmare to have to do that. God dang it.
Yeah, I guess would have been like the same sort of thing that happened with when James Cameron released Avatar. Like I remember hearing that all the theaters had to be outfitted like with 3D capabilities, and a lot of theaters didn't want to do it. You know what I mean? But like I guess when when James Cameron says jump, theaters say how high because I mean it's James motherfucking Cameron. You know what I mean? Like, guy's a giant in the film industry, whether you like him or not, I guess. But yeah, I mean, I don't know about you. I mean, it sounds like you've got at least somewhat of an interest in 3D, but like I've always been like a big 3D buff. Like, I had a fucking field day when after Avatar came out, and like we got like all the 3D films, and like even the ones that were like post converted and stuff. Like I had a blast with a lot of them. I mean, not all of them look great, but like the ones that did, like I remember My Bloody Valentine 3D. I remember that looking pretty good. And I just get a big kick out of 3D in general. But it's, I don't know, it's sort of like a shame in a way that like it's. I mean, it is a gimmick, but I don't know. A lot of people just think of it as like just a passing thing that's sort of not needed and stuff. But I think like if utilized properly, it can really enhance a film. Like especially, like the slasher genre.
That's a very good point, and just for the record, I did manage last year. I got it previously viewed, so it was like I don't know, $15 or something. But I did end up coming across the 3D converted Blu-ray of Top Gun. So before we saw the second, Top Gun Maverick this year, we watched Top Gun, and for the first time seeing it in 3D, and that's a perfect example of, just for the record, I'm not a big fan of Top Gun in 2D, but 3D actually makes it actually somewhat enjoyable.
I didn't know there was a conversion out there for that one.
Yeah, Top Gun 3D. It's amazing what they can do with conversions if done correctly. I mean, it looks like it was shot with 3D cameras. It's really insane.
I mean, I know we're talking about Friday 3 here, folks. So, don't want to get like on a whole tangent about other things, but I just also wanted to ask, like, going back to Avatar for a minute, like, do you think when Avatar 2 comes out, Nate, like, do you think that's going to spur off a whole nother, like, generation of 3D movies and stuff?
I actually don't see that happening. I think, yeah, I haven't heard a lot about that at all in regards to Avatar 2, so I kind of feel like the that would be my guess, is that it's not going to be, I remember the first one being like, oh my god, you're not seeing Avatar unless you're seeing it in 3D, and I just don't get that same vibe in regards to the upcoming sequel.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I kind of feel the same way. The one thing that I'm kind of like interested that they haven't like talked about more, or they're not pushing more, is like, I don't know if you heard that. I mean, I don't even know if he's managed to perfect it yet, or whatnot, or if he's still working on it. Maybe it's not going to be Avatar 2, but it might be Avatar 3. But I did hear like some time ago that he's worked on a way to have 3D without the use of glasses. Like, it's just like your eye just sees the 3D.
Yeah, I know that that's what a lot of 3D proponents want to have happen. I mean, that would be amazing. I don't know how or when that would happen.
Yeah, that's like almost like virtual reality type stuff, hey, or like holograms and stuff like that'd be pretty impressive if he manages to pull that off. Like, that'd be kind of mind blowing stuff, I reckon, to watch a 3D film like that, like without, like having to wear glasses. I mean, that is the one thing. Like, wearing the glasses, it can be somewhat kind of annoying at times. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, especially me. I mean, I'm not someone that has to wear prescription or anything like that. So, like, something sitting on my eyes, like, while I'm trying to watch a movie, it can be a little distracting at times. But I mean, like, with the newer versions and stuff, like, the what do they call it? Shutter. That's what my projector is. That Shutter 3D. So obviously it's not anaglyph. So, I don't really experience headaches like from using it too much. But a couple of people that I have watched movies in my theater within 3D, like they've said that it gives them a headache at times. But I mean, I think that's really the next step with 3D. If they can get it to a point, where you don't need glasses. because I think that's like really what the issue is a lot for people. Like, it's giving them headaches and whatnot. And if they wear glasses already, like trying to like wear the 3D glasses over their glasses, like is like really difficult and like they're not getting the probably the full experience anyway. So if they can perfect that, I mean, I don't know, man. Maybe it might take 3D to a whole new level. You know what I mean? Like it might gain like more like like a bigger following or whatnot.
Yeah, I think honestly at this point that's what's going to be needed to have another 3D surge, if you will. But should we segue into Friday the 13th, Part 3 in
Yeah.
3D?
Sure, why not? Yeah, I just wanted to start off by saying that I'm sure you're aware of Frank Mancuso.
Yeah. Are you talking about senior or junior?
No. Well, yeah. I'm talking about Junior. Yeah. This was the first film I believe that he ever produced. Like he had involvement with the second film, and this was like the first film that he was like the full-fledged producer on and stuff. And I just wanted to also mention, the budget for the film was kicked up again. It was just a little over $2 million, and grossed over 36 million. So a lot more than part two. I think part two, if I remember correctly, was like 25 or something like that. But I would say like it being in 3D, probably drew in a bigger crowd. I would say also.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And we should also mention that this, of course, is the first three films were made basically back to back, and they came out 80, 81, and then 1982 was the release of Friday the 13th Part 3. Once again, of course, helmed by director Steve Miner, his second and last, or at least at this point, Friday the 13th film, and the first one, as we've mentioned before in previous talks about probably the second film, the first one to actually be based and located and shot in California, most likely due to just the just the technical aspects of shooting it in 3D and such.
Yeah, that's a good point. I've never thought like of that exactly. That maybe the reason behind shooting it in LA was because of the 3D, and that's probably like where they had like all their 3D techs and stuff like that. I imagine. I've never actually thought of that, and that's a very interesting point. But I will say, like I mean, I don't want to completely dog the film because even though I'm going to say up front, it's not my favorite in the franchise. I'm already established part two is, but I mean, it's somewhat in the middle for me. But I do think that the film does suffer a bit from not having that Jersey look about it.
Oh yeah, I'd totally agree with that. I mean, obviously, when I was a teenager and stuff watching it, I had no idea about the history behind it. I didn't know necessarily where it was filmed. But I think even as like a teenager or 20 something, I think even if you don't necessarily know where it's filmed, I mean, it's still, you might subconsciously get this feeling that it's like, yeah, this is because there, it might be more like, I mean, it kind of, if you know where it's filmed, I mean, it definitely plays like California. But unlike the previous two films, the one of the things that I mean, I like Part 3 for what Part 3 has to offer, but one of the things I feel like where it really suffers is the first couple films really have that just great East Coast summertime atmosphere where they've got at the beginning of those films, they've got several scenes that are like shot in these really quaint small town kind of a situation. And honestly, for those two films, it really sets up the atmosphere really well in that aspect. I mean, they tried to do it, as we'll probably get into a little later on here. They've tried to do it, I guess, a little bit with that couple's store or whatever. But for me, like with Part 3, out of the first four films, I mean, for me, it really loses that like small town feel to it.
Agree 100%, and like yourself as well. Like as a kid, obviously, I didn't know where these films were shot, but there was something, that like popped with me where I'm like, just doesn't quite have the same look, you know what I mean, as those first two films. You know what I mean? I mean, I'd even go as far as to say like the third one, although isn't like a really like pristine looking film, it does look a little bit more polished, I would say, than the first two films. You know what I mean? It looks a little more Hollywood. I mean, even right down to like they built a set. You know what I mean? Like they built Higgins Haven. It wasn't a real place, so it kind of has that kind of faux Hollywood feel to it, more just the landscape of it as well. You know what I mean? Whereas, obviously, as we know, the first two films were shot on like real camp locations. So I think that also adds to the mix, and like kind of once you notice those things and you know about those things, like it's kind of really hard to unsee. At least it is for me a little bit,
Yeah, I understand that and would agree with that to a certain extent. It's funny, but my history with part three kind of has this up and down thing. Where as a teenager and stuff like that, I enjoyed it. But then there was this period where it's like I don't know, my 20s and 30s where I regarded it. I mean, I still regard it as my least favorite probably of the first four films. But I don't know if it's because of the 3D, official 3D Blu-ray that was released a couple years ago. But I've like lightened up on it for some reason in the past couple years. And although it would still probably be my least favorite of the first four, I am warming up to it for some reason, and I just enjoy it for its, because it's goofy, exploitative nature. And yeah, I mean, the 3D, the third film, what I find generally with a lot of franchises when they go 3D is it's like, well, you're going 3D, so we really want to try to, I don't know, commercialize this stuff to the max. And, obviously at some point we don't want to forget to mention the, I don't know what your feelings are on the kind of the disco Friday the 13th theme. We can get to it when you'd like to, or we can talk about it now.
I definitely got thoughts about that, yeah.
Right. So I don't know where the hell I was going. Where the hell was I going?
You were just talking about like how your feelings on the film have kind of gone up and down over the years. And I mean, I want to really mirror that myself. I mean, I got to be truthful. As a kid, like I almost liked it, almost like not quite, but I liked it almost on the same level as I did like 2 and 4 and 1. It really wasn't until maybe, I want to say like maybe like around a decade ago, like so maybe like mid to late 20s kind of thing, where I was like, this is not aging the best in some ways, like some of the, like, I mean, again, I know it's a slasher film, but some of the performances aren't the best, what I mean, like especially like once I started being able to like research the film more and learn this and that about it, like I started noticing more and more things. I mean, don't get me wrong, folks, like I still really like the movie. It's just like, I mean, as you get older, like sometimes your taste changes a little bit and you notice things and that, but I mean, it still has that overall Friday feel and atmosphere about it. So it definitely still has that, and it does still feel uniform, especially within that first 4 entries in the series. But yeah, it definitely is the weakest out of the first 4 to me.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. For me, it's really interesting if we wanted to start it here at the beginning or however you'd like to do it. But I think with the first two, we kind of went from beginning to end or whatever. But what's really interesting right off the bat for me is when you watch the film, and it's probably not intentional, they're just being kind of lazy, but it's kind of interesting how like with the second film, the sequel to the first film, like they showed they showed the ending of the first film a little more creatively, where they kind of wove it into, after they already established the location of the second film, they wove it into the scene of Alice in bed having a nightmare and this and that. So like editorially, it was a little more creative in that aspect, where it went back and forth between present day and dream and present day and dream. Whereas this one, I feel like it starts off in a very kind of a lazy point, where just basically playing verbatim the last scene of part two, just without any cuts, just as is kind of very lazy in my opinion, and almost kind of just in a way, although I enjoy the part, the third film for many reasons for what it is as well. It's kind of saying like, okay, well, we're getting lazy with this here, and here's the proof of it.
Yeah. Again, my sentiments mirror exactly with yours. Yeah, it really is kind of just tacked on, isn't it? The ending of the last movie, it's sort of like very like, like the last scene of like the last episode or the last season, if you will, of a TV show that they show you quickly before, what the current, whatever episode is or whatever, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's not done as creatively as the first, as the second movie did with the flashbacks and things like that of that nature. I mean, off the top of my head, I think, yeah, it does definitely seem lazy. But like I'm sure you're aware, Nate, that originally their idea was to bring Ginny back. Like she was supposed to be like in a mental facility, like trying to recover from the events of the second film. So like I imagine like if they were able to get her back, that they would have done something similar with part three if she was the lead that they did with Alice in part two. I think because Amy still didn't want to return at the time. I think that's maybe also why like they were kind of like that they were kind of between a rock and a hard place with exactly how to open the movie.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I mean, more likely would be the case that if they had Amy Steele back for a continuation of her character, they would have kind of done a more creative, weaving of the current day with the end of the second film into it. And don't get me wrong. I mean, them, just putting the end of the second film, it's not the biggest deal in the world. But as as I got older and stuff, I did kind of and watched it over and over. It does feel like, I mean, I don't even watch the beginning of it anymore, because I mean it's the very end of the second film, and usually when I watch these, I watch them in order, of course. So I mean I don't even watch the beginning of three that's the end of two anymore. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, it's not the biggest it's not the biggest deal in the world to me, but at the end of the day, it is could be seen as laziness, just tacking the end onto the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, you have the exact same way of doing things as I do. Yeah, I'm the same. I watch these in order. Where, funny enough, I know a lot of fans who don't. Like my mate Ryan, he actually, funny enough, only like a couple of hours ago before we sat down to do this recording, he was watching part 6, and then like I know before that, like he watched the original like a few days before that. So like, I mean, I've had conversations with him lately where he's like, "Nah, man, I can just like throw on whichever one I feel like watching at the time." You know what I mean? Whereas with me, I'm completely anal about that. I can't do that, Nate. Like, if I'm going to sit down and watch Friday, I have to do it from the beginning. You know what I mean? Like, as a kid, like, the only exception I really had, which I think I mentioned in one of the previous shows, is sometimes I would skip the first movie. I'd move right into part 2 and get to Jason because, I mean, as a kid, you know what I mean? Like, and still to this day, obviously Jason's my guy, but, like, as a kid, like, I mean, and obviously even now, like, don't know exactly where I'm going with this, but yeah, he's like the face of the franchise is what I'm trying to arrive at with my thoughts. But yeah, like nowadays, like I have to, like, especially like all the ones that I'm a big fan of. Like, I mean, the ones I'm not really that big on, yeah, I'll skip those. They're like the ones I really care about and what I consider to be like the core of the franchise. I have to watch them in sequence, like especially the first four. You know what I mean? I can't just, even though two's my favorite. I mean, as a kid I did it, but now I can't just pop on two without watching the first one. I have to at least watch the first one within at least the last few days or a week or so.
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny how we kind of become more, possibly in certain regards, compulsive, obsessively compulsive as we get older. Because I was the same way. I could just, watch any of the Fridays at any point. But now it's kind of, and I don't look at it by any means as being like a chore. It's quite the opposite. Like
It's fun.
it's kind of like, okay, well, let's say I want to watch Final Chapter. In a way, it's not like, oh, darn, I got to do the first three first. It's more like, oh, yay, I can do the first three first.
Exactly. That's exactly how I feel. It's like, I mean, I don't want to sound like a total nerd, but it's like, say, for instance, like if there's someone over at my place and they've come over for a movie day, say they want to watch Back to the Future. You know what I mean? Well, I'm like, okay, but are we going to watch 2 and 3 as well? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like, an exciting compulsion, if you will, to like just keep trucking along and watch them all. I mean, there's just like certain franchises like that where I have to do that. Like Star Wars is another one, Rocky, all those kind of big franchises, man. Like I have to watch, just all of them. You know what I mean? Halloween kind of like is like one where I'm like, I mean, I can stop after the second one. I don't always have to watch like, 4 and things like that. That's kind of one of the exceptions. But no, with Friday, like if I'm gonna watch them, like exactly like even if I really am in the mood to watch like part 2, I'm like, well, I really want to watch it, but hey, let me watch part 1 first and have like a build up to it.
Yeah, it's a very good point. One thing that I think is kind of funny, and another thing, honestly, that kind of instantly makes Friday 3 look a little sloppy after just the lazy aspect of playing the end of part 2 is that obviously when you cut from the end of part 2 is one actor playing Jason, you cut to the shot of Brooker in kind of as the best approximation they could get him to the outfit he wore in part 2, and it almost looks like, I don't know, it just the shot of him,
Looks like someone cosplaying.
yeah, I don't even. It's just it's very kind of sloppy, honestly, and almost like a high school production. That shot of Brooker like bringing the machete into the shot, like the potato sack or the pillowcase hood, whatever you want to call it. I mean, it looks like it's just a
Tater sack.
it looks like a potato sack. It looks like a brand new white pillowcase that was just taken out of the package and just thrown on the ground. And the ground doesn't even look like the ground to his, the shack in the woods. It looks like concrete. I mean, it's just that shot of him, like, taking the machete out of his shoulder and kind of, pulling himself along is kind of sloppy in my opinion.
Yeah, I totally see what you're saying. Sorry, I totally see what you're saying. I mean, it's such a brief kind of shot. I mean, obviously, I've thought a little bit about these things, but actually, I've never thought about like how phony the tater sack looks like. It looks like like a brand new thing that they've just kind of plopped down beside him, doesn't it? Like it's not very convincing. And thanks a lot, Nate. You have officially ruined that moment for me.
You're very welcome.
But yeah, I mean, I want to talk a little bit about like, I mean, like nowadays, Amy still, totally regrets not coming back. You know what I mean? To do part 3, like she says, like, I should have come back and just had like an awesome time doing it. But I think she had aspirations that her career was gonna blow up and she was gonna go on to do like more mainstream kind of stuff. But I think she ended up just doing like a bunch of like TV appearances and things like that. And I don't know, like, I mean, if she had a comeback, I mean, yeah, would have kind of changed the course of the franchise. I mean, it's like a catch-22, I guess. Yeah, we wouldn't have obviously, part three wouldn't have been the same movie, but I find it endlessly fascinating, though, to think about, like, what her part three would have been. And I do know that the kind of like at least the outline of the script they had for the part three version that she was going to be in, they kept around and they used for part five. So there is that, and I do know that that Steve Dash was offered. I think he was offered 3 and 4, and maybe might have even been 6, maybe. But I know at least 3 and 4 he was offered, and yeah, he declined doing them. And yeah, he regrets not doing them too. But I mean, even if it had just been that element, if it had just been, say, part 3 was the same movie, but you didn't have Brooker and you had Steve Dash, I think it would change the movie a little bit that way too.
I'd say so. In which way do you think it would change it? Positively or negatively?
I just think it would be different. I mean, maybe positively. I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, the hockey mask and like just the overall look of Jason, if they had kept that same look for Steve Dash if he was returning, it would have obviously looked different on him than it would Brooker, because like Brooker is just a much taller and broader guy, So I mean, Jason's naturally going to have a different look. I mean, I'm trying to picture in my mind now, like, Steve Dash in the part 3 garb walking down, that little dock area to take out Vera with the spear gun, and I think that would be kind of bizarre to see in a way, and to be very different. I think in a way, like I don't know if it'd be worse. It could possibly be worse, but I mean, who knows? Maybe if they had him on the set, maybe some of the scenes might have been shot differently to cater more to his style of playing Jason.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Honestly, I guess it's just a testament to how long the movies have been a part of my life. But I mean, honestly, I can't imagine anyone but, I guess, the people that are in the films, as they are, anything being, and I can't imagine anything being any different, and anyone else being Jason, anyone else being whatever. So, and honestly, I'm kind of relieved that Amy Steele didn't want to come back, because honestly, I don't know if I would have enjoyed, like, well, I can say I probably wouldn't have, I'd probably like 3 even less than I do. Well, I mean, I do like it, but I don't see myself enjoying a Friday the 13th movie where the character from the second film is, we're spending the whole movie or a good part of the movie with the character from the previous film in a mental institution.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's a catch-22. I mean, obviously I said, Amy Steele's my girl. She's my gal, Like, she's my favorite, Friday survivor, final girl, if you will. And she's my favorite, like, heroine in horror history. You know what I mean? Especially as far as slashers go. You know what I mean? I mean, for me, it's really only, I mean, if we're talking like just like kind of anything that's kind of got horror elements in it at all, like I said, like she beats out Jamie Lee for me. Like, don't get me wrong, folks, still really like Jamie Lee. But if like we're going to say horror in general, like, I mean, Sigourney Weaver, I do really like what she did in like the first 2 Alien films, But as far as slashers go, like, Amy's my girl. But I mean, I can't deny that Nate really does have a point with that. The film would fundamentally be different, and I mean, part 4 might not even be what part 4 is. You know what I mean? If she had to come back, but I mean, I don't know. It would have been cool for her to like pop up, even if it wasn't part 3, or maybe she could pop up and. Yeah, well, I mean, you could have kept 5 the way it was, I guess, and had her in that movie. You know what I mean? As the lead, or a different character maybe But I don't know. I don't know. I just think it's a bit of a shame that she didn't get to appear in at least one other like Friday installment. But I mean, that's just me. But I know I'm not alone in that. I know there's a lot of folks out there that kind of feel the same way.
That's really cool. That the notion that would have been actually really cool to have Amy Steele be at at whatever, I can't remember the name of it right now. The wayward the place for wayward teens or young people, whatever the hell it's called.
Oh, you're thinking of Pinehurst?
Pinehurst. There you go. Thank you very much. Yeah, Pinehurst. That would have been so cool if Tommy Jarvis would have been trucked to Pinehurst with Ginny already being there and them both of them having to deal with this Jason. Well, just for spoiler purposes, I'll say this Jason character. But how cool would that have been?
Exactly. Like, I mean, obviously you could do that, have them team up, or like, I mean, it might sound like a bit of a waste or just like having it there for the sake of it. But I mean, I don't know. Even if it had been just like, Ginny being like one of the random patients there, and she's just got a few lines where like, she kind of saunters around and says, "I had her encounter with that guy once with the sack on his head," like, you know what I mean? Like, and she's just like she's fucking lost it. You know what I mean? She's just insane, and what I mean, like, I don't know, maybe she's sitting there with like a scrapbook of like pictures of like her and like Paul Holt and things like that. You know what I mean? Like something like that. You know what I mean? I mean, I don't know. I just have such an affinity for just the way Amy still played the character, and just I just think she's kick ass, man. It would have been cool to have her pop up somewhere else. And yeah, I mean, your idea is cool too, man. Like maybe have her and Tommy like team up against Jason that movie. And I mean, like, I don't want to preview my thoughts for part 5 too much, folks, but I mean, I think she would have been a great addition to that film because like Tommy doesn't do a hell of a lot in that movie and doesn't talk even that much in that movie. I mean, I think he has like maybe 10 fucking lines in that movie. You know what I mean? So I mean, if you had like a sidekick or whatever, like Ginny, like I think it would have really elevated the movie.
Yeah, how cool would it be to have a scene with Ginny being, waking up out of a nightmare, saying, "Where's Paul? Where's Paul?" at the nut house.
Yeah, I've definitely thought of that prospect. Yeah, it would be really interesting, man. And like I said, I mean, as far as at least the next 2 films, I mean, I guess it was for the best, I guess, that Jenny didn't come back. But like I said, though, man, I think you could have stuck her in one of the later installments. Like 5 would have been a perfect place, I think, or maybe even later on down the track. Or I mean, even I wouldn't even have been opposed to her being in like Freddy versus Jason or something like that. You know what I mean? I mean, she would have been still, pretty young by that point. She would have only been like hitting maybe like 40 by that point anyway. So,
Yeah, it's kind of heartbreaking the more you have these kind of thoughts like, "Oh shit, it'll never happen," and how cool some of these ideas could have been.
Well, I mean, I know you're not the biggest fan film guy, Nate, but like this is where I come in. Like Ginny, aka Amy Steele, has made a very brief appearance. Well, I mean, it's not even really an appearance. It's more or less just her voice on the phone. But there's a fan film like right at the end of it where she's I think she's left like a voice message or something on the phone. Are you aware of this or?
No, but I was just gonna say that's an easy way to get her in the movie. Just have her read some line over the phone. She don't have to travel for that.
Yeah, it's the fan film Jason Rising. For me, that's one of the best that they've done. And I think you're aware of this because I swear I remember you mentioning it like on one of the radio shows. Like I'm not sure if I was on the show or maybe it was back in the day when I was just in like the comment section and stuff. But that's the same fan film that they brought Adrienne King back for, and they kind of retcon the beginning of part 2 and say that she's not dead.
That's very cool. Yeah, it'd be easy to really do that. Just have it. It'd be really kind of cool, honestly. I don't know how they did it in that fan film, but the way I'd do it is, she's having a nightmare, and at the beginning of part. Of course, you couldn't use any of the footage from part 2, but if you could, it'd be fun to have a nightmare of her having a nightmare about the end of part 1 and then dying, and then have her wake up from that, and that was a nightmare.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm of two minds about it because I'm not like the biggest like fan of retcons and stuff. But I mean, I've seen that fan film a couple of times, and it's been a few months. I think they touch on like how exactly she's back. Like, they explain it like, it was a dream or whatever the case happens to be. But it really can be fun when they do that sort of thing. And I do know that a lot of fans, are kind of pissed off that Alice got taken out the way she did in part 2. But I mean, I think as far as the story goes, I think it's very important in a way that she dies, because it gives Jason as a character some closure. You know what I mean? He's like, I got the bitch, I got the bitch that took out Mummy,
Yeah, that's very true, and I think we kind of touched on that a little bit in our discussion of part 2.
I think we more than touched on it. I think we talked about like that opening scene for like a good hour, I think it was, but it was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
but you go.
No, I was just going to actually say, that was very cool, and then I was going to suggest if you had any idea for where you'd like to, what you'd like to talk about next.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, obviously, this is the film where Jason dons his iconic, more than iconic, hockey mask. And I just want to talk a little bit about like how that came to be, and like, also like what's your thoughts on that, and like, do you like, would you have preferred them like use the sack for at least one more film, or are you happy with like the direction that they ended up going with it? And like your thoughts on like just the hockey mask versus the sack. I'm not sure if we've exactly talked about the nuts and bolts of exactly that point so far in the podcast. Yeah?
Well, no, because this is the first one where we're talking about in length where the hockey mask comes into play. But obviously, when I became aware of the franchise, it was the late 80s, right around the time that Seven was coming out in theaters. So obviously at that point, it was very well established by that time in history that, Jason was the hockey mask wearing killer. And for me at the time, that was, that was how Jason was. And for a while there, that's the only way I was interested in Jason. It would take probably until like I remember 1992, where a buddy of mine and I were really, really starting to love Friday 2, and it probably take a couple of years for me to really start to get into the I think you call it the tater sack wearing Jason. So when I was like that would have been like when I was 15. Me and my buddy were really loving Friday the 13th Part 2 and the whole tater sack thing. And I guess for me, the transition from Part 2 to 3, from tater sack to hockey mask, I guess works perfectly, where, the fact that he's the tater sack in the one movie kind of makes it all the more special that it's just in one movie. And honestly, I can't, just like so many things with the franchise, I can't see any other thing happening in the third film other than him finding the hockey mask and that becoming a part of the character at that point.
I gotta definitely agree that it is very seamless, and I've always thought that, but like I kind of keep forgetting that like your like version of growing up with the films is a little bit different to mine. Like with me, like I said, man, because I was so very young when I first saw these. Like I'm talking like 5 years old probably. that I wasn't like super familiar with the whole face of the franchise, if you will, which is the thought I'm trying to arrive at. The hockey mask. So for me, like the sack has always been as important and like almost. I mean, obviously, whenever I like have a quick thought of Jason, it's usually the hockey mask that I think of. But the sack isn't too far behind, man. Like I've always really dug the sack, and like I've said, like part two's always been my favorite, and I'm not gonna keep going on and on and on about the reasons why. But I mean, a big reason was because it was the one that scared me the most, and part of that reason was because of the sack. But yeah, I mean, I really love the hockey mask, and I mean, yeah, the hockey mask is definitely a big part of the character. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think, I mean, for me myself, I mean, I would have, been cool with it if he had wore the sack for maybe one more film. But I do know that Frank Mancuso, like I remember him saying in Crystal Lake Memories that him himself thought that they should come up with something different other than the sack. Like he thought that the sack was a little generic and stuff. And I do know that some of it had to do with the fact that the sack was like hard for an actor to wear, because I do know Steve Dash mentioned that like to hold that part of it where he's like up to his eye, the one visible eye that Jason could see out of, they had to like tape it to the skin, and he started developing burns and stuff. So yeah, it was also like a matter of just find something that's a little more convenient for the actor to wear. You know what I mean? But I mean, like once Jason puts on that hockey mask, it's sort of like, I mean, I can't deny that that there's the thought of like, why wasn't he wearing this the whole time? You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I wish I could. God, I just wish that I would have had the capacity to have just like recorded me the first time we were watching all of these films, because honestly, this far, this many years on and decades on, I really wish I could remember, my thoughts as I saw these films for the very first time. And I would imagine when the hockey mask became, a part of the part three, I would imagine I was like, there we go, kind of a situation.
I do have a faint memory of like when you first seen him pop up on the dock wearing it, like thinking, "Whoa, this is cool! Like that's a cool looking mask and stuff." It's different from the sack. Like it's pretty, like just cool, like a cool visual. You know what I mean? And I don't know. Like I think the hockey mask, kind of like is also like a good visual for 3D. Like I could see that like being obviously more symmetrical obviously than the sack. I mean, I can imagine like that would pop better in a 3D fashion than the sack would. But are you aware of like who's actually responsible for like putting the hockey mask on Jason and things of that nature?
I've heard all kinds of things. I wasn't sure if there was a definitive answer. Is there?
Well, I mean, technically there is. I mean, yeah, there's been a fair few people who have tried to take credit for it and things like that. But yeah, on Crystal Lake Memories, Marty Sadoff, who was like the 3D supervisor, he says he was the one pretty much who had the idea to put the hockey mask on Jason, and the reason for that was because him and a few of his pals who I think worked on the film also, they were all big hockey fans, all big hockey fans. So that's pretty much, I think, the genesis of how they arrived at using the hockey mask.
Yeah, well, that's very cool. And it's funny because I usually make a point to watch it at least once a year. around November or December. It's funny if you watch the original Black Christmas. There's a scene where the character visits her boyfriend, you know, as a goalie. He's at the this hockey rink wearing a hockey mask, and it's really weird. It's really cool how it's all painted like. Almost like some kind of tribal painting on it. But every time I see that scene in Black Christmas, I'm like, wow, hockey mask. It was like probably, I don't know, 10 or 9 or 10 years before Jason would end up with a hockey mask. But every time I see a hockey mask in any context, in any movie, I mean, there's only one franchise I think about.
Interesting, yeah. I mean, I'm actually like a newbie to being like a fan of Black Christmas. I think I may have mentioned this before, but like I didn't see the film for the first time until maybe like 15 years ago. And the first time, I don't know if I just wasn't in the mood or whatnot, but I really didn't kind of care for it. I kind of found it just kind of dull. And then there's a guy I watch on YouTube. His name's Dave McRae. Great channel, and he made a short film. I think I've mentioned it to you a few times, Nate. It's called It's Me, Billy, and it's like a straight sequel to Black Christmas. And I watched that, and then I was like, yeah, let me go back and watch the OG film. And then I went back and watched it, and now I really kind of dig it, man. Like, it's a creepy film, but I actually don't remember that part where there's the dude in the hockey mask. But you actually just jogged something in my memory. There's another film that I'm a pretty big fan of. I'm not sure if you're a fan or not, Nate, of it, but because I don't think I've ever discussed it with you. But Alone in the Dark, there's a scene where a character called the Bleeder is wearing a hockey mask, and it's more along the lines of the hockey mask that was like, what was it, the video poster for part 5, Friday 5, which that particular hockey mask has a name. I think it's called like the Cooper mask, if I'm not mistaken. It's like a really old timey looking hockey mask from like the 50s or something like that, or maybe even earlier. And that's like the look of the hockey mask this killer has in Alone in the Dark. And Alone in the Dark, I think is like 1980, I want to say, or 81, maybe at the very latest. I know it predates this movie.
Oh yeah, I think that come to think of it, there's also that kind of muscular character in the I think it's the Road Warrior or something that wears that might be that same one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I actually never seen Road Warrior, to be honest. I'm not the biggest Mad Max guy, man. I mean, might sound funny, being an Aussie and all, but just not my thing, folks. I'm not the biggest Mel Gibson fan either, to be honest. I mean, that first Mad Max film, I've given it a couple of shots, and it just, yeah, it doesn't do it for me. And I didn't get the big deal that everyone made out of what was the newest one called, Fury Road, wasn't it? Yeah, like that kind of bored the crap out of me in the theater.
Yeah, and for the
Yeah, I don't
record,
want to.
before we get back to Friday 3, for the record, I don't like Mad Max either, but we were just talking about hockey masks and seeing them in other movies and things like that. Oh, before we even get back to Friday 3, obviously a kind of a goofy version of a hockey mask, also a different version can be found in Sleepaway Camp 2, and I actually own that very same style of quote-unquote kind of hockey mask as well.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Like Sleepaway Camp 2 kind of did the whole Freddy versus Jason thing, like, more than what, like a decade or something before, like they even did like the official movie, which I always thought was interesting, and I'm a big fan of that film too. Love Sleepaway too, but yeah, the hockey mask, yeah, it has been in a few other things before this film, but I mean, I think it's like, oh yeah, obviously, and I don't think it's even arguable that it's most effective when Voorhees is wearing it.
Oh yeah, I think we can all agree on that. Would this be unless you want to talk about anything else? Would this be a good time to talk about the the opening title music for this film?
Perfect time to talk about that.
All right. What's your thoughts?
Um, I don't know, man. Like, I kind of go. It's a weird one for me. I kind of go back and forth on it. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I mean, there have been times in my life where you could have caught me like grooving to it. You know what I mean? Like, just kind of, chilling in the house. You know what I mean? Like with it playing in the background. Like you can kind of, it's got a beat to it. You know what I mean? You can kind of groove to it. You know what I mean? But I think, I don't know. It's a little bit of a like an anomaly, if you will. You know what I mean? Like in the like especially the early part of the franchise, it seems almost like something that kind of belongs more in the later part of the franchise to me in a way. But I mean, don't get me wrong, like I'm a fan of it, and I do know that Manfredini he wrote it, and I think like he made up some fictitious band called Hot Ice that like that he put it under like that banner and stuff. And I know like there's some band out there that it's like their opening, like part of like their opening like set that they come out with when they perform live and things like that. So it definitely has its fans and like I said, I mean I dig it. What about you?
Yeah, I guess the way I look at it is from let's say there's two perspectives you can look at it from, I guess, or for me, two main perspectives. The first being this is still, when you're talking about the third film, it's still very early in the franchise, and still when the franchise is, well, I think that as we might get into further into this talk, I mean, it's arguable that the first two films were very serious, and this one, I guess, is probably where they start to get a little less serious, which will be maybe regained a little bit in the fourth film. But I guess for me, it's kind of like I'm just trying to picture watching this for the very first time as an adult or something, being like a fan of the first two films. And so much we've talked about so far in regards to the sloppiness and laziness of this film. You've got just the end of part two. You've got the sloppiness with trying to recreate Jason from the end of part two with Brooker, taking the machete out of his shoulder, and then we go from those two kind of disappointing things into the opening title music. And at this point I can see being like a fan maybe who's a little older, 20 something or something like that, or older, going, what the hell is going on with Friday the 13th part 3 at this point? It's like, oh my god. It's kind of because the music in the opening title music in the first couple movies was so cool, so scary, so serious, and now they're just like turning it on its head and almost making a joke of itself. So that's kind
I
of.
was gonna say, like, would you say it's almost, sorry to interject, but would you say it's almost like spoof kind of territory almost?
I'd say it almost is like spoofing itself, and it's really kind of a shame. This is probably, out of both point of views that I have, probably the one that I go with. Actually, I guess they'd be kind of equal, honestly, the more I think about it. It's kind of a shame how cool the opening, it doesn't follow the trend of the first two movies and being like serious, scary, really serious kind of music, and it goes more of the pop, aspect of what was popular in popular music at the time. But then the flip side of that is this is a sequel, the second sequel to, a slasher film in the early 80s. So it's the first film arguably of the series that it doesn't take itself that seriously, and is more understanding that it's kind of third film in the franchise at this point. I think they're beginning to realize that this is just a cash cow, and the movie doesn't even have any qualms or misunderstandings about what it is itself. So let's just do this and do this goofy ass funky goofy things. So in a way, the older the movie gets, and the movie now being 40 years old when we're talking about it, it is kind of a thing that makes, on the other hand, listening to the opening title music actually, along with disgusting me on one side, actually makes me smile, in another category. So I can like enjoy it, but also kind of, on one aspect of it, the retro aspect of it, and on the serious Friday fan aspect, it's kind of like it kind of makes you roll your eyes.
Yeah, I can agree with those sentiments, and I think that is a very subjective way of looking at it that we both have. You know what I mean? I mean, we can see how for a newcomer, like someone who's like in their 20s or whatever, seeing this for the first time and be like, "What the fuck is this shit?" To an extent, you know what I mean. But I do think, like, within the context of the movie itself, I think it is very fitting. You know what I mean? And I think maybe because, like, I think the 3D element added to the film also, like, I think also made the filmmakers think, like, we've kind of got to liven this up a little bit, make it kind of a little bit more goofy and, like, like with the vibe of, like, hey, folks, like, this one's in 3D, like, don't take it too seriously. We're just going to have fun with it, you know? And I mean, it is a departure from the first two films. Definitely, like, like the first two films just have, like, such a, ominous, like, title sequence, you know what I mean? Like with Harry's music and, it's all very eerie and things like that. Yeah, I mean, I think you could arguably say that, like, just, the way this movie opens, like, kind of, sets a tone that is a little bit off-putting, I guess, to, like, a hardcore fan of especially those first two films. And, like, even though, like I said, like, to a degree, like, 2, 4, and 1, like, they're, like, top three of the franchise to me, and they're all kind of interchangeable to an extent, I mean, like, I wouldn't even have a problem with saying, like, the first one's my favorite, even though, like, part 2 is, but, like, that's how much, trying to get the point across of, like, how much I do love that first movie, you know what I mean? And yeah, I mean, this one, it's like, I mean, it's only the third installment, and it's already kind of showing, like, signs of, like, going off the rails a little bit. And like you said, it's they're realizing that it's just a cash cow. And I mean, like, you got to look at it subjectively as well. I mean, to Paramount and like the filmmakers who made the films, because, like, especially, like, the first, I know it's at least the first 4 were all, like, negative pickups for Paramount. They didn't, like, full on, produce the films and things of that nature. So, obviously I don't think they put a lot of credence and thought into that, like, that we've got to keep it, like, very stark and dark kind of thing, But on the other side, though, it's kind of interesting, though, that, like, the guy that made part 2 was, like, okay with doing this with part 3. I mean, since that he did do part 2. But I mean, I don't know about you, Nate, but I've always kind of gotten the sense that Steve, his heart wasn't in this one as much as it was part 2.
Yeah, I can see that, and maybe it wasn't even, chances are it wasn't even his decision to go 3D, go the more, because I think at the end of the day, the whole, not that I can, I was a kid, I have nothing obviously to do with the production or know all the ins and outs behind the scenes, but for me, I think I touched on it a little bit earlier at the beginning, is that I think when you start talking about a movie in 3D, and it seems to be this way with especially with Jaws as well and Amityville 3 as well, where it's just kind of like when you bring 3D into the mix, it's kind of like you wanna. I just see them as wanting to make something more accessible and commercial to the masses because you want to bring in more of people that may not have normally come to a movie like this. They're coming for maybe more 3D than the third part of this franchise. So it's kind of like watering it down. That's how I've always kind of thought about part three. It starts with 3D, and everything about the movie is built up around the notion that we're making this in 3D. So for me, that kind of explains why the opening title music is kind of, like the popular music of the time, and why the acting might not be that great, maybe casting people more for exterior physicality than acting ability and all these kind of things. So yeah, it's possible that Steve agreed to do it and wanted, he obviously not going to turn down a paycheck. Maybe who the hell knows, maybe he agreed to do it or before they even decided 3D. It's really hard to say.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, obviously, I wasn't even born when this movie came out. It came along a few years after. But I have heard a lot of people say that, like, even like obviously, the opening thing we're talking about is like completely disco, and like disco was like kind of on the outs at this point. Like, it wasn't even like really a thing. Like by like the early '80s, it's obviously more of a '70s thing. You know what I mean? So I mean that in a way is kind of an interesting choice, but I mean, yeah, I think you hit the nail right on the head with talking about like trying to make it more accessible. And I think like from like clearly just a profitable perspective, I think they made the right choice because this movie grossed a fair bit more than the second one did. But the first one I think still made more because I think I think I mentioned in the second podcast for the second film how much the first one made, and I think it's like 54 million or something like that, and this one's like just over 36 million. That's domestic numbers for as far as I'm aware of. For the states, but I mean, yeah, it kind of is what it is. I mean, as a kid, you kind of just watch things for what they kind of are. A lot of the time, you don't really dwell on a lot of things. So, I mean, it wasn't as much of a problem for me as a kid, but I mean, I did really like though how just before like the credits start shooting out of the screen and the music starts and stuff, how they've got that ominous look of Pam's severed head on the altar once again. Always got a kick out of that, and to me, I don't know about you, Nate. I mean, I'd like to think you would agree, and I'll ask you if you do in a second. But for me, like just that image of her head on the altar, like that was always one of the like not just one of the most iconic moments from the franchise itself, but one of the very, very more creepier like images from the films. I remember it scaring the bejeebers out of me as a kid.
Yeah, that I agree with that. That's really cool. That aspect of the second film was really cool, and yeah, that was probably one of the better things about them just putting copy and paste the end of the second film into the beginning of the third film, because now that you mention it, that zoom in on that the head on the table that was featured at the end of the second film is one of the first kind of positive things of the beginning of the third film, and it is a really cool way to segue into the opening credit sequence, and especially if you've got the pleasure of being able to see this in actual 3D, it's pretty cool when them titles come out of the eyes and just come right out of the screen.
Exactly, very well put. Here's something that. Don't know if I've ever really thought about, but like, I mean, going back to what we were just talking about, seeing that shot of Pam's decapitated head again. What do you think happened with her head, like, on the altar? Do you think Jason somehow got it out of there and still has it? Like, do you think he took it with him to somewhere near, like, Higgins Haven? Like, do you think he got it out of the shack before the authorities discovered it and things like that? I mean, it's never mentioned in the film, but what's your kind of thoughts on that?
Well, that's an interesting thought. Honestly, I've never even thought about it. I think this is a testament to kind of the sloppiness of the production of Part 3. Honestly, I don't think they're even thinking about it either, obviously, because, there's no mention or hiding a hair of it. But I've never even really thought of it. For me, when I watch Part 3, I guess I see Jason kind of moving on from the shack. But come to think about it, I mean, just because he goes and, dinks around with the people at Higgins Haven doesn't mean he's abandoned the shack. I guess for all intents purposes, I mean, I guess one could say that he's just the shack's there and the head's there, and of course, I guess at that point though, someone's been in the shack and injured him and been away, so maybe he'd want to try to relocate. Yeah, see, this is where, as geek fans of the franchise, you could hypothesize.
This is what you hear. This is what you're here for, folks.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, they do.
This is what you're here for. You could hypothesize all kinds of hypotheses, and it's interesting, all my years of being a fan of the franchise, in regards to the third film, I've never even thought about it. But you'd think he would want to, relocate somewhere else, and obviously the head being an important part of his life and his decorating in his house. Yeah, one would think he'd probably take it out of there and try to find a place for it. And maybe that's what he was, doing in Friday 3, looking for a new suitable place. And he stumbled across, Higgins Haven before, well, I think he did, before they showed up, and was hoping he could make a home in this, at the time, empty barn. And then he was all, his plans were all ruined when they all showed up.
That's interesting. I've never thought of that. That was kind of like why he could have went there, is because, like, he's like, okay, I'm just gonna hang out at this barn for a while, and then the kids show up. I've never thought of that. It's really fascinating, man. That having these conversations with you, man. That there's all these things, man. That, like, you'll mention that I've never thought of, or like I just said. We're talking about, like, what happened, what become of, Pam's head. Like, I've never thought of that before either, man, as far as I can remember either. So, it's very interesting, man, just how endless conversations you can have about these little things, I mean, like you said, you don't think that the filmmakers were thinking about things like that, and I think it's 100% safe bet, that they weren't. And I mean, that's the thing, you know what I mean? Like, these, as much as we love these films, Nate, like, yeah, you got to admit, and I know you'll agree that a lot of these obviously were just, just slapped together. You know what I mean? They were kind of just, like, all right, this is good enough, like, make the movie. Like, they were just churned out in the 80s, like, one after another. I'm not trying to take anything away from the films, because, I mean, don't have to, keep repeating myself, but I love these films to death. But my point is, you know what I mean? Like, they didn't go into these minute details, obviously, that us Friday nerds go into. But it certainly is fascinating to think about.
Yeah, and honestly, while I was just listening to you right there, it kind of would have been cool, honestly, if they would have been, like, how cool would it have been, like, when, probably get to it maybe a little more later on, but when the biker, the chick, Fox, I want to say is the female biker's name, when she goes into the barn looking around, how cool would it have been if she, like, discovered Mrs. Voorhees' head somewhere, under the hay in the corner or something? How cool would that have been?
That's awesome, man. I've never thought of that. That would have been really cool, yeah. Or like, even, like, obviously he gets her in the the loft area, and we'll talk about it more later as we move on. But maybe Jason could have had like, you know, her little altar set up there with like a few candles, and that's sort of like what she like discovers and, you know, comes upon, and then like Jason takes her out like for discovering it kind of thing. You know what I mean? That would have been really cool, man.
Yeah, and actually, Jesus, thinking about it more, it would have been cool, like throughout the course of the movie. You know how he kind of impales Fox onto the rafters up on the second part of the second floor, kind of a high part of the barn. I mean, towards the end of the movie, it would have been really cool if he that could have been like the start to the altar, and maybe at the end of the movie when Chris goes up there, she can see like the head, sitting on the ground next to, under the body of Fox hanging there from the pitchfork, and some candles, the beginning of a shrine being made. How cool would that be?
Yeah, that's certainly interesting, man, and cool as hell to think about, man. It's a shame, that like I think I've mentioned before, man, that me and you don't have a DeLorean, man. We can go back in retroactively get the filmmakers to put that sort of shit in the film, man, because it's cool as hell, and like I think I've mentioned before, I think it would have been really cool, to like see the shack, or maybe a different shack that Jason's made, or some other location that he's got the altar set up like in one of the other films. I mean, obviously you can't have it in every film, but I don't know, like, I reckon Part 4 would have been like a cool movie to have it, set up again in that movie, like his shack set up somewhere around, like, not too far from the Jarvis residence or something like that,
Yeah, absolutely. Where would you like to go now? Would you like to start off or continue on with the after credits with the couple in their store and things like that, or was there something else that's on your mind?
No, that's exactly where I was, thinking of heading to next. And also just wanted to quickly mention, I think I mentioned in the last show also that a lot of these films had like working titles and stuff when they were making the films, like, especially I guess by the time you get to Part 3, because like, you don't want every Tom, Dick, and Harry knowing what you're shooting, because like, Jason fans will come out of the woodwork, obviously, and films do this all the time. But yeah, the shooting title for this one was called Crystal Japan, which I believe, I mean, I'm not a huge Bowie fan, but I have heard like around Friday circles that that was the name of one of his earlier albums.
Okay, yeah, we can only assume that someone on the production was a fan then.
Yeah, I know they kept the tradition going. I know in Jason Lives as well, they used Aladdin Sane, which I think was Tom McLaughlin's idea to use that Bowie album, which I think is interesting. But I don't know about you, Nate, but I always loved like the opening shot after the title sequence in this film. You get that great kind of like crane shot, and I believe that was the Luma crane that they developed specially, I think, for this film, that helped a lot with the 3D, and I think was what they used a lot for the 3D in the film. And I know like the dude who like either operated it or designed it, maybe even, hated it, and he came into the set one day wearing a T-shirt that said "I hate the Luma."
Yeah, that's pretty funny, especially if he's the designer of it.
Yeah, but I always love that shot, man. How it just sort of zooms into the store and things like that. It's really moody and atmospheric. And before we got started with the show, folks, me and Nate were having a little bit of a conversation about the different novelizations and things of that nature on the franchise. And I'm a complete newbie to that. I've just literally listened to some audio recording versions of these movies. The audio, the novelizations of them, and you find out some pretty cool stuff. And I've listened to all the ones on the first three movies, including like the two different versions of part three, because part three actually has two different novelizations. One of them's based on an earlier script of the film that some of the stuff in the film some of the stuff in the book was not used in the film, which I'll touch upon here and there. The version that Simon Hawke did, which he's the guy that did most of the novelizations, he tends to go into a lot more of the background on the characters and stuff. So you kind of find out a little bit more about these characters before they get knocked off, you know what I mean? And kind of, it makes you feel for them a bit more. And it's a little bit more sadder, I guess, when when Jason comes time for Jason to do what Jason does best, you know what I mean? And knock him off. But there's some interesting stuff about the couple here, Harold and Edna.
Yeah, I can't remember if Edna's name. I want to say it is. It's. I don't think it's mentioned in the movie. I don't think. I know Harold is. God damn it, Harold.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I don't think her name is mentioned, but yeah, Harold. Yeah, his name's definitely mentioned. But I mean, I gotta say, man, like, you know what I mean. Like I said, even though this is my least favorite of the first four films, this opening shot is very impressive, and it's very moody. You know, like it moves in, like I said, starts off from the store and then moves in, you know, past the store into I guess the living kind of quarters of the store, like where the sheets are hanging and stuff, and you know, zooms in, and then Harold knocks down part of the line, and Edna has a go at him, and you get like an obvious 3D effect, and I always thought that was cool.
Yeah, it's funny, and this goes back to where my perception of this film just changes over the years, like a wave in the ocean or whatever. But it's funny because as a teenager, and probably 20-something as well, and I mean, I can see why I thought this as an adult, but I just have fun with it now. But it's funny, as a teenager, I kind of gave the beginning of this movie shit because it does very much, although there's like a purpose in it, like where Jason is getting a change of clothes, there's a purpose to the scene in that aspect. I do kind of feel, I mean, I still feel this way when I watch it, but it's not a negative thing. I have fun with the characters in the scene, but let's face it, the scene can very much feel like kind of just a time waster kind of a scene. And honestly, it was kind of a trend that in a lot of ways was which was started kind of with the second film, and I kind of feel that, you know, that way a little bit with the Alice scene. Like, okay, let's just get rid of some screen time, and I feel like the same thing. You know, as much as I love, don't get me wrong, I love the scenes in these movies, but every time I watch them, I do feel like.
I was gonna say, are you dogging this opening?
No, it's just something that as much as I love these movies and these opening scenes, every time I watch them, I am kind of aware of this. Like, you know, it just seems like from a technical standpoint or a filmmaker standpoint that these are kind of like the filler scenes before we get to the main character kind of thing. Same thing happens with Final Chapter in the hospital. But I mean, I love the hospital scene. I wouldn't have it any other way. But I don't know if it's just, you know, the kind of thoughts that I was thinking as a kid or 20-somethings that have carried on throughout the years. But there is a little bit of like when Harold is just walking around and just looking here and looking there. It does feel, you have to admit that. I mean, if you don't admit it, that's fine. But you have to admit that there's a little bit of a sense of like a filler going on when Harold's just looking around, this and that kind of stuff. If not, that's okay.
I totally get where you're coming from. I completely understand what you're saying, and I can see how you can feel that way. But I respectfully disagree. I don't know, man. It might sound weird, but I don't know, man. I kind of get a kick out of just watching Harold do his thing, man. To be perfectly honest with you, man, I kind of think it's almost like kind of, yeah, at least mildly humorous, like seeing him, like, you know, go through like his own store and like, you know, drinking the friggin' what is it, like Sunny D? I think it is. I mean, I don't think we have Sunny D here in the land down under, but I know it's a big thing in the States, and he's eating the donuts, and, you know, Edna comes and has a go at him, and and things of that nature. But I mean, don't get me wrong. I can totally see where you're coming from, and to be perfectly honest, man, I mean, obviously, now that I think about it, it's a really obvious thing. But like I said, like when I'm watching these films, like I really just kind of like let the film, just kind of happen and just kind of go with it, enjoy it, not think too hard about it when I'm watching it. That's why like doing these shows, it gives you like a very kind of different experience thinking about the film, and you think about things that you wouldn't necessarily always think about. And to be honest, like I've only just become aware right now that you're right, man. Like all four of the first films, they all do have that kind of prologue opening, don't they? Even the first one, like with the two kids that get killed at the very beginning that Pam knocks off. All four films have that, and to be honest, I don't have a problem with any of them. I don't get bored, or I really dig them, to be honest.
No, I hope I'm not being misunderstood. I'm right with you and in enjoying every aspect of them, but there's that technical, I guess maybe filmmaker side of me, or I don't know, whatever kind of side of me that is also looks at it as like, okay, this is
It's like a bit of a pacing problem, a lull. I get what you're saying.
this is the filler. There's cynical side of me that's like, okay, this is the filler part, but then the other side of me that's that's enjoying these movies and loving these movies for being what they are, my favorite franchise. No, I'm right with you, absolutely. I think it's hilarious that the beginning of this movie is just dicking around with Harold, just fumbling around, like you say, in his own store, eating his own stuff, putting it back on the shelf. This guy who's supposed to have like an eating problem with an obviously fake gut, which comes into play later because he's going to get chopped in the fake gut with the cleaver and pulling the rabbit out of the vegetables. And no, absolutely, I love all of it as well, and the cranky wife and stuff like that. Incidentally, there's two things I want to mention if you've ever noticed, and I only just became aware of this recently. The first being when he and I also, this is, I think, the sitting on the toilet and taking shits will become a part of the franchise as we move along. But I want to say this is the only film where it happens twice, and I every time I watch Harold on the toilet and listen to it's very unnerving how realistic that the sound of him on the toilet is, and I really hope it's not the the sound of the actual sound guy taking a dump. But part of me is worried that it is after he ate a bunch of burritos or Mexican food or something.
It's almost too convincing, isn't it? Like it. I mean, obviously, folks, we all shit. We all know what it sounds like when we shit, and I'm telling you, I've taken shits.
So have I.
Sound exactly the way Harold is shitting.
That's lovely.
And to be perfectly honest, I'm glad you bring that up because, I mean, not so much nowadays, but I remember there was a period, like only as recent as probably a few years ago, where no joke, Nate, every time I'd watch this movie, when it got to that part where he's taking his shit, I would scan forward. I would scan forward until he was done taking that shit. Like, it was that unnerving to me.
Because the sound was too realistic, and you were afraid that the sound wasn't some Hollywood creation, but simply the sound guy recording himself taking a crap.
Pretty much, man. It turned my gut, man. Like, I mean, I have no problem watching him stick that friggin' cleaver through his chest. You know what I mean? But the sound of that shit, man. Like, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, if I happen to be watching this film and I'm snacking at the same time, I'm like a bit of popcorn or whatever. Like, I will try to wait or whatever. I'll just wait until this scene's over before I start eating because it's too realistic, folks, for me.
Yeah, there's always the mute button as an option as well.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, nowadays, obviously that, mute buttons are a lot more accessible with equipment and stuff. But
I,
yeah, I
I
always found it really gross.
Yeah, I had a few more points here before I don't want to forget my points. Another one, and a good reason why I might have not have noticed this until recently is because I don't think you would see it in the 80s and the 90s before the widescreen DVD came out. But honestly, it took me until I think just the past couple of years to even notice this. But right after he does that and he hears some noise, obviously there's no wiping, there's no flushing, and what's so funny is you see kind of a high view of the toilet, and there's like absolutely nothing in there, which I'm glad about. I just as soon not see something a prop or something real. But I think I always thought it was funny how there's absolutely nothing in the toilet, even though he didn't flush, and there's he clearly put something in the toilet.
I can't believe we've spent 5 minutes talking about shit, but it's
That's what you're here
it's
for,
definitely, I think,
folks.
yeah, exactly. It's warranted. That yeah, I've actually never really noticed that there's nothing in the bowl. I think probably because that particular moment in the film, I'm trying to pay as less attention to the movie as possible.
You're
So
afraid
I
to
think
look
that
at
has a
it.
big I think that's a big reason why. But I always have noticed that he doesn't wipe, and also have noticed that Chuck later on in the film doesn't wipe.
Yeah, isn't that funny? It's like I don't know if it was it's really interesting. Maybe in California in that time they didn't wipe, but I guess it's just a movie thing. I mean, the guy in part
But you
five.
know what? You know what I just thought of, which is kind of funny though. Even though they don't wipe, they die not long after that. So, I mean, I don't want to freak some folks out that may not be aware of this. I mean, it's a fact of life, though, folks. When you do die, you void your bowels. So when the coroner would have found these bodies, I mean, obviously, there would have been poop coming out of, shit coming out of their ass. So they wouldn't have known that they didn't wipe after taking a shit. So at least, the characters were spared that embarrassment, I guess.
Yeah, the first thing the coroner would say is, well, he definitely took a shit moments before he died.
Well, like I said, though, I mean, they would have been avoided that, though, because everyone voids their bowels, dude. So, when you're dead, you take a shit.
Exactly. The other thing I wanted to point out, which is something that's interesting, and I did fan commentaries of the first 8 films last year, and I talked about this in my commentary of part 3. But it's interesting. I don't know if you've ever noticed, but I don't know if it was just how this seems to me like obviously a real location that they possibly went and filmed at. It doesn't seem like they set this up for the movie, but either way, it's kind of interesting. Like I say, it could very well just been the location was set up like this, but I always found it interesting how there's like this train, locomotive motif in this set. Have you noticed all the kind of train locomotive stuff going on? Like, I just here and there, and mostly also like I think there's like a train in the fish bowl when he's feeding the fish, and there's something on the counter. There's stuff throughout this location where it's like a locomotive motif.
I've noticed the train in the fish bowl, and I have noticed that there looks like there's kind of like a bit of junk around like the outside area, but I've never really noticed any other train motif bits, to be honest. I mean, I just haven't, I guess, studied the backgrounds of these scenes as much as maybe I have some of the other films, but I do know this was a real location, though. Don't know if you've ever seen it. There is a documentary on YouTube that's for free. I think it's called Friday the 13th Part 3, A Remorium, something like that. I've seen it once or twice, and I think, they do go back to this location, and now all that's left is pretty much the brick veneer area of the foundation and stuff. And I think around the time they did the documentary, if I remember correctly, it's been some years since I've seen that documentary, but I think there was some dude living there at the time, and he was like talking about like when the building got torn down, and like he used to live in the building and something like that. So I do know that it was a real location. And also I wanted to mention, I remember when I first, I believe it was when I first listened to the commentary on this film with the whole cast, and that was where I first became aware that the TV broadcaster is played by none other than Steve Bonner, the director,
Oh
which
yeah,
always thought that was cool.
yeah, that's true. Yeah, he had a tendency, I guess, later on and stuff to do cameos. He was the pilot in Lake Placid. I don't know if he was. I would imagine he's got a cameo in H2O. I can't remember. I don't watch H2O very often.
I know he directed Lake Placid, but I haven't seen that film in years. But I wasn't aware he had a cameo in that. I've never heard about a cameo in H2O though. I mean, I watch that film every once in a while, but I've never noticed him or heard of him having one. Who knows? Maybe I mean, maybe Lake Placid and this film are the only two exceptions. Maybe it was just a case of there was no one else to do it, and he just stepped in front of the camera. I think that's how even Hitchcock started doing his cameos. I think it was just a lack of no extra was available at that particular moment.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Very well could be true.
But I just wanted to touch upon a little bit about like in the novelization of this film, how you learn a little bit about like the dynamics of Harold and Edna's relationship and stuff, like how they're high school sweethearts and things of that nature. Are you got that stored in your memory banks there, Nate? Do you remember that stuff from reading the book, or have you read the book for part three at all? Or
I've got one of the versions of Part Three. I've never read it.
oh, okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's in the Simon Hawke version because, like I said, he's the one that delves into more of that sort of stuff more than the other guy who did. Yeah, he only did one version of part three as well. He didn't do the other guy didn't do part one and two. It was just Simon Hawke who did the first two as well. But anyway, like in the novelization, you find out like they were high school sweethearts, and Harold was captain of the football team, and he was like a really handsome guy apparently, like really kind of like an up and coming athlete and things of that nature. And I think he had like a football scholarship and was going to go to college, but he ended up getting drafted into the armed forces, and but he didn't see action. They sent him to Germany, I think it was, or like West Germany, and like while he was there, like he developed like an eating disorder and things like that. So I mean, this stuff is it's weird to hear this all these years later, man, and kind of makes you look at the film a little bit differently now that I know these things. I mean, I find it fascinating as hell. You know what I mean? To it's like new Friday law. Any kind of like little tidbit I can find out here and there, man. I get a huge kick out of it. But and apparently, like Edna was like like a cheerleader and things like that, and man. Because like I said, like I just listened to these audio books a couple of days ago, so they're very fresh in my mind, and I got a big kick out of it.
That's very cool. And one thing I want to don't forget to mention before we depart from the beginning of this film. It's funny watching this as a kid and a teenager. I thought the character of, I guess, in the novelization by the name of the female character in this scene, Edna, I thought she was just kind of like the grossest thing. But it's funny now, getting on in years and stuff. Like these days I'm kind of checking out her legs and not thinking underneath the curlers that her face isn't. If you try to look past the curlers, she's not even bad looking these days. But I thought the exact opposite when I was a teenager watching this.
Yeah, I'm pretty much of the same thoughts on that as well, man. I think they did quite a bit, man, with this actress to make her look unattractive. Well, what's considered conventionally unattractive. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you can you
I
can
think
you
I
can
think yeah. If you totally if you if you gave her an hour in a beauty parlor, I think you'd see a completely different looking woman.
Yeah, honestly, I think all you got to do is just take out the curlers. But it's just so funny how your perceptions change from, being a kid to an adult. And it's like when I was a kid, I kind of always associated curlers with like older women for some reason. So I think when I was a kid, I thought she was older than she really was because of the curlers. But then nowadays, it's like, oh, mama, come here with, Edna, come here with your curlers. But yeah, just a little funny thing to not forget to mention.
Yeah, I'm the same. Yeah, I think of much older women with curlers in their hair. Yeah, I think that's a pretty common thing there, man. And yeah, I think as a kid, I did think of her as a lot older than what the character is, and I think that's what they were going for, man. They were trying to make her look a bit older and kind of disheveled and stuff. You know what I mean? And she just comes across as a chick that thinks she married the wrong guy and things like that. And I also want to mention before I forget that this is kind of cool. In the novelization, they mentioned that Pamela Voorhees actually shopped in their store sometimes when she was around. Yeah.
Oh, that's a fun little addition.
Yeah, man, I got a big kick out of that. And it makes me think, man, like it'd be cool, if they had like a scene in the first movie of her like shopping around this store, like maybe for some of the items she ended up killing folks with in the first movie.
Yeah, in the background you could hear I can't remember her name, but the chick in the curler is yelling at Harold in the background while Voorhees is shopping.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, like I know we've already talked about it, but yeah, like I get a big kick out of it just seeing Harold just hang around in the store, man, just like pigging out and he's holding the rabbit. And, he's just, he's just in his element, isn't he? And I also want to mention the only other film that I'm aware of, like right now that I can think of that I've ever seen this actor in. He was in House. I think you're a fan of House, aren't you, Nate?
No, actually, I'm not, but I've seen it.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Well, he's in House. Yeah, he plays William Katz, like his manager in that film, like right at the beginning, and that's like the only other film I've ever seen him in. But yeah, man, like this whole opening, man, like I dig it, man. The whole look of the store, and I think it's very atmospheric, man.
Yeah, yeah, it's fun, and I don't want to put you on the spot here, but if you'd like to try your East Coast reading of this line, I'll do it first. You're very welcome to. No pressure. You don't have to, but I'll go first. Okay, ready? Here I go. Dayfly eggs.
Dayfly eggs.
All right, very well done.
Yeah. Do you reckon that's an accent he's putting on there, or do you reckon that's his real voice?
Yeah, that's one thing that I'll give to the production of Friday 3. Them knowing the fact that these films are based in the East Coast. I want to say I don't know whose idea it was, but that's very appreciated. I want to say that might have been added by I don't know whose idea it was, but I wouldn't. It's possible that was his real accent, but if it wasn't, I appreciate the East Coast thing on there, because even though it's shot in California, it's still supposed to be East Coast.
Supposed to be Joyzy. Yeah, but thinking back on it, it's been a while since I've seen House, but I believe his voice is different in that. So yeah, I think it's quite possible he was putting on an accent. And I just wanted to quickly mention, I don't know about you, but I didn't realize for a while, like where Edna goes to sit down again and she can't find her knitting needle. that's actually what Jason uses to actually kill her later on with.
Oh yeah, I think it took me just about forever to even realize that as well. And honestly, and while I'm talking about it, another thing that took me, I didn't realize until the actual Scream Factory 3D Blu-ray came out, is that I didn't know that unless you watch it in some kind of decent 3D version, I didn't know that they did a special effect where, the knitting needle actually, after it impales her, is slowly coming out of her mouth and closer to the camera. That's something you can't really tell in the 2D version.
Yeah, I didn't notice that until probably, like I said earlier, when I watched it in 3D myself with like a post conversion process on my projector. I don't think you really could notice it that well if you watched it just in flat format. You know what I mean? Like especially like back in the days when we were watching these on good old VHS and things of that nature.
Yeah, I didn't notice it at all until the really decent 2020 3D Blu-ray. So that was a cool thing to see for kind of the first time, if you will. But yeah, same thing here. Like they kind of set up the weapon that she's gonna die by saying, "Where's that other needle?" But I didn't really put it together for a long time either.
Yeah, and I also wanted to say like I don't know. I kind of feel like this opening in particular, like it almost feels like its own thing in a way. Like it's almost like a short, like Friday the 13th film in a way. Like, like it. I mean, these characters really don't have anything to do with like what happens later on, apart from like, Chris like leaning out of her van and like sort of seeing like the cops outside the store kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, I'm not saying trying to say like it sounds like it's no, sorry, that it feels like it's it doesn't belong to the film, but I don't know. I kind of feel in a way like you could almost detach it though and watch it like it's its own like little thing in a way, which I
Yeah,
think is kind of
almost
cool.
almost the ending of the horror drama Harold and Edna. Yeah, it could be its own thing.
Well, I think this is a good time as any to start talking about like the I guess quote unquote stars of the film. Like the kids that we're introduced to and things of that nature. We get Donna Kimmel here, mate.
Hey, this might be a good opportunity for you to share your disdain for this leading actress in this film.
Disdain, disdain, you say?
Oh, that's not.
Oh, she's awful.
So is this because of her personal beliefs, or because you just can't stand her on screen, or this will be interesting.
It's a mixture, to be honest. Like, I mean, like, don't get me wrong, folks. Like, we all have our different beliefs and things of that nature, and there's nothing wrong with that. With it, whatever. You believe in God, you don't believe in God, whatever the case happens to be. I mean, I personally myself, I believe in God. You know what I mean? But I'm not, particularly like it's like I'm not, for a lack of a better term, like beholden to any set of beliefs. You know what I mean? I, kind of just believe in, a lot of like being a good person and, being spiritual in my own way. But anywho, like, you know what I mean? I think though, if you're working on a movie, like you kind of, to an extent, got to put those things to the side. Like you can't, like kind of dictate a production to your own personal beliefs. Otherwise, it's like, why are you here? Like you signed on to a slasher film. You know what I mean? I mean, and yeah, like this is not my opinion. It's a known fact that Dana Kimmel, did step on toes here and there with the movie. You know what I mean? I mean, I don't know her personally. Maybe I'm sure as a person she's a nice person and all, but I just as the lead in this movie, like I don't outright hate her. I mean, obviously I'm being a little I'm being over the top here, folks. For entertainment purposes, but I just Yeah, I mean, as a kid, I don't think I had as much of a problem with her, but she was always, my least favorite out of, certainly the first four final girls. But um, she's not who I would have cast in this role, and I do sincerely think, like, no offense, but I just think she's not the world's best actress. I mean, I know it's a slasher film. Again, I know it's a slasher film. But even as far as slasher films go, I think she's very subpar, and I just don't think that she really cared that much about like being in this movie, and was that gung ho about being in the movie, like someone like, as much as someone like Amy Steele was. You know what I mean? Really gave it her all, like Amy Steele did. Um, and I just think, yeah, like her line delivery sometimes is really flat and just, kind of, she just doesn't emote very well. I mean, I talk more and more about it as we go on, but yeah, I'm just not a big fan of hers, and I do know. Um, I think some of the reason why she got this role was because she was in another horror film called Sweet 16, which I've seen once and I don't remember much about it. I remember, though, that she didn't impress me in that movie either. Um, don't think I've really gotten like your in-depth thoughts on what you think of her portrayal of Chris here, Nate. That's my thoughts.
Okay, well, thank you very much. That's very cool. Ever since I was a kid, I always thought, probably out of the first three films, that's because I go in for, my personal preference for women is more on the darker hair versus blonde. So, when I was a kid, and even to a certain extent now, I mean, visually, she's probably the kind of, for me, the sexiest of the first three movies of Final Girls. Not to say that she's my favorite. There's different things that go on. There's, liking an actress's natural on-screen appearance, liking an actress's ability to act, and also the third thing, and in this case, just liking an actress's appearance. So I mean, I can remember being a teenager and just there was like a quote unquote cute girl in grade school, which kind of resembled, they kind of resembled each other and stuff. So as a teenager and stuff, like I really, honestly, as a kid, I can totally see what you're saying as an adult now watching this movie, and a lot of the acting, especially, the final girl in this movie, Chris, and the acting being wooden and shit. But I guess as a heterosexual male, the way I just write it off is I'm just like, well, yeah, but look at her. Like if she can, if she looks like if she looks like that, who the hell cares what her acting is? Kind of a thing. I'm not saying that that's an excuse, but I guess I'm kind of just sharing my point of view about the situation. And honestly, I'm trying to think here. Um, she's relatively attractive in this movie for me, and I want to say that the outfit that she's wearing, like I don't know if it's her first outfit. It might be her first outfit. Like the pants, I think are really don't fit her very well at all, and I definitely like the pants she wears towards the end of the film or whatever. But that I guess that's my short version of what I think about the character of Chris in this movie. It was kind of in third movie. It was kind of fun to actually have the final girl be a brunette with a kind of little bit of that big '80s hair. And yeah, I like her as being an attractive young woman and stuff. One thing that we can probably get into more when we talk a little more is that I don't like about the character. I don't want to talk about it too much now. There's more to cover with introductions of other characters and stuff, but just the bitchy, whiny aspect of her character and about halfway through definitely gets annoying.
Oh yeah, we'll definitely touch on that more. But like, look, if you want to look at it from that perspective, like looks alone, yeah, I gotta agree, man. I think she is attractive. I always have. I think because she's the star, like if I really go through it in my mind, because I think she's the star of a film that's part of my favorite franchise, you know what I mean? And she's letting me down in the acting department. I don't know, man. I think that overrides the way I look at her like physical appearance in a way, you know what I mean? Like as a heterosexual male myself, you know what I mean? Those things are very important to me as well. But I don't know. I think like I don't know. Like say a lesser film. You know what I mean? Pick any film you want. You know what I mean? That I'm not so attached to. You know what I mean? That has like a hot chick in the lead. I'm not going to care so much about her acting. Yeah, it'd be cool if she can act, but hey, if she's hot, like then she's eye candy. But I think with this film in particular, well, yeah, with this series in particular, I don't know, man. Like, I really like the idea of having, really, at least a capable actor, in the lead role. And I think also, like, I mean, like, look, she's following up Amy Steele, okay, and like, that's a tough act to follow, especially for me because I love Amy Steele, like I've said a million times. Yeah, I find her physically attractive as far as I think she's a great actor. As far as being in a slasher film, I'm not saying she should be up for any awards anytime soon. Although I think if her career had went in that direction, who knows? Maybe she might have got some accolades. But my point being is, like, it's a tough act to follow, like I just said, and I think that's another thing that just amplifies, her like for a better term, her poor portrayal of being the lead in this movie. And I mean, for me, I have heard some other fans say this, but for me, I'm a much bigger fan of Vera. I would have loved if Vera had been the final girl.
Yeah, well, that's definitely very understandable, and I don't know that would this be a good time as long as you veered over to Vera? Would this be a good time for us to name our most bonable, or would you like to wait, or when would you like to do that?
I think that's no time like the present to answer that one, and I'll just say straight off the bat, dude, it's hands down for me, Vera.
Well, very cool, and yeah, it's really interesting with part three because I was doing some thinking over the course of whatever the days and weeks and stuff, and it's really interesting because for me, part three might be the film out of all the films in the franchise where it's actually difficult for me to even make a decision. It might be the only film in the franchise where I mean, like all the main women are pretty. They all do quite a bit for me, all of them, and that's rare because I mean, if you look at the second film, the fourth, I think pretty much all the other films, that's definitely not the case for me. So this for whatever faults the Friday 3 has, I do think they did quite a job in casting the women in this movie. And honestly, I maybe I can think about it as we talk, more and stuff. But I don't know if I can even pick one.
Yeah, I'd have to say I agree with that, man. All the women in this film are attractive. Like I said, I'm not, a big fan of Dana Kimmel as an actress, but it's not hard to say, man, that she's easy on the eyes. Totally there with you on that. And I just wanted to, segue into good old Shelley. What's your thoughts on Shelley, mate?
Yeah, it's funny. As a teenager, me and a buddy would always we'd just be dumbfounded. As a kid, as a teenager, I was just dumbfounded with the character of Shelley. And incidentally, there was a kind of a very nerdy boy, a nerdy guy in my middle school and high school that was complete and total cliche of when you think of like a nerd and stuff like that. And he also had the name Shelley. He was to give an idea. I don't know how familiar you are with, I don't know how familiar anyone listening to this is with the films by the name of 2001: A Space Odyssey and 2010: The Year We Made Contact, but I think, not to put anyone down, but anyone who's got a brain would regard the first film as being superior. He's the kind of guy who thought 2010 was the better movie because probably of all the nerdy gimmickry kind of, whatever, contrived space science involved or whatever. But yeah, so I actually went to school with a male, a nerdy male by the name of Shelley. So that was kind of always interesting when we'd watch this movie. Yeah, honestly, this might be a good opportunity for me to just bring up. We might have talked about it a little bit before, but whether we have or not, I mean, this is a film where obviously, as I said earlier, I think the fact to make this a 3D movie kind of dictated the rest of the movie to a certain extent, where this movie isn't going to be nearly as serious, nearly as edgy, nearly as all the things that made the previous two films really, really amazing. This movie is going to pale in comparison, and I think you've already talked about the lead star actress, Final Girl's kind of ineptness in the acting department. I think a lot of that can be said for a lot of the performers in this movie, to say nothing about I can't, like you just said, our sometimes name escapes us, but the guy who plays the romantic lead of the Final Girl, obviously Paul Crack. I mean, he makes,
Yeah, Rick.
Yeah, Rick makes Chris look like an Academy Award-winning actress, and to say nothing about the guy who plays Shelley by the name of Larry Zerner, I want to say. So this movie is actually filled with quite a few actors and actresses, in my opinion, that could definitely do better with the acting. But in a lot of ways, it's like the more people that are in this movie that kind of their acting sucks in a funny way, it almost makes some of these characters in the film a little more charming, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I can definitely see how you could arrive at that way of looking at it. Yeah, for sure. And I just want to quickly, say, I don't want to get on a whole tangent, but you brought up 2001: A Space Odyssey. I've actually never been able to make it through that film. I don't know what it is, but I get like 10 minutes into it, and I always fall asleep. But I haven't tried to watch it for a long, long time. Like, I think the last time I tried to watch it, I was like in my early 20s. So it is one that I have been curious to go back and revisit. Well, not so much revisit, I guess, because I've never really seen the whole film, but like go back and have a look at, because like I know, like like recently, didn't they do like a full on like 4K restoration? I think maybe they even like added like a couple of scenes or something to it or something like that. If I remember correctly, like I heard something like that.
Yeah, I highly doubt they would have added anything, but they've definitely, done a 4K restoration in recent years, and I'm pretty sure it's available on 4K. Not that I'm in the market for 4K as of yet, but definitely did a restoration, and that's very interesting, and I definitely understand that different people have different movie tastes and stuff, but that's pretty interesting that you've never been able to. I take it you've never been able to make it past the Dawn of Man, the ape stuff.
Exactly. Yeah, that's as far as I've seen it. Yeah, where they're showing like the ape stuff. I don't know though. I do think if I did give the film like a like a proper chance, I think it's quite possible that I would like it, because I mean I love things like classic Star Trek and things of that nature. And as like a small kid, I didn't really care for Star Trek at all. You know what I mean? It was always just Star Wars, but it wasn't until I became like a teenager that I started getting an affinity for the original Star Trek and things like that. So yeah, I might check it out at some point, and if I do, I'll give my thoughts. But yeah, I have heard that argument that the original film was far superior to the sequel that they made. The sequel was like 10 years later or something, wasn't it?
The frickin' sequel was like in the mid '80s. It's got Roy Scheider. Yeah, it's just it's night and day compared to. I mean, obviously Kubrick probably never expected there to be a sequel, but to be fair, I guess the author that he worked with to write the novel to base the film off of, I guess he, Arthur C. Clarke. I mean, technically he went on to do, I think, I can't remember, it was at least three different books. There's 2001 and 2010, and then there's a, I don't know what, there's a third novel, I think. I don't know what the hell year it is, but yeah, those are an interesting couple of movies where you've got this masterpiece and then this kind of half-baked, half-ass kind of a sequel from the '80s. But anyway,
Yeah, I mean, I do recognize that. Yeah, it was like a pioneer, that film, for like doing certain things at the time and things like that, and even predates like Star Wars and things like that. But anyway, back to Friday 3, I guess. Um, but yeah, always like with Shelley. I don't know, kind of indifferent on him. Like I don't know, I kind of find him annoying at times, and I don't know. I think we all kind of knew, like a Shelley kind of type, like a socially awkward, kind of nerdy dude growing up. You know what I mean? There's sort of one in every school, I guess. You know what I mean? But I mean, it's kind of like an interesting little introduction you get to him where he's playing the prank on him, like sneaking up like a killer, and he's got that like really dime store cheap mask on and things like that. And I just wanted to mention it's like a little interesting side story on how the actor who plays Shelley, Larry Zerner, got cast. He was I mean, going back to Mad Max again actually for a second. He was handing out passes to like a screening of the Road Warrior, and I believe it was in like somewhere in New York City. And the two writers of this film like just happened to come across him. They walked up to him and they're like, "Are you an actor?" And he's like, "Yeah, matter of fact, I am an actor." Or it might have been LA. Probably was LA since this is shot in LA. But anyway, he was handing out these tickets, and they're like, "Yeah, you're an actor." And he's like, "Yeah, I'm an actor." And they're like, "Oh, well, we've written a film, and there's a part in the film, and you're like perfect to play this character." So that's in a nutshell how we got cast in this movie, and I always thought that was kind of a unique story. I've never really heard of someone being cast like quite that way, like, you know what I mean? Like you didn't have to go in for like an audition for it. Although I guess they probably got him to audition at some point. But you know what I mean? I'm saying like he didn't have to go out of his way to I guess even be considered for the role of Shelley.
yeah, usually if you hear stories like that, it's like, just seeing some attractive young woman on the street or doing something, and they're approached for some part based on their looks. So it is interesting. I guess in a way they did the same thing, only the guy was just derpy enough looking for them. So I don't know if that's a compliment or not, but probably not. But yeah, it is kind of an interesting story, just being a struggling actor working at a theater and the job approaches you. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, and like I want to say, like, I agree that yeah, most of the performances in this film are kind of just there, and I think I mean I want to like give the actors a little bit of leniency because like I do know that most of the focus was on the 3D. You know what I mean? So like they probably only had like maybe one or two takes sometimes to get the scene right kind of thing. And I don't know, like I mean I've never really even heard anywhere to be honest that don't know if they did like that many table reads or like rehearsals and stuff with these films. Like have you ever heard of that, Nate? Like you ever heard the actors talk about like like a lot of like rehearsing before they did the scenes? I'm guessing probably not.
No, I mean, this is a kind of a exploitative slasher film, a third film in a series, I don't think they're going to be worried about that. All they care about is if they can remember the lines. Obviously, based on the finished film, they don't even care how they deliver the lines as long as they remember them.
Yeah, I think that's pretty safe to say. And it definitely, I guess, shows in the performances. I mean, I don't know. I guess it's somewhat believable that like Shelley and Andy's his name in it. Yeah, that they, I guess, could be friends. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, they seem unlikely friends, but I mean, I've had situations like that in life where like I've been friends with someone that, like, if you look, saw us both on the street, you wouldn't necessarily think that we would be friends, but I mean, obviously there's cases like that, unlikely friends, but I think it comes across well enough, that like he's kind of like a big brother to him, Andy, I guess. Trying to get him a date with Vera here at the beginning of like where all the characters get introduced and things like that, and I've seen obviously like location videos on like a lot of these films, and this street looks pretty different now. I'm not even sure if this house is even still around. I think maybe it is, but I know like a lot of the surrounding buildings and stuff have changed, or I could be totally wrong. This house could have got knocked down. It's pretty old looking, but I always thought it was kind of amusing. Yeah, like how they go to pick up Vera and her mom sketches at him and starts speaking in Spanish, and Chris is like looking at Debbie. What the hell are they saying? Like Debbie's gonna know. And she's like, I don't know. I flunked Spanish. And the way Vera just comes out like trying to make like very light of the situation, and I always kind of thought that was kind of amusing, and I thought it was even I think it's even more amusing how where she's like asking who's her date, and Shelley's just standing there still wearing that mask, and she's like, "You're Shelley," and he's like, "Yeah, sorry." Like he apologizes for being who he was, who he is. And I remember like my dad pointing out that was funny. Like I remember being a little kid and like my dad like pointing out like this guy even has to apologize for himself, like of how kind of like childlike and pathetic, I guess, in a way that he is. You know what I mean? I mean, he really does kind of take social awkwardism to like a whole new level. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I don't want to forget to mention that something we probably don't need to mention, but obviously the first couple films have their goofy characters by the name of Ned and then Ted, and now Shelley is kind of, for all intents purposes, the goofy character, and I think he takes the goofy to a much higher level in this film. He's the goofy guy slash prankster slash the Joker or whatever. But it's interesting that as fate would have it in this movie, if it wasn't for Shelley, I mean Shelley is the one who brings Jason the iconic hockey mask. I think a lot of people forget that, which is a kind of an interesting plot point. In his little box full of, it's so funny how the harpoon gun fits in his little box.
I was hoping you'd bring all that up. Yeah, I was going to mention that myself. That like he's in that little box. He's got the harpoon gun. He's got the hockey mask. He's got the wetsuit. He's got that friggin' fake axe prop with like the fake hair attached to it, like in this little box. And Vera even mentions like, what have you got in that box? And he's like, my whole world. And she's like, in that little thing, So they even kind of poke fun of it, like in the movie itself. You know what I mean? Which I always thought was funny. But you're totally right. Yeah, Shelley definitely is like I guess the equivalent of like Nettie or Ted from the first two films. But he's definitely kicked it up a level as far as like being awkward and just like a real goofball kind of dude. You know what I mean?
It's it.
Um,
It's interesting,
but
it's interesting talking about this scene where we're introducing the main characters, and it's like going, thinking about it while we're talking about it. I do think it is a really kind of a fun scene. It's full of a lot of kind of fun stuff, like what's it the couple, I don't know what it is, Debbie and I don't know the roommate of Shelley, and they're kissing and sex. There's more to life than that. It's like what would a
you
week
guys are getting boring. You know that?
yeah, what would a weekend in the country be without sex? And these kind of lines are so freaking just funny, and in introducing Shelley, and Vera's reaction to Shelley, and then introducing the two stoners with the van's on fire. I mean, the scene is really kind of fun.
Yeah, yeah, I totally agree. And like just thinking about it, it's kind of like a really economic way of like introducing these characters, like like very quickly. You know what I mean? And kind of giving you just enough to like figure out who everyone is and incorporate it all into one scene. You know what I mean? Like everyone like in this scene almost like gets their little moment, you know what I mean, to somewhat, develop a character, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just think I've kind of talked some shit about this movie up till now, but I think that this scene really is kind of the first scene that actually does display some relatively decent, and like you said, efficient writing and character, character reveals and stuff like that. Absolutely, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, I've heard this all over, and I've thought this myself for years, obviously, and I'm sure you have yourself, Nate. But Chuck's character is definitely a Tommy Chong ripoff. I mean, without a doubt.
Oh yeah, that's definitely goes without saying. And while you're bringing him up, he's kind of the hippie stoner guy, and it's just another thing, kind of like I talked about the woman in the curlers at the beginning when I was a teenager. And I think obviously it had to do with the facial hair and the beard on that Chuck character. But when I was a teenager, I mean, I thought that character was like 40 or 50 years old. And I just thought, why the hell is he hanging out with these young people? Because, I mean, I don't know. At the time, I guess I just associated facial hair with like being, I don't know, much older and stuff. So, I mean, it's just so funny how you watch a movie as a kid versus an adult, and he's really not that old in this movie at all. And I know that my dad always got a laugh when he walked out to the outhouse in his bare feet. The kind of the hippie guy in the bare feet. It's funny how this movie has like two things from it's almost like we mentioned how the disco was kind of over by the time this movie came out, and the hippie thing was definitely kind of, I mean, it was like 10 years kind of come and gone. I mean, I know that people from that era probably kept it alive with their personal fashion and stuff, but I just think it's kind of funny how you in early 80s you've got this hippie character, but I guess he would have been maybe, teenager. I don't know how old he's supposed to be, but anyway, it's just kind of kind of funny.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard everyone say that, that like, he looks so much older than the rest of them, and yeah, I think the actor was like pretty much close to the rest of the cast's age. Maybe he's a little bit older, but just the whole get up he's got with the beard and the glasses and the headband, and just his overall character just gives him that I guess older look. You know what I mean, for lack of a better term. And yeah, I mean, I would still say even now, like I look at him and I think, that he does look a little bit, like not a lot, but a little bit older than the rest of these kids. And it does kind of seem a little bit strange that he's kind of hanging out with them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I always thought that character was funny. And another thing that Chili is his girlfriend. I think that's how what her name is. Anyway, that's what it sounds like to
Yeah,
me.
that's correct.
Okay, good. She plays the girlfriend. And another funny, interesting thing, kind of like with the woman in the curlers at the beginning, I always thought that Chili wasn't very attractive. I thought she was older when I was a kid as well. And now when I watch the movie, it's like, wow, Chili does a lot for me. And, in particular, when they're in the barn and they walk away and you get a nice view of her behind there. It's so funny how when you're a kid, some women just seem old and ugly, and now I'm probably way older than she was when she filmed the movie, and now I'm like, hubba hubba.
Yeah, I would say for me, like she's almost like a very forgettable character in this movie. I'd say she's definitely the most underdeveloped character, I would say. And I mean, I wouldn't say she's ugly, but I mean, eh, I could take or leave her. I mean, I wouldn't keep that, I guess. But I mean, yeah, I'm a lot more focused on good old Vera, But hey, horses for courses, mate. Yeah, it's what makes life interesting. We're all got different views, But yeah, I will mention this. With since we're talking about her character a little bit, I do know um, she has totally declined any involvement with being interviewed or anything for this film. Like I don't know, like she's become like really religious now or whatever. But I know they try to interview her for the book and whatnot, and try to get her to do interviews. And yeah, when they contacted her, she's like, yeah, I've got no interest in ever doing anything involved with this movie. So yeah,
Well, that's interesting.
she's one of those.
I don't think I ever knew that. That's interesting. I guess that's bound to happen.
Yeah, I mean, most people who are involved with the franchise are cool, and most people have been interviewed and whatnot. But she's just one of the rarities, I guess. I mean, to me, it's no great loss. I just think it's kind of interesting. But I always love the follow up scene, like where they're all in the van, they're all kind of smoking the dope and stuff, and and then the cops show up and they've all got to try to eat the dope, and I love that moment where Vera's stuffing it into her mouth and she's like, "Come on, Shelley, have some." He's like, "I guess I'm just not hungry." And Andy's like, "You're always hungry, Shelley. Come on, eat."
Yeah, it's a good American accent there.
Yeah, I don't know, that always cracked me up, man. Ever since I was a kid.
Well,
Um,
another part of that scene that I absolutely love, and this goes back to the dialogue that just makes you laugh. It's just like, is that all you two are gonna do this weekend? Smoke dope? Why not? Is there a law against it? There's better things to do with your life. Like what? I can't think of anything.
yeah, it's like I don't know. It's like out of like all the characters, it's like now that I think of it, it's like Shelley and Chris are like the most too judgmental. Like Chris, like just moments before is having to go at Andy and Debbie for like wanting to fuck all the time, and now fucking Shelley's having to go at them for wanting to smoke dope all weekend. It's like, dude, like you do know, like you're going away for a weekend to like enjoy yourself and chill. Like, fucking hell, man, let people unwind and do what they want to do.
Yeah, and this is also an opportunity to share something which is a detail that I just to this day I have no idea why it's in this movie, and I think it's the first and the last for the franchise. But this scene is also the scene where we find out that Debbie is with child.
Yeah, I wanted to bring that up too. Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, I think they would have thrown that in there, man, just to like when she gets bumped off eventually, kind of add that kind of like even more ominous, like, ooh, like that chick was pregnant, you know what I mean? Like Jason just took out an unborn child.
Well, what's so funny about it is, you find out about it so early, in the film, and it's like by the time she dies, I'm not too sure people even remember. It would have been maybe a little more of a reminder if he'd put the knife or, maybe done her in with a machete through her stomach and the fetus would have been on the end of the blade.
Now that's a visual. Um, yeah, I mean, it almost kind of makes sense for her to be like maybe like if that was really something they were going for, you know what I mean, to have that like be effective, it probably would have been a better idea to either hire an actress who was like early trimesters, stage of pregnancy, or like whatever, like give her a fake stomach, you know what I mean, to kind of make her look like at least that she was somewhat into a pregnancy to I guess kind of really run that factor home.
Well, what's funny is when I was a teenager, this is another thing. Obviously, when I can just remember now thinking about it as a teenager, and when I was a teenager, I always thought that line was a joke. Like, I can't remember what the. Oh, okay. So the line is, yeah, we would have been all there. We would have been there already if some people didn't have to go to the bathroom every 15 minutes. And she says that's what happens when you're pregnant. I always thought that was just a joke because as a teenager I regarded pregnant women as with these big bellies. Obviously, if she's pregnant, it's like the first week or second week or something like that. Obviously, the pregnant one is the one we kind of see the most nudie and bikini and everything like that. When I was younger, I always thought the pregnant line was a joke.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I never really thought that it was a joke. Like I kind of believed it, but it was just never something that I really dwelled upon all that much, to be honest. Like watching this is like youth. It wasn't until a bit I got a bit older where I was kind of like when she bought the dust, I was kind of like, oh shit, like that chick was pregnant. But also just wanted to quickly mention. Also, apparently, this film dethroned E.T. is like lead of the box office.
Well, way to go.
Just wanted to throw that little bit out there. But I mean, I guess this is good a time as any since we're pretty much up to that point of the film anyway. Talk about the kind of lame attempt here at replacing the immortal, the great, crazy Ralph.
Yeah.
Mr. Walt Gorney. Yeah.
I bet Steve Miner, when he did this, was so bummed that they killed him in the second. But like we talked about, I mean, I think Walt Gorney was kind of based in the East Coast. I don't know if he would have flown all the way over to California if he wasn't already there to do this anyway. But yeah, it is one of the things that you kind of go, ugh.
Yeah, I mean it's just, I mean I don't know, the little moments kind of I guess amusing enough, but I mean I could probably do without it. You know what I mean? I mean, there's only one Crazy Ralph, and it's not even the last time in the franchise where they try to pull a replacement act, and we'll get to that when we do. And I'm sure Nate knows what I'm talking about, and I'm sure the savvy folks out there know what I'm talking about too. All I'll say is this voyage is doomed.
Oh wow, that was a good impression.
But actually, in the novelization, this Crazy Ralph wannabe is actually given a name. His name's Abel, and I think he's got some lines, isn't he, about like being really religious and stuff. Like, look upon what His grace has brought on to me. I found this today. Around the parts of the body, it's an eyeball. As Shelley friggin' screams out, you know what I mean? That I always remember like being a kid, like kind of having a hard time looking at the eyeball, like as it's going into the camera as a 3D effect.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I think it's funny how this scene starts where they have to set up basically Chris just looking out the side window. I mean, obviously, if you just got your head facing forward as you're driving, you're going to know someone's there. So if you look at the beginning of this scene, the character of Chris, the one who's driving the van, is completely just looking out the side window, and Andy's looking out his side window, and the only one looking forward is Debbie, who tells her, Chris, stop, slow down. It's just kind of funny.
Yeah, this is just another little quick thought, but I mean something that I'm pretty sure I've only become like fully aware of like recently is I don't know why I never really noticed it or whatnot, but the canoe that Chris is in at the end of the film is actually on top of the van as they're arriving at the haven. Did you always be aware? Were you always aware of that, Nate, or is that something you've only noticed recently too?
I can't say I was always aware of it, but yeah, I've known it for quite a while. That's something you were never aware. You just thought that the canoe was just at on the shore there all the time, or
Kind of, I think. Yeah, I don't know. It's just not something that I don't know. I just didn't really notice it, man, until yeah, man, probably like the last few viewings, maybe something like that.
well, that's really cool. It's just a testament to how fun movies are and how much you can watch them over and over and over and still not necessarily see everything.
Yeah, that's true. Also, I wanted to mention. I think maybe I've mentioned this on one of the radio shows, but it it's fun to mention again since I mean we're talking about all things Friday 3, but there's actually two other horror films that I'm aware of that actually use this same location. Nate, are you aware of what either of those films are?
Yeah, I'm aware of the second one. I can't remember the title, but I didn't, and I'm aware of one of them, but not the other. I don't think.
Yeah, well, I was aware of one of them like for a little while, and then like I did a bit more research, and then I found out about this other one, which I've seen one of them, but not the other. But yeah, the first one is the Zero Boys, which I only saw for the first time like maybe 6 7 months ago. Um, and I had fun with it. I recommend it, man. It's a fun little I guess you'd call it a slasher. Um, and it's funny because when I was watching it, like there's these scenes where they're driving up like this like a mountain road, and I'm looking at this road and I'm like, this road looks familiar. I don't know why it looks familiar, but somehow it looks familiar. And then as soon as they pulled up like out the front of the ranch, I'm like, holy shit, it's the friggin' the Higgins Haven from Friday 3. But yeah, I got a big kick out of that. I can't remember the name of the other horror film that it's in. I do know that one's on YouTube. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet. The quality is pretty bad. Though it's like it looks like second or even maybe third generation VHS quality. But yeah, so like yeah, it was used in some other horror films. And yeah, in the Zero Boys, it's kind of cool because like you kind of get like a bit more of a look at the actual cabin and that, like some different angles and that you don't really see in this. And it looks pretty much the same. Like it's obviously the set decoration is a little different, but yeah, I just thought that'd be cool to mention.
Yeah, that is really cool. Sounds like you didn't seek out that movie because you knew that it was filmed there, but you found out while you were watching it. That must have been fun.
Oh yeah, it was total happenstance. Yeah, I had no idea. It was just one of those cool little things that happens every once in a while when you're watching a film, man.
Well, that's very cool. This might be a good opportunity to talk about what fans of this movie already know, but we can obviously discuss is the first couple Friday the 13th films were based around obviously summer camp and summer camp, camp counselor training centers and such, and this is the first movie that kind of veers from that whole aspect and just has Jason, I guess, after being discovered and kind of injured in his little shack, I guess he takes to the neighborhood or some store to get a change of clothes, and like we were saying earlier, was possibly dicking around this Higgins Haven location, possibly hoping to find a new place to set up home. And honestly, that whole aspect of kind of ditching the summer camp thing, kind of as a teenager and a 20 something, kind of bothered me about this film. But over the years, I'm much more accepting of that fact. And it's just like, well, after all, I mean, the third film, I mean, I actually think these days that third time up, that you're probably better off switching it up a little bit and doing something a little different. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, like, you can't stick the formula so much where you're doing the exact same thing every time, can you, Nate? Like, I mean, you got to branch out eventually and do something a little different, even though, like, me and you have talked about, like, as far as tone and like even just sort of like the overall look of this film, yeah, we would prefer if it was like a little bit more in line with the first two films. I think as far as the setting, I mean, I never had a problem with that. I never really, I mean, don't get me wrong. I think Friday's at its best, like its very, very best, when it is like centered around it, like a camp canceller environment, because that's like, the absolute pure, origins of Friday the 13th. But I never had a problem with like, having it set like on someone's like farm property, and, like, in later films, like in part 4, how it's like, centered around just a couple of country homes. No, I never had a problem with that. And I always thought it was kind of cool. And I think this is like a good moment to pose this question to you, that this is something that I've only really thought of like in recent years, is like, I mean, for a good amount of this film, Jason's hanging out in that barn. And like you said, like, I mean, I never thought of this, but like, part of that is like you said, probably because, he thought he could just hang out here for a while and like whatever, like, figure out what his next move was, kind of thing. And then these kids just show up and he's like, oh shit, now I'm going to take these fuckers out. But I think also like the reason why he spends so much time just kind of hanging around the barn is because he doesn't have a mask. Like he's kind of just stuck there because, like, obviously I think, I'm not alone in thinking this, and I've even heard like Kane Hodder himself say this in like interviews, but like Jason's ashamed of his looks. He doesn't really want folks to see what he looks like. Ergo why he wears a mask in the first place. So I think like, that's the reason, for the most part. Like, I don't know though. Maybe like we've said, the filmmakers don't think about these things so deeply, I guess, when they're making the film. But I don't know. I think it really does make sense that that's partly the reason why he doesn't really venture off from the barn too much until, Shelley comes along with the iconic hockey mask. Have you ever really thought about that at all, Nate?
Probably not, but that's a pretty good point. But as you were talking, I was just thinking, well, I don't want to ruin the movie anymore for you than it already is ruined. But while you were talking about that, my first thought was, well, his little tater sack or whatever you like to call it, was perfectly fine at the end of the second film, beginning of the third film. Why not just put that back on then?
Well, as I was saying that actually did come to mind. To be perfectly honest with you. Like, why is he just not wearing the teeter sack? I mean, obviously he wasn't wearing it because from the filmmaker's perspective, they wanted to go in a different direction. That's the real reason why. But I mean, besides that, there really isn't a reason. I mean, who knows? Maybe he did pick it up off the ground after that shot and lost it somewhere along the way. I mean, who the hell knows? But I mean, I don't know. I think when you think about the film, I think it kind of it makes sense. Well, I mean, in the context that we know he doesn't have a mask. Like, especially now with high definition, some of those long shots where they're showing creeping around the barn, you can tell he doesn't have a mask. So, that's pretty much why I think, in my mind anyway, that he's kind of really sticking around there, and he kind of would just bump off people who go inside the barn, and he kind of does little things here and there, like open the door a bit and close it to try to get a character's attention to the barn. So hopefully they'll go in there so he can bump them off. Yeah, and I think as we're talking about Jason, I think it's a good time to talk a little bit about the man behind the mask in this one, Mr. The late Richard Brooker, R.I.P. Do you know much about how he got cast in the role of Jason or anything like that, Nate?
I'm pretty sure I would have heard it in some of those, documentaries or commentaries or whatnot. If you'd like to briefly share, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I'd bring it up, because it's a pretty interesting little story. I mean, well, I think in his much younger days, he was a circus performer. Richard Brooker, are you aware of that? Have you ever heard that before?
If I did, I had forgotten about it.
Yeah, well, Jason was in the circus at one point. And apparently, he had an affair with one of the other trapeze performers and stuff, and he got kicked out. And I think not long after that, he decided to give being an actor or a stuntman a go. And anywho, I think it was something along the lines of he just answered a casting call in some local LA newspaper or something of that effect. Anyway, he went for an audition, right? And he walked into this room, and he said he had a certain time to be there for an audition. And I think he just asked the receptionist where do I go for this audition? I'm supposed to be here at a certain time. And she's like, oh, yeah, it's just whatever, down the hall, down there sort of thing, all right? And, apparently, there was, sitting down, in this, waiting area or whatever, about 10 of, the biggest, buffest guys you've ever seen in your life, just sort of sitting there, right? And he walks past them, just thinking, whatever, I don't know why they're here, sort of thing, you know what I mean? Who knows? You know what I mean? Walks straight into the office, to do his audition. And, so he meets Steve Miner, and I think someone else was involved with the production was there as well. And, whatever they got him to do, probably put him in, some sort of Jason garb and liked the way he looked, I guess. And Steve decided to cast him in the movie. And then, the other guy who was involved with the production said, well, what do I tell the other 10 guys outside? And that's when Brooker realized that the guys that he walked past and made a complete beeline for the office to audition, it was only then that he realized that those guys were there to audition. So, that's how he got the role pretty much. And he may not have got it if he had to just taken a seat and waited for his turn. And Steve Miner just told the other guy, just cast Richard, and who cares about the other guy? Just send them home pretty much. So I've heard Brooker tell that story a couple of times, and I always thought that was pretty interesting way of getting cast.
Yeah, that's really cool. I can't say there's a good chance I've never even heard that one before. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's been some years since I've listened to the Part 3 commentary, but I think maybe he talks about it on there possibly. And, he's a British guy too, I believe, Brooker.
Yeah, that's correct, which is kind of interesting. I think he's the only British guy to play Jason.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Yeah, I can't think of anyone. I mean, I think Kurzinger was like Canadian. I think that's as foreign as it gets. I think other than Brooker, as far as I can think off the top of my head. But yeah, dude, like he definitely is one of my favorite Jasons, and he's kind of the saving grace of this film in some ways. Like he's just, I think, really iconic in the role, and I just really like the look of him. And he is like, when I think of Jason, he is one of the first images that pops into my head. What about yourself? How do you feel about him in the role?
Yeah, one thing that's cool, one of the many bazillion things that's great about this franchise is up until, I guess eight, of course, you got a different person playing Jason every time, which is really cool. And yeah, he definitely, I was kind of replaying those moments in my head when, people go into the barn and he comes out of a door and is kind of like his head's covered up by something hanging in the barn. You just see his kind of his body and his just body just without seeing a head. It just, I don't know, there's something like unsettling about, I don't know if it's just what he put performance he put into just his mannerisms as he was portraying the character or whatever. But I remember playing that stuff back when you're just seeing his body and his head obscured by something or other. I mean, it's just kind of unsettling, like, oh my god, what's this, and just like, what's the deal with this guy, and what's going on with his face, kind of a thing. And it is kind of funny to realize as we're talking about this movie and indeed the films that would follow after that, Jason is basically wearing Harold's clothes from three until I guess the rest of them. So Harold's clothes is being worn by Jason.
Yeah, that's something that I've never really thought much about. Yeah, that he's wearing Harold's clothes this whole time. But even though, like, they do look pretty different throughout the films.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah, but yeah, that's certainly an interesting point, though. Yeah, I just wanted to carry on the conversation by saying that, like, around this time of the movie, like, when the kids get to the Haven and whatnot, we're introduced to Rick, aka Paul Cracker, the best male lead in a movie ever. I mean, you'd have to agree, right, Nate?
Yeah. He brings a new definition to the word acting.
I remember I've mentioned a couple of times that years ago I went to a Friday marathon and they showed the first 8 movies, and I remember when I was watching this movie, there was a couple sitting behind me, and like around the time when he had like there'd probably been like a couple of scenes with Rick in them, and I remember like the chick behind me saying, "This guy's a great actor." Like he just, I don't know, man. He's like, he takes like wooden and like flat line delivery to a whole new level, in my opinion. I'm sure you probably agree. And like you said earlier, even that he makes Dana Kimmel look good at times.
Yeah, well, I think they just continued the trend that they kind of started with the second film. The first film was, one of the many things I love about the first film, as much as I love, looking at beautiful people, the first film wasn't just gorgeous gorgeosity, it was just normal looking people. I think the second one was more trying to, at least with the women, trying to get some hotter women, which I appreciated. This one is just, I think, amping it up and just trying to, with the exception of Shelley, gosh bless him, yeah, it's just continuing that trend of like, and even I guess coming to, in terms of or when it comes to the leading man as well, just trying to get the whatever, just casting more, I think, very much more on physical appearance, obviously, than acting chops, I would imagine. Anyone could tell, discern.
Yeah, I totally agree. Um, I mean, probably pointless to ask because, again, so long ago. But like we're around that point, like we can discuss like the scene where Chris discovers Shelley dead in the what she thinks is Shelley dead in the closet. Do you remember if like did you think like maybe he was really dead, or were you already savvy that like he was a goofball and that he was pranking them?
Yeah, if I had to take a guess, I'd probably say that, you can attest to this. I think you said the same thing just today about this movie, that in regards to that fake out scene with Shelley's prank, I was probably just watching and just going along with the movie and not really thinking one way or another about it. One thing that is funny about that scene, though, is the kind of the call out. You're just that kind of, I don't, that vocalization of like, "Arr!" That kind of whatever the hell that sound
Yeah,
is. It's like I don't even know,
that like
like,
stinger. Yeah,
yeah, I don't even know like who the hell did that. I don't even know if that is male, if it's female. That sound is has always made me laugh all the time. Like who did that for real? Is That's kind of funny.
yeah. I mean, I kind of like how pretty much everyone's freaking out and affected by it except for Andy. Like it's probably something that Andy's seen Shelley do like a million times before. You know what I mean? He's the one that starts tickling him to get him to friggin' fess up to the prank.
Yeah, what's even funnier though is when you have like that sound, which that cry out, that cackle, which is really funny. Then you've got it always makes me laugh in these movies when you've got something that isn't a horrific situation. It happens more in Final Chapter as well, where obviously they're playing it for horror, kind of duping the audience, but obviously at the end of the day, it's just a prank, by Shelley, and it's kind of funny when you know what it is, watching it and hearing that cackle, and then hearing the music like, like oh no, and it's just really really funny. This might be a good opportunity to briefly mention the fact that, obviously for the first film, the music played a huge part and was originally composed and created by Harry Manfredini. And I want to say that I think I don't know for sure, but there might be like one or two cues from the first film that are in part two, but the majority of the music in part two was new music written for part two, and part three would be the first of the films to feature, for the majority of the first, I don't know, 2/3 of the movie, basically just reused music cues from the first two movies, and then Harry would create new music for the final kind of third of the film.
Yeah, that's a very good point and something interesting to bring up, and I'm glad you did because it's something that I've been aware of for quite some time. But like if I'm remembering correctly, like in part two, it's mainly, as far as I can think of, in like the memory banks I have in the old noggin, that it's near the beginning with Alice. Like I remember hearing like some of the cues from the first movie in that opening of that film. But certainly as the films progress, it was more or less like Harry. It seemed like they'd bring back Harry to write maybe like a couple more cues, and then they kind of just like recycle what would fit in the other scenes and stuff from past material and stuff.
Yeah, honestly, as a huge fan of the franchise, I actually find it interesting to. I don't have a problem with that, honestly, because he gave us so much music with the first couple of movies, and as the movies were on, they can keep reusing, the cues from the previous movies and stuff. So it is kind of fun, actually, in part three and four. From what I know, the music in part five was in six was all created new for those movies. So it's kind of like part three and part four are the ones that really recycle previous cues and then kind of do new music for the end. But I actually kind of find it, as a fan of the franchise, kind of fun to, and it is kind of interesting to have like the same cues used throughout the different movies for different scenes. And it's funny because when you hear a cue, like if you're just listening to the soundtrack or something or whatever, it's funny how if the same cue is used in different movies for different moments, it's kind of interesting how the cue doesn't, it represents multiple moments throughout the franchise and isn't like just representative of one moment from one movie. And it's kind of fun actually in that way. And as you watch the movies, you can, as a fan, you can kind of try to discern, what was this cue originally from. And I don't know, it's just so much music over the first six movies that Harry contributed to the franchise. I just think it's really kind of fun.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And yeah, I don't know, like he wrote such good pieces that I think yeah they're a versatile man, and they can work in different settings here and there. You know what I mean? Which is interesting if you really delve into it and think about it, because I don't think that's really the case. Like with a lot of scores, man. Like if you put, I don't know, the score for Rocky in like a Superman movie, I don't think it would work. You know what I mean? Which I think that's yeah, definitely an interesting point. And yeah, part six, yeah, definitely was. I mean that score really does stick out in my mind. It's a lot more, kind of punchy and kind of action orientated, I would say. Yeah, you get those real kind of like strong, kind of like action kind of moments. You get the kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like always enjoyed that. Like it showed that Harry he had range. You know what I mean? He didn't just write whatever. Like I think he would have watched the film a few times and really kind of figured out what he felt would work. And I've always kind of found that fascinating. Like, how do these composers come up with this stuff? You know what I mean? Like, I'd love to be a fly on the wall and like see like their process of like how they come up with a lot of this stuff. But yeah, I just wanted to quickly mention that I also love that moment just after after Shelley has done his prank, the way he's like, I didn't mean to. And the way Andy just looks at him, he's like, you never mean to. always got to laugh at me. I remember my old man like pointing that out as being funny as a kid. And I used to always say that to like friends. Like, anytime like a friend would say something along the lines of what Shelley would say, like, oh, I didn't mean to do that. I'd always be the Andy and be, you never mean to.
Yeah, that's fun.
But, here you go.
Oh, I just said that's fun.
Yeah, but yeah, you're right, man. Harry, man, he really, he's. I mean, it can't be said too many times, and it can't be understated. Just how important his contributions to this franchise really are. You know what I mean? Like, it adds so much to it. Like when I think about it, a lot of the films that I love, like a lot of them are getting by a lot on the terrific scores. Like what would Star Wars be, without Williams' score, or Williams again for Superman, or Jurassic Park, or Bernard Herrmann for things like Psycho and things. You know what I mean? Music's definitely important, man.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't see a lot of newer movies, but I don't know if it was you who we discussed it with, or I do a lot of talking to a lot of people about a lot of movies and stuff, but I almost feel like the movie score era, the best of the movie score era is behind us, more or less, from what few new movies that I see these days.
Yeah, I think we've touched upon that when I've been on the show. And yeah, I totally agree, man. I can't think of one film, man, probably in like 10 years, off the top of my head, that I felt had like a really good score to it. It really is a lost art, and it's like a very missing component from a lot of modern films. I mean, I think that's at least part of the reason why we don't have the same affinity for a lot of these newer films. You know what I mean? I mean, music even like is a big part of like what invokes, like heart in a movie and like feeling for characters and things like that. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, if you think of something like, just as an example, like going back to Star Wars for a minute, I mean, like all the characters in those movies, pretty much have their own themes. Like, like Luke has his theme, Vader has like the Imperial March and things like that. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of films nowadays have nothing like that. And I think it's a big reason why, a lot of films feel soulless and why a lot of them feel, just incomplete and why they struggle to evoke emotion and why they're also somewhat forgettable, a lot of films.
Well, I'd say that is very, very wonderfully well said. I agree.
Yeah, what about the moment? Did it ever make you laugh? The moment where Vera's taken off in the little buggy and the way Shelley runs after her, or the way he runs.
Yep, yep, and those tight-fitting pants and stuff. It's kind of funny. I don't know if it's kind of a generational thing. I don't know if that's how the early '80s were, where it's kind of just like, oh, can I borrow your car? I don't know if that was kind of unrealistic and or if it's just how the times were or something California. But I always thought that was kind of funny. I need to get out of here. Can I use your car? Oh, sure. Here's the keys. Like it's a tennis racket or something.
Yeah, especially kind of considering that he doesn't even know her, like at all. Like I grew up around a lot of folks that would kind of borrow each other's cars at times if someone had their car in the shop or they were just learning to drive or something like that. But like I don't remember too many cases of like when someone's literally just met someone like minutes before and they're like, yeah, hey, take my car for a spin,
Yeah, I think that's pretty funny. And once again, I don't know if it's I can't imagine it's a coincidence. Two Steve Miner Friday the 13th in both movies, a Volkswagen Beetle.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I've never really thought of that, but yeah, you're right about that. I just wanted to mention too, about the way Shelley runs there, and I remember in the commentary and things like Larry Zerner mentioning, "I don't run like that. That was the shoes. It was those goddamn shoes. Like they were too, like slippery or whatever, like or too big on him or something like that." He blamed the shoes, but yeah, always laugh when I see that moment. But yeah, you're right about the Volkswagen bug thing.
One thing that that's really funny, just thinking about the moment after Shelley pulls that prank, is then we have this little bit of scene kind of describing, or a little bit of an overture to Chris's kind of bitchy whiny scene in the midway through the movie of her going off into the brush and Debbie coming after her and just like, oh, that's his way of getting attention. He doesn't know what happened. And it's funny that when I watched this movie with the buddy, there's a scene that in that scene Chris is like, well, the other woman's like, well, how are things with Rick going? And it's like, okay, but he just doesn't understand. And my buddy's kind of like frustrated. He's like, because you don't tell him, kind of like, I don't know. It's hard to it's hard to explain. It's kind of like he was just frustrated at her. Ah, God, I don't even know if I can put it in words, but you might know what I mean. It's kind of like the eternal man versus woman problem in lack of communication kind of a thing. But it's funny how that scene, I think the character of Chris probably, rubbed him the wrong way too. She's just kind of whiny, isn't she?
Yeah, I mean that's part of my problem with her, and I can certainly relate there, man. With girls, I mean, I've felt confused before because I feel like there's something they're not telling me. You know what I mean? I guess most guys have experienced that. But speaking about that particular scene, I know that whole thing was improvised. That wasn't in the script. They just, pretty much, put the camera in front of them. Yeah, probably Steve put the camera in front of them and said, "All right, go." Like improvise a scene right here. So, um, yeah, I always thought that was kind of cool. But yeah, like that's the thing with her, man. Like she really is whiny, man. Um, But I mean, if you want, we can move on to yeah, the great little scene in the little shopping mart with Vera and Shelley, where they run into the the biker gang, Fox and Loco and Ali.
Yeah, I got to tell you, this movie, for as many, as much as I definitely regard it as a drop down in quality and seriousness from the first couple films. I mean, I do enjoy it and love it for its just offbeat goofiness, and in this scene, goofy characters, goofy, performers to portray the characters, goofy scenarios, and this scene is obviously one just to pad the movie with three extra kills before, to basically three people to kill before we start killing our main characters. And this scene is pretty damn funny, like where Shelley's just looking at the adult magazines and come across the biker gang pulling out the wallet, and is this your rubber? And it's just a funny and awkward scene, isn't it?
Yeah. And I mean, yeah, I'm the same as you, man. Like, yeah, I've done the film here and there, you know what I mean? But like, yeah, I mean, there definitely is fun to be had, you know what I mean? In this movie, there is definitely some memorable moments. I mean, it kind of goes without saying in a way, But yeah, I always thought that scene was funny. Yeah, like just the way Vera's like just ropeable, like having to say, "May I please have the wallet, ma'am?" you know, like I remember watching that scene as a kid and being like, "Why doesn't she just slap her one and take that wallet?" And I mean, obviously, they're kind of intimidating and all that. I get that, but I don't know, man. I'm a pretty proud person. I don't think I could do that. I think I would retaliate regardless of how scary those dudes were. Even though I'd probably get my ass kicked 9 ways a Sunday.
Well, yeah, there's definitely two ways to handle it, either the way she did or the way Arnold Schwarzenegger would. But did you ever notice watching the movie that I don't know, maybe they filmed this scene like in December or November or something? Because like if you look on the walls, like behind the woman that's behind the counter, it looks like there's some kind of like Christmassy, like red and like, I don't know, like snowy kind of. It looks like Christmas. I don't know how to describe it. Like they're making a chimney out of, with some paper on the wall, like maybe a red chimney with some, white paper to signify snow or something. That's always something that's kind of,
Yeah, I have noticed that.
yeah.
I have noticed that. Yeah, you could be right. It could have been shot. Yeah, maybe later on. I mean, who knows? Maybe they come up with a bit of this subplot. Maybe later on in the shooting schedule. You know what I mean? I mean, it's no secret, that some films, you start production with like, a rough outline of a script. You know what I mean? Like a somewhat half finished script. You know what I mean? So. I mean, who's to say? I do know. I know this store is still there. It looks different now, of course, but it's still an operating, little mart to this day. And actually, yeah, Larry Zerner is actually in like some of the docos and stuff. He's actually gone back there and like thrown the wallet at the camera and things like that. Like he's pretty into being like involved with this franchise, dude. Like, yeah, I've seen him on like numerous like YouTube podcasts and things like that. Like, we could probably get him on here if we really wanted to, dude. He's pretty cool in that way, and I know like he's been pretty involved with like explaining like the lawsuit stuff to do with a lawsuit and all that is like overshadowing the franchise nowadays, and because I mean, I'm sure you're aware that he's no longer an actor; he's an entertainment lawyer and things like that. So he's able to give some closure on that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I was aware of that, and I agree. He seems to be he's to have the exact right, in my opinion, attitude and fun and towards his experience and his history with the movie. I think he really it'd be nice if everyone, could embrace their history with the franchise the way he does. I think it's really fun how he embraces it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't know, dude. Like, I don't know how if you're, known, for like a particular movie that's iconic and all those sort of things. Like, I don't know how you can't have fun with that. You know what I mean? Like I was saying earlier, the chick that plays Chili, she wants nothing to do with the movie, or the fans or whatever. And I don't know, man. I don't know, just me personally, but I don't see how someone could feel that way. You know what I mean? Like when people, want to praise you years later because like, you were in this slasher film, you know what I mean? That like at the time, I guess you thought was just another job, you know what I mean? I mean, if it was me, I mean, I couldn't go out of my way far enough to go to cons and whatnot. You know what I mean? I mean, it's not like you're famous to the level where, you're walking around everywhere and people are gonna, mob you. You know what I mean? It's not like, you're Leonardo DiCaprio or something like that. Like I'm sure Larry Zona can walk around most places and he's gonna be all right. You know what I mean? I remember him saying like around the time the film came out, he'd get recognised from time to time. But yeah, man, I can't imagine how you wouldn't get a kick out of it. But I don't know if you've ever thought about this, but like, what's the deal with the bikie gang? Like, what's the mission here? What, they just terrorize this like little, supermarket store or whatever? Like, I mean, Crystal Lake seems like a pretty remote kind of area for like a bikie gang to try to like, extort and things like that. Unless, I don't know, it's possible maybe they're just passing through. I mean, who really knows? Have you ever really thought about that?
No, again, I just chuck it up to just the Friday the 13th Part 3, just kind of nonsensical. Well, we it's too early to kill the main characters, so we got to have some people to kill before the main characters. How do we do that? Okay, well, let's just do this and that, and to me, I just chalk it up as just that. So how can we get three kills before the main characters start dropping? And again, just like with so much of the other stuff that happens in the movie, I do kind of admire, the movie for the absurdity of just the random three bikers, and you've kind of got, if I can go there, you've got two more heavily melanated individuals with the kind of the token white guy, if you will, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah. Speaking of that, in the novelization, the white guy, Loco, he was actually black. Like I think in the original script, he was also supposed to be a dark guy.
Yeah, that's one can only assume that someone, made the decision that God, this is could be possibly painting a certain kind of people in a bad light if all three of them are of the same what.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a very good point. I mean, I've never really thought too much about that, but yeah, you're I guess even in the '80s they were somewhat aware of that sort of thing. Are you aware of the chick that plays Fox? She's passed away, I think, like a few years ago.
Yeah, that's a bummer. Honestly, it's funny because when I was trying to think of most vulnerable, I mean, she's another example of just like God, like every single woman in this movie. I think she's pretty goddamn hot, and she was back in that video. I don't know if it was one of them videos when she was actually at the filming location. She was, I don't know how old she was, but she was still pretty good looking in that video. Yeah, that's just a bummer to hear, as the
I think
years.
she was prettier then, to be honest. I think she aged like a fine wine. I think she looked better in that video than she does in this movie, quite frankly.
Well, yeah, I can certainly understand that. I like both versions personally, but I think you're right. I mean, to a certain extent, she shines more in that interview than she does in the movie. I guess maybe because she's not being a bitchy character in that interview. But you're absolutely right, and yeah, it is cool how not to go too racial about it, but I do respect the movie for like kind of switching it up honestly and having three characters and just one of the guys is white and honestly that just paints a kind of a cool just a cool picture of like people. It's kind of cool honestly that you've got a group of three people and two of them are one race and the others the other another race and it's like not even mentioned. And I actually not to harp too much on it, but I actually think it's kind of cool.
No, I'm totally there with you. It is interesting, yeah, and especially for the era it was made. Also, like I know you're not too familiar with this film, but the actor that plays Ali, I'm blanking on his name. I think it's Savage something. His name. I think his last name is Savage. But actually, like Tracy Savage, I think they both got the same last name to be honest, or I could be wrong. But anyway, he's actually got a small role in Fright Night, which is my favorite vampire flick. He's like just a bouncer in one scene, and Jerry Dandridge makes quick work of him.
Well, that's really cool.
Yeah, but there's actually another scene that was never shot that I've heard Larry Zerner mention before, where actually I think Ali or maybe the whole gang catch up with them on the road, and Shelley shoots some sort of like skyrocket or something at one of the bikes and like makes Ali crash. But I know they never shot the scene, but yeah, I've heard him mention that before. And I also kind of like, I mean, this scene in particular, like where like he smashes up their windows and that, and Shelley's like, he went too far this time, and like actually shows some balls and like goes back after him and like does in his bike. Like that moment, I remember that like, like making me, like Shelley a little bit, more actually feeling for him. Like, yeah, like the dude, yeah, he might be a goofball, but it's probably like the first time in his life that he's shown balls, you know what I mean? And it's like, yeah, it's good for the character, yeah.
Yeah, I probably would have forgotten to mention that, but I agree that is a really cool Shelley moment, and honestly, it makes you as a viewer hope that maybe it helps to get in better with Vera. I want to also mention that god dang, you didn't used to be able to see this back on the pan and scan VHS and Laserdisc versions, but because it's the widest of the we didn't even mention that, but because it's shot in 3D, it's also that really wide kind of Panavision widescreen ratio of this of the only one of the franchise of the 80s anyway until the frickin' '09 film. But I want to say also that Vera, if you just stare at Vera in that scene where they're kind of like in the VW bug, if you just stare at stare at her throughout the whole scene, like she's really just stunning, and just her face in some of those shots, like oh my god.
Yeah, she's a stunner, man. Like I said, for me, definitely most bonable, and I mean, I could totally see her being the final girl in this movie, man. Like, I think, yeah, she would fit into that role very easily. And I think if the roles were reversed, if she was playing Chris, like, yeah, man, I got to say, I think this film, just with that change alone, would be instantly improved and um, would be an even better film.
Yeah, I there's a very good possibility that would be true.
I like though how like when they get back to the farm, how like they just sort of hand him back his keys. Oh, your car's trash, but it's not really our fault. See ya.
Oh my god, I know. It's like just
Like,
kind
man,
of
if that was me, I'd be ropeable, man.
honestly probably kind of realistic at how some people would feel about it too, like in regards to the people that are responsible for it being destroyed. My poor car, what'd you do to it?
Yeah, exactly. Um, I don't know if you're aware of this, but the chick that plays Debbie, Tracy Savage, she actually went on to become like a news anchor.
Yeah, yeah, but I am aware of that. I've seen the images of her online as like the news anchor.
Yeah, yeah, she like a yeah, I think she had like a bit to do with like the OJ case, like she covered that, and I believe like yeah, I think there's like I can't remember if I've seen this or if I've maybe just heard her mention it, but I could swear I've seen footage of like her, yeah, like being on the news and like one of the like co anchors and stuff saying like some Friday reference to her and stuff, like kind of giving a shit for being in this movie, like kind of giving a friendly ribbing to her, man. But yeah, I always thought that was kind of interesting. And apparently, she'd been in movies when she was a kid and things, and this was like her first movie that she made as like an adult, and I think it was her last movie that she ever appeared in too. And yeah, I guess it's as good a time as any to mention that that it's really sad, man, that the ranch is no longer around. That it got burnt down by some stupid fans.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's for darn sure. Just think of the money they could be raking in. They could have been raking in all these years.
Yeah. Do you know much about that story? I mean, I guess I'll tell it, but have you heard much about it?
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't. I've heard the basic details that I guess some fans were in there and tried to make a. Well, I don't want to take the spotlight from you. You can tell it.
Okay. Yeah, well, yeah, basically some fans went in there and yeah, they thought that it was a real fireplace, so they lit a fire and yeah, they lit the whole ranch up and yeah, like the yeah, pretty much like one of the guys who was mainly involved, like was kind of boasting about it on ForEarthAndIf.com. And he like pretty much like showed pictures and like he wrote like a little blurb like I killed Jason and things like and I've seen no well sorry I've heard like an interview with the guy that runs the website somewhere like a few years ago and he kind of like told his story of like how I think like someone told him like that it was on his website and he's like looking at it thinking is this real like what the heck like and yeah like they ended up the cops ended up tracking the guy down and like he denied it obviously but they walked into his house and the first thing they saw was he had like some posters from the franchise like hanging up in his like apartment or whatever so they definitely knew that he was involved with it.
Yeah, what a gosh darn bummer. That's for darn sure.
Yeah, it's just another one of those cases of like it. Well, actually, come to think of it, that's the second um, piece of real estate involved with the franchise that got burnt down, along with the casino from the second movie, which I've never really thought of that correlation.
Yeah, that's a good point. So many of the locations from the early films either burn down or get demolished. What a dang bummer.
Yeah, I mean the barn's still there. I'm sure you're aware of that. The funny thing is, like movie magic, is a great thing. Like, I mean, I've seen some videos of like the locations for this, like obviously the ranch area and stuff, and this barn looks so much smaller, like in real life. I'm telling you, Nate, like it looks half the size in real life.
Yeah, I wouldn't be at all surprised.
Yeah, and it looks a lot different nowadays. Like it's pretty worn, and apparently, like from time to time, a mountain lion like lives in that barn now.
Yikes, that's enough to scare you.
Yeah, yeah, it's amazing what you can learn, man, when you watch a lot of YouTube and listen to podcasts and stuff. But yeah, like I know obviously you're aware of it because I've seen you do videos and stuff on it. But yeah, they're planning on rebuilding the ranch and stuff. Which I mean, yeah, it's not exactly the same thing anymore. You know what I mean? I mean, it'd be cool, but I do know the owner like still has the staircase. Apparently, the staircase survived, and that nice spiral staircase. I think in that other film though, the Zero Boys, like I think there's a different staircase that they had in that movie, if I remember correctly. I mean, I've only seen it once, but I remember thinking that was kind of strange. And yeah, this whole ranch was actually it was built for this movie, so it was like really the first time one of the Fridays had like an actual, I guess, set, yeah, built for the movie itself.
They did a really good job with it because one thing that I do like about this movie is yeah, I do think the interior of the the Higgins Haven kind of cabin, if you will, or whatever you want to call it, is actually pretty. It comes across as looking really old and just like it's been there and in the family for generations. And I do like the kind of country feel to the interior and the wood and the design and the carpentry and just the feel of the inside of the location and the production design of the inside of it. I think really it kind of, even though it doesn't take place in like a camp, camp or camp counselor training center location, I think the interior does manage to kind of give you a little bit of that country feel.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, I just wanted to mention. I don't know how many times I've floated Jason like running around, this location in the game. Have a lot of fun with Jason at the barn, like climbing in and out of the windows, getting him frustrated, trying to shift after me to grab me and stuff like. Um, yeah, it's a fun map to play in the video game.
Yeah, I don't doubt it.
Yeah, but you're totally right though. Yeah, it looks like it's been there forever. The barn as well, and that. Yeah, I know. Yeah, they use the location in a lot of TV shows apparently too. Like I think the barn at one point. I think there was an episode of Knight Rider where Kit came out of the barn, and I think an episode of like the A Team was shot there and things like that. Um, which is yeah, kind of cool and interesting. But yeah, have you ever noticed? I'm sure you have, but like when Fox bites the dust, that you can kind of see her moving a little bit there. Like you can see like her neck kind of move and stuff a little bit. Like she's not completely still.
Oh, when she's like the pitchfork down to the rafter thing.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, I think so, but I mean that can't be the most comfortable setup. I think that image of her, frickin' pitchfork to the rafter thing, and the way they rigged that with whatever straps, harness, whatever. I mean, I think that really works pretty good, and it holds up really well. And that the camera move, they go from, they pan down to see her feet just dangling there, and in the music and stuff. I think that's really effective.
yeah. I have to agree. Yeah, it's definitely an effective kill. Um, I think to this day, if you go into that barn, into that area up the top, you can still see the marks where the pitchfork was set, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, that sounds great. Like I said, I told you before that me and my dad were in California in 2010, and I tried to drive to this this filming location, not realizing that, well, it's going to have a security guard at the entrance, and we're not going to be able to get in. But I'm pretty sure we were at the right place. The surroundings, with the kind of the hills and stuff looked familiar. It was kind of like very frustrating to probably be at the gate and not being able to get in. I don't know what I was expecting, but oh well.
Yeah, that's a bummer, man. Like I've mentioned, I don't know if it was like on one of the previous podcasts or one of the live shows, but yeah, not all that long ago, like probably less than a year ago. I think it was when I first heard about they were going to rebuild the the Haven itself. Guy's channel, Scott on Tape, he went to the location, and I think it took him like a year, or could even have been 2 years of like keeping in contact with the owner and stuff to like finally organize a time when he could go out there and see it, man. Like, I mean, I have seen a few location videos done on it, but from what I've heard, it's not the easiest property to get onto, and I think especially since the fire, like, but since the ranch got burnt down, I think before that it was probably a lot easier to get onto, and actually that's also something that comes to mind. I'm not sure if it's mentioned on one of the documentaries, or I heard it somewhere. I know I heard it somewhere, but apparently they even shot a porno on that location at one point too.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Here's something I always thought was funny. Have you ever noticed that Rick is wearing almost the same sweater as Mrs. Voorhees?
Oh yeah, I think I have. Yeah, I wonder if that's intentional. Is there any word on that or not, or just I guess a sweater's a sweater.
No, I've never really heard it confirmed or denied, but I remember noticing that like years ago, thinking, hey, wait a minute, that's like a very similar sweater that Mrs. Voorhees is wearing in the OG.
Yeah, that's true. Is this a good opportunity to talk about the dreaded Chris describing her dreaded past with a prowler in the woods?
We can get to that in just a second. I just wanted to quickly mention the scene where Shelley and Andy are juggling. Originally, that was supposed to be a ping pong scene, and they wanted him to hit the ping pong balls into the camera, but you just can't do that with ping pong because it's just too unpredictable and things like that. So Larry Zerner, I know he was a pretty good juggler to begin with, and the guy who played Andy could juggle a little bit, and I know Larry helped him get a little bit better. So they did the juggling scene instead, and I just kind of like that little moment where he has that little interaction with Vera, and Vera just shuts him down. You know what I mean? It's like, can't this guy take a hint? It's like, I mean, come on, man. You know?
Oh yeah, that's absolutely true. And another thing that I probably would have forgot to mention if you hadn't have brought that juggling scene up is there's Steve Miner, of course, directed Friday 2 and 3, and there's that scene. Those two scenes there's two scenes that are very similar in regards to a girlfriend baiting the boyfriend away from another activity onto another activity. Of course, it's the what's her name in
Don't wear yourself out, Jeff. Save some energy for me.
right from part 2, and then this one is I can think much better things for you to be doing with your hands.
Yeah, exactly. And that's women for you. Always trying to pull the boys apart and get in between.
Yeah.
God damn him.
I think that's funny how he just stops juggling and he's just like, you win.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I always thought that was interesting. Yeah, how they had to pretty much come up with that juggling thing kind of on the spot, and just happened to be lucky enough that they could both juggle, because I don't know about you, but I can't juggle. I cannot do it. I cannot juggle three things in the air. I can't do it.
Yeah, I don't think that I can do it either.
And I've tried many a times, and I just cannot get the hang of it. But yeah, yeah, I kind of also like just after that part where like yeah, like Vera walks outside and you get that kind of nice, kind of creepy shot of like Shelley stoking the fire and Jason's just sort of lurking outside, like outside of the window area there, kind of just like looking at him, kind of like trying to size up who to go for next, who's vulnerable.
Yeah, that shot was always actually cool, and I don't know if it's a kind of an intentional production design bit, but when I watched that bit and that shot of like looking in the window from the outside of Shelley at the fireplace, so you can see like in the window there's like a crack, there's like a hole in the window, like it's been cracked and a little part has been broken out. So if that was like a production design kind of aging thing, that's really cool.
Don't think I've ever noticed that, but yeah, good call, man. Um, yeah, and I like that. I like that little moment with Andy and Debbie, and Andy's like, "How do we do it?" And she's like, "Well, first we take our clothes off, and then you get on top of me, or I can get on top of you." I know how to do it. How do we do it in a hammock?
Oh
And I
yeah.
always often thought, like, how would you have sex in a hammock, man? Like, I don't think I'd be game enough to try it. I think somehow you get hurt.
Yeah, it might not even be possible. It's hard enough to just lay in a hammock and not fall out.
Yeah, I don't think I've actually ever laid in a hammock, but I can imagine like it being difficult to yeah, like friggin' do any kind of activity, like even roll over and like hug someone. I think would be a challenge.
Yeah, good old movie magic.
But yeah, we can get to Dana Kimmel's best performance in the movie, mate. Her little tale of what happened to her with Jason in the past. Yeah, you can take it from here if you want.
Yeah, okay. Well, I always thought, and it's funny, like ever since I was a teenager, I always thought just how ridiculous it is that, and it's kind of probably one of this movie's biggest freaking f ups, and probably just for me, it's like the single most sloppy, probably, you know, sloppy element to the movie altogether is that we're introducing this character in this third film, and all of a sudden this character in this third film has this past with Jason when he looks, because we didn't even really mention that Jason in part three for some reason is like completely bald, where in the second film he had all kinds of long hair and stuff, and the sloppiness of the fact that this flashback thing that happened with Chris happened sometime, we don't even know how. She says, what she say is she's it's only been 2 years, but it seems like forever. She says a certain amount of time since she's
I
been.
think it's a year. I think it's a year. But you know as well as I know, Nate, that Jason, after killing Harold and Edna, he went into their bathroom and he shaved his head with one of Harold's razors.
Well, that would make sense, except for he had no hair when he was out lurking by the clotheslines before he even killed him.
God damn you using logic.
Thank you.
Nah, but yeah, you're totally right, man. I mean, I remember, yeah, that was like probably one of the very first like times I ever like really noticed like a really bad snafu in continuity, man, with the series. It's like, wait a minute, this is a flashback, but why does he look like he does in this movie? Like it's yeah. I mean, there's no two ways about it. It's very sloppy, and um, I mean, you kind of need some kind of scene to explain why she is so whiny and why she's saying like, oh, he just doesn't understand and things like that. But I don't know. Like, I've just thought of this right now. But I don't know, mate. I mean, it would have been really progressive for the time, but maybe Chris is, a lesbian. Maybe she could have just told him, look, I'm a lesbian. Like, that's why I'm being weird with you.
Yeah, that could explain a lot. I mean, she sure doesn't seem to want to hop in the sack with the guy.
Yeah. I mean, something to dwell upon. But I guess I've got to ask you, the burning question. Did Jason or didn't he?
Yeah, it's possible that he did, and he just shoots blanks, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, like, she blacks out. She says, I blacked out. I don't know what happened after that. Like, what happened, dude? Like, did she black out and did Jason at that point take advantage of her? Or, obviously, rape her? Or did he, like, think that she was dead and, like, just walked off or whatever? Or, this is something that I've thought about a little bit, like, over the years. Like, did somehow her parents come across what was going on? Like, did like her dad like scare Jason off or something like that? You know what I mean? Like when they're out like in their travels, like looking for her.
Yeah,
Because obviously it would have been just after like she had that fight with her parents because she says like she came home and it was late and her mum slapped her and it was the first time her mum had ever hit her. She couldn't believe it and I'm guessing that her parents probably went out looking for her after that and great and I mean it's great line delivery right there from her, isn't it?
yeah. I mean, I just find that whole story just ridiculous, and it's kind of the ending of it is even the most ridiculous. When I woke up, I was in my own bed. I mean, it's just almost like a grade school kid wrote that scene in the dialogue. It's just like it's just devoid
I
of
turn around and standing there was this hideous man with a face so grotesque, almost inhuman. I don't know how I was even able to think, but I kicked the knife out of his hands and I ran. I
that's
mean, dude, yeah.
That's pretty
Huh?
good. And what's funny about that scene is, the movie's 3D, and then you have, this horrible dissolve thing, which is like a half dissolve that sustains throughout her flashback, where it's like her telling the story plus the flashback of it going on. It gives you a headache in 2D, and then when you throw 3D into the mix, it's like, oh my God. It's like we're seeing two different scenes at once in 3D. Talk about a headache.
That's a very good point. I've never really thought of that, but yeah, it's not really a well designed scene for a 3D movie. I can imagine, yeah, that really giving you a headache. But I mean, like, don't get me wrong, I kind of like the idea of, this bit of backstory with this character, but it's just not executed well. You know what I mean? Like, from, like, Jason not having the right garb on or the right look that he should have, in this period. Obviously, he should be looking a lot more like he does in part two. But it's just, it's just not done very well, man. And I do know, like in the book, it's and this is where I'm gonna, start giving like some more intel on like why Dana Kimmel kind of annoys me, like even just as like her own views as a person and stuff, like being involved with his movies. She even vetoed like there's a line in the script and that's in one of the versions of the book where she mentions that I think she said to her parents, like when she got home, that her and Rick had been having sex, and she apparently pulled Steve Miner to the side, and she's like, "I don't feel very comfortable saying this line. Like, is it okay if we change it? Like, it's like, come on, man. Like, you know what you signed on for. You're playing a character. You're an actor. It is not a reflection on who you are or your morals as a person in the real world. It's a fucking character in a movie, mate." I mean, I don't know what your thoughts are on that, but I just find that silly.
Well, yeah, so here's my two-part response to that. I guess, to be fair, I don't agree with it, but she's thinking of young people who might go to see this movie and probably like, oh, she doesn't want to set that kind of example, which means, if you've got a relationship and you're not married and that sex is involved. And it's what's so funny though is if, she wants to take the sex out of her little relationship with Rick in her past of her character. I mean, that doesn't mean that the audience isn't putting that in there anyway. The way she says it is, I didn't, that my parents were so mad, but I didn't care. We had such a great time. I mean, that could, translate to a horny teenager watching the movie that they had sex anyway. So it's like it doesn't really matter what is said.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I don't need the line to be there so much. It's just, I don't know, man. It's just, I don't know. I just don't see where, like, it's like she's more focused on who she is as a person than playing this character. You know what I mean? And I don't get that sort of thing off, any of the other Final Girls from the series, as far as I can think of the top of my head. Quite frankly, you know what I mean. But I mean, I guess I don't know. It's a little bit of a little thing, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. I kind of find it silly.
Yeah, I hear you. It is kind of petty, but people will be people, I guess.
Yeah, going back to Richard Brooker for just a minute. It's also yeah, interesting to note that, like, I mean, I've heard him saying that, like, yeah, he went up to Steve Miner and he's like, what's my motivation in this movie? As Jason, he's like, you have no motivation. You're like the shark in Jaws. You just kill. That's it. And him saying that, he was asking Steve, like, could there be a moment in the movie where, I lift up the mask and you can see my real face? And Steve's like, no, don't do that. He's like, well, I want my mum to know that I was in the movie. So I think, like, a few days later or something, that Steve Miner came to the set with a T-shirt that said, I played the monster in Friday the 13th Part 3, and yeah, gave it to Richard Brooker.
Oh yeah, that's really cool. I think I remember hearing that.
Yeah, and there was actually two designs for the Jason makeup in this film. The original version, I think, was done by Stan Winston, and they didn't really like it. So yeah, Jason originally had a pretty different look in this movie, and it was what was used in the deleted ending, which I'll talk about a little bit later. But yeah, I always thought that was interesting, and yeah, Richard Brooker was saying that yeah, he had to, like, drink, like, tiger's milk or some shit to, like, get some nourishment, being in yeah, the Jason makeup. Like, that's the thing about Jason. Like, I think that's a big reason why some, well, yeah, pretty much most of the actors didn't want to come back and play the role a second time, because it's a hard job, man. Like, you're in, all that makeup for at least part of the shoot, and you know, pretty physical role, and a lot of hours in the makeup chair.
Yeah, that's probably a good point. And obviously Kane Hodder being surviving a horrible burn. I mean, wearing makeup is nothing compared to what he's experienced.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, I don't know if you've seen his documentary, The Hell and Back, but when you hear about what he went through, jeez, dude, like, that sounds like a living torture, man. Like, agony beyond belief. You know?
Yeah, I was able to see that online for free a while back, and yeah, it's truly remarkable that after that happened to him that he'd go on to still do burn stunts. That's something.
Yeah, well, I think I'll talk about this obviously more when we do part 7, but I think when he did the burn stunt in the climax for that film, that was the first time he'd ever been lit on fire again since the accident. So I've heard him talk about like how he was kind of shaking in his boots a little bit doing that.
Yeah,
Understandably.
very understandable. I was gonna say as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to mention I love that little scene. Well, that little moment where Vera's hanging out down by the lake and stuff, and Shelley jumps out and grabs her, and that's the first glimpse we get of the iconic hockey mask. And I just like the little exchange between them both, and Vera's like, Shelley, why do you do these stupid things? And he's like, I have to. No, you don't have to. And he's like, it's better than being nothing. She's like, I never said you were nothing. He's like, you don't have to say it. I can tell.
Yeah, those are fun scenes.
Yeah, they really are, man. Like we've said, this is one of the films that that wasn't as focused on the acting because of the 3D aspect and things like that. But you get a few moments here and there where the characters get a chance to shine and things like that, and that's always cool in my book. Here's something would be interesting to see if you've ever thought of. That like the hockey mask, dude. Like you can clearly tell that like the one Shelley's wearing can't be the same one that Jason's wearing because it'd be a different size on Brooker's head. Like Brooker's got a very different shaved head to Shelley.
Yeah, I don't think the viewer is supposed to really make that connection. They're just supposed to be enjoying the movie. Honestly, I never really even thought of that myself, so that's a pretty good point.
Yeah, yeah. I can't take credit for that one. I've heard that somewhere before, but it's kind of interesting. But I like the little scene of like Shelley like going into the barn and he's looking for Chuck and Chili and that. And he's like, "Hey, you guys doing something I shouldn't see?"
Yeah.
But what's your thoughts on like Shelley's kind of half kind of off-screen death? Like, would you have preferred to have seen it, or do you like the way it's sort of executed in the film?
Well, I think it's actually the perfect example or perfect reason to do an off-screen kill because the way the character's set up, he's pretends to be killed and pop up and to prank on people. I think it's the perfect setup. It's one of the movie's strengths, honestly, is the setup of Shelley being a prankster, pretending like he's a dead body, and then having him disappear and show up with the slit throat later because the viewer doesn't even know if it's real or not. So I think it was handled perfectly, and as I said, one of the movie's biggest strengths, really.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that, man. And I've often thought like it's got to be one of the most like effective off-screen killing. It's like the one that makes the most sense. You know what I mean? Like probably out of the whole franchise, and maybe even as far as like like slasher history.
Yeah, I was trying to think. Gosh, are there any off-screen kills in part two? I can't even think of any.
Yeah, Terry.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's the only one I think from part two. But most of the films have, as far as I can think of, usually they have at least one. Like in the first one, it's that character that I can never remember her name.
Yeah,
But the archery ring.
Brenda.
Yeah, Brenda. Oh, and also uh, Nettie. You don't see him copy. You see like the aftermath, but
Well, Christ, if
um,
you're, if, yeah,
yeah,
there's at least three in the first one. Then Bill.
yeah, that's true. Also, yeah. Well, there you go. Yeah, three. But actually, funny enough, I think we did this the last couple of shows. So I'll ask you again. Um, what's your favorite kill in this one? Do you have one?
Oh hell, put me on the spot. Did you ask me that for part two? Oh yeah, maybe you did. Yeah, I probably said like the
Pretty sure I did. Yeah,
okay.
yeah. I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure I said the double impalement, and I think did you go with Mark's kill maybe or
yeah, I think I
I can't
probably
remember.
did. Uh, God dang, yeah. I guess I'd have to think about it. Perhaps you can talk and I'll think about it.
Yeah, no worries. Well, for me, I mean, it's I mean, there is the best looking chick in the movie, and she gets the best kill in the movie. I mean, and it's like the most iconic moment in the movie, and one of the most iconic moments, like in the history of Friday the 13th, like to me and the whole franchise, like that scene where Jason walks out on that dock, wearing that hockey mask for the very first time, um, is just so cool, and just the way Brooker moves, like he moves with such purpose, and I love that whole exchange where she thinks it's Shelley and she's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I dropped your wallet," and it slowly dawns on her like that doesn't look like Shelley, and he's like lining the shot up, to get her, and she's like, "Hey, now cut that out, it's not funny," and you're like, "Yeah, Jason, he's a crack shot. He doesn't often miss, and he nails it perfectly right in the freaking eye." And just
Ooh.
the way he swaggers off, like the way he just like shoots it with the harpoon gun, drops it, and just swaggers off, and you get that great shot where he just stops on a mark, and the camera pans up to what's going on in the house with Debbie and Andy finish their happy time, if you will.
Yeah, I had some time to think, and honestly, I'd say the Vera one is up there, but I really actually like Andy's, dispatchment as well, and Chili, the I think the hot fire poker going all the way through you is pretty good. So those I can't really boil it down to one. Those three stick out for me.
Interesting. Yeah, I just wanted to mention, like with the Vera kill, I know like they couldn't keep reusing that makeup effect on her eye. Like as soon as she would hit the water, it would just like slide off, like it was like some sort of like acrylic material. So it would just as soon as it was like spongy kind of stuff. So as soon as it would like kind of soak up the water, it just slide off her eye. So yeah, that's pretty interesting. But yeah, good choices. The only problem I've ever had, though, to be honest, with the Andy kill, is you don't get a good look at it. You just don't get a good enough look at it. I mean, yeah, you kind of get the aftermath look at him, but I mean, I remember that like even as a kid, being like a big disappointment to me. You know what I mean? I'm like, man, I really wanted Jason. Yeah, well, I really wanted to see Jason, like slice him like right up the friggin' middle of him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. But even if they had, I mean, you can bet it probably would have been hadn't have been cut anyway. One of the things about that kill that I think if you pause the shot, what I think is really goofy is I don't know if you've ever paused that when. Anyway, I'll just describe it. If you pause that shot where it's like the shot from the ground and facing up and the machete comes down, it's like they have it set up in the most weird, goofy way ever, where it's like they put down like a so the camera's like facing up, and they put down like a big piece of whatever, big, huge, thick piece of plexiglass, something to you can see right through. Then they set them like the dummy, the dummy of Andy on top of it, so his hands are basically, so like the ground is supposed to be like the plexiglass. So have you ever paused that shot? It's absolutely ridiculous because his hands are basically just sitting on thin air, and it's really a goofy shot. Granted, you only see it for, I don't know, a quarter of a second in the movie, but if you pause the shot, it's really goofy looking.
I've never paused it, but I've noticed it for a long, long time. I know exactly what you're talking about, and yeah, it is pretty goofy.
I guess what when I call the Andy kill one of my favorites, I guess I mean more in the concept of it, maybe more than the execution. I guess.
Yeah, yeah, that's fair enough. Um, yeah, I mean, for me, like runner up, like after Vera's kill. I mean, just in context, it's probably Andy's kill. Or I mean, I don't mind Debbie's kill. I mean, it's sort of pretty reminiscent of what happens to Kevin Bacon's character Jack in the first movie. Although I will say though, like, how did she not see him under that hammock?
Right.
Like, it's a
Yeah.
hammock.
Exactly. And one would say, well, maybe he crawled under there when she was under there, but then he'd make noise. Yeah. I guess that's kind of a sloppy part of the movie. I guess they'd probably say, well, there's a blanket on there, but I don't think that would really cut it.
Yeah, and like he's not a small guy. Like he's even bigger in this one than he was in the last movie. You know what I mean? But yeah, I've often thought that was kind of goofy. But hey, I still enjoy the kill. But the one missed opportunity with that kill, with Debbie's kill, is like she's reading the Fangoria magazine, and when the blood starts dropping down on the magazine from Andy's body, the blood lands on the page with King Kong in it when it really should have landed on the page that had Tom Savini on it, obviously. Tom Savini being the king of splatter.
Wow, what a great point, and I'm surprised they screwed that up. That's a really good point. I mean, she should have seen the Godzilla page maybe, and then turned to Savini, and then the blood lands on it. Yeah, what a missed opportunity. I never thought of that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm not sure if I ever really noticed that, like, in particular until they pointed it out in the documentaries. But yeah, now that I'm like, yeah, totally aware of it, it's something that I can never forget. But maybe a reason why it happened that way was like they wanted her to turn the page a couple of times in the Savini pages before the Godzilla page. So maybe that's sort of why it ended up being that way. But I still reckon it should have been on Savini's page. Like either way,
Yeah, I'd absolutely agree with that one.
Another thing I wanted to mention, which I've always found interesting, is this is the only movie in the entire franchise where Jason's name isn't mentioned even once.
Oh, wow. I don't know if I've ever thought about that either.
Really? That's interesting, yeah. I thought you might have. I thought you would have either thought it yourself or heard it somewhere before. Yeah, I can't take credit for that. I heard that somewhere like a long, long time ago. So that one's been with me for a while. But in saying that, like since he's never actually mentioned, you could argue, that it's not actually Jason in a way if you really want to go there.
Okay, well, does that mean the rest of the movies? And I mean, obviously, this guy from part three is the guy in part four. Is that not is it not Jason for the rest of the franchise? It's just George, the mongoloid from the woods.
Well, I mean, I've heard like there's some crazy fan theories out there, man, and like there's theories like that. Like the reason why Jason can survive so many things is because it's never the same guy. It's always a copycat, and that's like why he looks different and why like he's always got a different build and things like that. Like there's some crazy stories out there, dude.
Well, those are things you definitely really can't refute, I guess. So anything's possible.
Yeah, and it kind of goes back. I mean, we'll talk about it more when we finally get to it, but I mean, that's, I think, kind of some of the reason they had for doing what they did with friggin' Jason Goes to Hell with him being a body hopper. Because it, like, it does, I mean, even though I don't like it, it does, in a weird way, kind of explain, like, why, his body mass can change, you know what I mean? Like, why sometimes he's taller or more muscular and things of that nature, I guess, you know.
It'll be interesting to see how long our Jason Goes to Hell conversation is. 30 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, it's mainly gonna just consist of, on my end, of just like bitching the whole time, probably, just complaining. I'll turn into Chris in that episode.
Yeah, yeah, that'll be interesting. And oh God, yeah.
But yeah, I like that little scene, that like little exchange in the kitchen area where Chuck's making the popcorn, and um, yeah, I think they hear like a scream, and Chili's like, "What's that?" And Chuck's like, "It's probably Debbie having an orgasm. Why don't you scream when we have sex?" He's like, "Give me something to scream about." And he's like, "Ah!" And he's like, "What the hell is that?" He's like, "Just practicing. Don't do that to me.
Yeah,
Protect the fuse box.
yeah,
In the lone, in the dark, alone. Be a man, man." Like in the novelization, man, they actually say that Chuck, even at his age, still has like a pretty bad fear of the dark. That's why he says it. Like he still sleeps with like a nightlight on and shit like that.
well, that makes sense. Yeah, see, the banter between Chuck and Chili is, some of the really, it happens, throughout the course of the movie with more than just those characters. Some of that banter, it reminds you of like the stuff earlier on with sex, sex, sex. You guys are getting boring, you know that. And what's the weekend in the country without it? And these kind of dialogue, exchanges between the characters can be really fun, even though the dialogue is kind of dumb. It's kind of dumb in a really fun way.
Yeah, that's true. Have you ever noticed, like, the scene where Chili, finally figures out that that Shelley's actually dead, and she's like running around. She's like, "Oh my god, Shelley's dead!" And you see Jason, and he picks up that hot poker, and it's like he stops on a mark, like because of the 3D effect. I think Brooker had no choice but to like do an awkward move and like stop like on an exact moment to get that 3D effect with the poker, and it always looked jarring to me. Always looked like kind of phony, for like a lack of a better term.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's what it was. It was just him just painstakingly try to put it where they wanted him to. So yeah, it definitely comes across as being, you know, looking like that. That's something I wanted to mention. I thought of it earlier and I forgot, and now I remembered again because it's featured in a movie. You've probably never seen it, but there's this movie from the '80s. Maybe it's '83, maybe '84. It's definitely after this movie by the name of. It's got James Garner and Sally Field in it by the name of Murphy's Romance. It's kind of like a romantic drama, something or other. And I kind of grew up with it. My mom kind of showed me it at a young age, so I kind of like it. But there's actually a scene where they're at a movie theater and they're actually show clips from Friday the 13th Part 3. And I want to say it's in black and white. They try to make it like an old movie or something, but there's a shot of the knife coming through Debbie, and you can hear the Chili going, "Oh my God, did it! Oh my God, did it! Did it!" And yeah,
Who did you say all the actors who were in it? James Garner. Who were the others?
Sally Field and James Garner are the two main stars.
Corey Haim's not in it, is he?
I'm not 100% sure. Not that I'm aware of, but I don't know. Why do you ask?
Because now you've made me remember something that I meant to mention earlier myself. There's a movie with Corey Haim in it where I think him and his uncle go to see this movie, and his uncle like leaves the theater like around like the time of like most of the killings and stuff. And I think it's like could be possibly set like in New York or somewhere like that. It seems like a city kind of area. And I think like his uncle's like sitting on a park bench, and Corey walks up to him, and he's like, "Pretty gory, huh?" And I remember seeing that like years ago, like on TV, I believe, which is kind of interesting that like there's a movie with Corey Haim watching this movie, and then Corey Feldman ended up being in the very next movie.
Wow, that's crazy. I did look up Murphy's Romance, and Corey Haim is in fact in it, so maybe it's the same movie.
Okay, it has to be then. Yeah, it has to be.
Because there's a line where it's like the guy says something like what you said, pretty gory, and then another character I think responds by saying it's only ketchup or something.
Yeah, like I mean, I'm working off a very old memory with this. Memory with this, like I've seen this like once, and it was like years and years ago, like probably like maybe even pre like 2000 or something like that. So long time ago. But yeah, I do remember that. Like anything to do with Friday, like it kind of does get stored in my memory somewhere, you know. Like you, I guess, with how you mentioned last episode about how there was that random ad that had like Ginny trying to start her car from part two in it.
Oh yeah, exactly.
But yeah, little tidbits like that are interesting, man. I will say I do like Rick's Kill quite a bit. You know, even though it's kind of cartoony, you know what I mean. I always thought it was kind of creepy, you know, just the way Jason's like really just holding him back, like just out of Chris's view, you know what I mean? Sort of like just holding him there like a child, you know what I mean? Like, and he's trying everything he can to get loose, and it's just hopeless because Jason's just that freaking strong, you know what I mean? Like even by this point, you know what I mean, where you could somewhat argue, you know, whichever depending on which side of the fence you fall on, whether or not he's still actually alive or if he's undead, you know.
Yeah, and to the movie's credit, that is a really kind of a cool scene because we've already kind of established with the character of what the hell is this? Oh, Rick,
Yeah,
Mister.
in the book, his name was actually Derek, but well, in the original script too, it was Derek, but they changed it because it was much easier for Donna Kimmel to yell Rick, you know, being an easier name to yell than Derek.
Yeah, absolutely, and they set up early on that Rick's kind of a macho buff muscle man, so it is really kind of a cool setup to show the viewers like Jesus, how powerful must Jason be if Rick can't even get out of his clutches.
Yeah, that's a very good point. It kind of sets up like, you know, if he had no chance, you know, what's this, you know, pretty little dark hair girl, you know, like what's she got to do? What kind of chance she got? You know what I mean? But it goes to show, you know, that it's not all brawn. You know, brains play a part too. You know, cunning.
Yeah, all you got to do is grab an axe made of paper mache like she does that weighs absolutely nothing and chop him in the head with it.
Exactly. And I do want to say, man, like, you know, for all my knocks at Dana Kimmel, I will say that this is one of the best fights that a final girl has against Jason. Like, I mean, I got no quibbles really with like the fight that Chris puts up against him. Like, she really does put him through the ringer, dude. When you really do think about it.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, another thing that I wanted to mention is, we talked about the recycling of the music from one and two up until this point, and when the new music for part three shows up, basically kind of around the point where Rick and Chris come back. Oh, and once again, I want to mention that a trend that was started in part two, which we mentioned, I think, or I may have brought up, which continues throughout the franchise through at least, yeah, the sixth film, is where like the two main, kind of male and female main characters are gone while all this stuff is happening at the locations. So that continues on in this film, and then just when everyone else is killed, then Rick and Chris come back. But yeah, I just wanted to mention when they come back, it kind of starts the new music that was written for this film, and call the film kind of goofy or mainstream or diluted compared to the first couple films. What Harry Manfredini did for the new material, the new music he wrote for this movie, I think is really kind of makes up a little bit for it, and is really kind of creepy.
Yeah, I have to totally agree with those sentiments, man. It is very creepy, and it also, in a bit of a strange way, it kind of echoes like moments in the first movie with Alice. You know what I mean? Where she's kind of looking around and cowering in the corner and stuff, and you got the creepy iconic score playing. And also, I want to mention that another callback that you get in this one that was missing from the second movie is the iconic throw the body through the window.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a bummer they didn't do it in the second movie, but I guess their version of it was Jason there coming through the window. Was I guess it was their way of changing it up. But yeah, yeah,
I've often thought of that. Yeah,
yeah, it was their way of
it
changing.
always that's always. I was just gonna say that's always been classic Friday to me though, like throw the body through the window.
Yeah, so if yeah, absolutely. First film, third film, fourth, fifth, and that pretty much does it, I guess. No one goes through the window in six, and Jason once again goes through the window
Well,
in.
in six he does throw that one chick like kind of halfway through the window. Remember where he's like real? I don't know what his problem was with that one chick, but he really goes to town on her in that one cabin. Remember, and he like one part where he like slings her through the window, but then he grabs her back through the window and like pulls her back into the cabin. Like, I mean, that's close as close that you get to it in part six.
Yeah, that's a good call. Yeah, that's true. So technically, I guess he does do it in six. Okay.
Yeah, and always remember it being really freaking creepy. Like, yeah, the way Jason crawls through the window at her, man. Like, yeah, he's like, oh, I'm freaking coming for you now, bitch. Like, I'm not even gonna, muck around now. I'm coming through the fucking window. I just, I mean, that is, I guess, probably for me, probably the best part of her performance in this movie is she's okay at kind of displaying like fear. Like when he's coming through that window, she's like, "Oh shit, I gotta get the fuck out of here."
Yeah, I'd agree. I
So
think that when she's, honestly, yeah, when she sees Rick come through and when she goes down on the floor to kind of check Rick and stuff, yeah, I think that moment is competent acting. And when she sees Jason, I think that's a realistic response, just that scream and the fear in her face. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah.
have you ever noticed though, like just after that, where she drops the bookcase on him? Have you noticed that Jason puts the axe over his head to protect himself from the fallen books?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I've heard Brooker comment on that. Like that wasn't like a character moment. That was like just to protect his own head from getting injured.
Pretty good idea. Jason ain't no dummy.
Yeah, that's the thing about Jason. He's kind of labelled as a simpleton, but he's pretty crafty when you think about it. I mean, I mean, hey, like it takes some serious planning, man, to knock off all these folks without anyone noticing at the time.
Yeah, every time I try it, I
Like
get
you've
caught.
got to plan it all out. Like get this one now, get this one later. This one's vulnerable now. Like that moment earlier, I mentioned where yeah, he's looking at Shelley, in the house, and he's like, nah, get him a little bit later.
Yeah, that's funny. Like I gotta plot out
He's a no, you go.
gotta plot out my little put it in my little diary here when what time to get Shelly at. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention the little blooper here where Chris is hiding from Jason in the that little closet area, and Debbie's still wearing that whatever it is, like a blue sweater that you can clearly see that's in the bathtub in the earlier scene, like that's covered in blood. Like that's a little blooper there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought okay, so she would have been wearing that robe when she died. She wasn't wearing the robe in the closet? I can't remember. Yeah, that is true. Like what's the clothes in the bathtub? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. I think I was first made aware of that on the commentary. I think Larry Zerner mentions it or something like that. And I think like the other cast members like rib him on it. They're like, "How many times have you seen this movie, Larry?"
Oh my God.
Which I thought that was pretty funny. Like I said, dude, I think he really gets a kick out of like being involved with this movie. You know what I mean? I know a lot of people, send him fan mail saying like, you were the dude that gave Jason his mask. And I mean, that would be kind of really cool, wouldn't it? Like being the guy that gave Jason the hockey mask in the movie. That's a pretty nice little piece of film history to be a part of.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, he's got such a great attitude towards the his legacy in this classic franchise.
Exactly. And I will say, yeah, Chris. I mean, she really hasn't got a choice, but yeah, she does have some balls, man. Like the way she charges after Jason after he breaks down that door with the knife and shit. And I like how she stabs him in the knee, and all you get out of Jason's just, that's like that's all you get out of him, man. Like whereas if that was me or you, to be, that's just how much of a friggin' badass Jason is.
Oh yeah, that's true. And another thing I just remembered to mention, one of the this movie isn't completely devoid of competent plot points. Another thing I thought was cool setup is that when the biker gang comes to burn down the barn, they siphon the gas out of Chris's van, and that actually comes into play and when she tries to drive away, and the gas tank goes empty on that little weak kind of wooden bridge, and she realizes a little too late that, oh, and I guess I don't know if this is how all vans were back then, but this particular van has, I guess, two gas tanks, so she just flips the switch from the empty one to the one with gas in it, and little too late though. But I thought that was a really kind of a cool, competent plot point.
Yeah. I mean, you just, I don't know, dude. I get a big kick out of taking the piss out of some of her line delivery in this movie, but yeah, you reminded me of that moment, like where she realizes, yeah, that she can use the gas, and she's like, the gas. I think she flips the little switch, like you said. Yeah, great little moment, and yeah, you're not wrong, man. Like, yeah, they totally set that up. Um, and with that, I'll segue just to another really brief little tidbit about Mr. Brooker that would display what kind of a character the guy had, man. Is just just a man. I'm sure, like you're totally aware of this, obviously, as a massive fan, but yeah, because of the conventions and stuff, a lot of the Friday alumni, like a lot of them are friends now. Like even the ones that went in the same movies together, because they all go to these cons. They all kind of hang out and stuff. And I remember hearing this. I'm not sure if it's I don't think it's one of the documentaries actually. I think it might have been a podcast. I'll listen to like a fair while ago where Adrian King was being interviewed, and yeah, apparently I think it was like probably like after like a day of like signing at one of the cons, Adrian King was at like an after party or something like that, right? Something to that effect. And Richard Brooker was there as well. It could even have been like a bar or something. Yeah, maybe they went to a bar afterwards. Anywho, I think like Adrian King might have been like just like casually talking to some guy, or some guy tried to hit on her or something like that, and she took her eye off her drink just for like a few moments, and Richard Brooker like noticed this guy spiked her drink, and like he walked up and like snatched the drink away from her before she could drink it. And he's like, I saw the dude spike your drink, like don't fucking drink it.
Holy shit! And this was supposed to have been when?
I'm not sure exactly when, but I mean, when did Richard Brooker die? I think he didn't he die in like 2013 or something like that. I think, which is kind of a bit of irony there.
Okay, so it was sometime at a like after a convention or something.
Yeah. Like well, it was probably like circa I don't know 2008 or 9 or 10, probably around that kind of period. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, he
that
probably saved her from getting attacked again. Which I mean, does that girl ever have a run of good luck? You know what I mean? She had the stalker, and now some dude tries to friggin'. I mean, that's a pretty common thing that happens to women at clubs and stuff, I guess. But yeah, it's kind of lucky that Brooker was around to save the day. Actually, Jason actually did some good for once and helped out one of his past victims.
yeah, I definitely never heard that before. That's crazy.
Yeah, oh, I told you, man. If it's about Friday, I'll store it in the old noggin somewhere.
That's a relief.
It Yeah, I just love all the like little battles between Chris and Jason at the end, man. Like she smacks him with the 2x4 before taking off with the van, and he's like desperately trying to grab her as she's like leaping over the broken fence and things. Like it's a good little battle they have. And I just love the way, like when she finally gets the car going, and the way Jason's just like standing on the path, and it's like the way he dives out of the way like an acrobat, which is funny though, because like I said, Brooker was in the circus, so the dude would have known how to dive out of the way of the car, I guess.
Yeah, I can just remember that little Harry Manfredini cue when he jumps out. It's just like
Yeah, but yeah, they obviously keep going along with a lot of the great little 3D moments, but that's a great one where Jason goes to grab her on the bridge, and she rolls out the window, and he can't figure out how to get loose at first, so he just smashes the glass with his hockey mask. I'm sure that looks great in 3D.
not the biggest effect, but that's okay.
Yeah. I mean, do you happen to remember how that looks in 3D? I mean, I can't remember from the time I first watched it.
Oh, I just tried to describe it. It wasn't the biggest. It wasn't as grand as one would hope it is. Unfortunately, I don't know if it's just the way. Yeah, in theory, in your mind, his head should. Maybe they should have made his head come in towards the camera a little more, but it's not really, unfortunately, a great effect in 3D. But oh well. A lot of the other stuff is really amazing, so it makes up for it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's another shining example of like Jason kind of running slash like loping along, I guess, because of his his knee injury from Chris. But I mean, were you ever of the mind that, like, I don't know, just from like not from maybe at a younger age when you weren't as familiar with the films, that Jason doesn't run? Because like I know there's a lot of fans out there that say like, well, Jason doesn't run. Like, I mean, but I remember like in the when the reboot came out, especially like a lot of people were saying that because like he did move very fast in that movie at times, and people were like, Jason doesn't run, and it's like, are you guys that familiar with the franchise? Like, he runs a lot, like especially in the earlier films. It wasn't until part six really that he really stopped running.
Well, technically, I mean, it's not Jason, of course, but five is really what started the walking only trend. But I mean, it's not Jason, so yeah. But the last time he ran was basically four, and yeah, I mean, most people that say that Jason didn't run shit probably hasn't seen anything before five or six. So
Yeah, that's definitely true. But yeah, coming up to one of my favorite scenes in the movie where you know Chris finally makes her way to the barn, and the way freaking Jason freaking puts that 2x4 up to like just make sure like you're not going anywhere now, bitch. I know you're in here, and just like the way he goes crazy, like pulling the whole barn apart. And I've heard Steve Miner say to that he said to Brooker, like, we don't need the barn anymore. Like, do what you want with it. Like tear it apart, looking for And I just I really really dig that scene. It's just it's really iconic, and it's just like you get like a good moment with like seeing how pissed Jason is. Like he just hasn't managed to accomplish what he wants to, and that is just kill this girl.
yeah, that's really cool, and that's another crane shot I think as well. And the crane pulls back and goes up, and I can just the music that's going on right there is really creepy with like that whatever the hell it is, bass fiddle or whatever, how it just does one of these things where it's like just goes really low and just like really cool.
Yeah, you described it. Yeah, spot on, man. Yeah, it's definitely I'd say one of the best scenes in the whole franchise. To be honest, like I said, like not one of my favorite entries, but I mean I can't deny, man. It really does have some really great moments, man. Like I think we can. Well, we both have agreed on that already, but I just want to reiterate. Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing that I do love about the end barn scene thing is that just kind of like with the production design for the inside of the main building, by having it end in that barn, the barn also kind of, even though once again this film is the first one that doesn't take place at kind of a camp location, like the location that it does take place in with the kind of the country house and the inside of the barn, it still does have definitely that country feeling. So that's a really cool aspect about the location that this film takes place in.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I totally agree. Um, yeah, I love that moment too. Like when they're where Chris retreats to the very top of the barn, and she puts that big friggin'. I mean, that's kind of another setup from earlier. I mean, I've never really thought about it this way, but where Rick is lifting the hay earlier, you know what I mean? It's taking all of his might to hoist it up, and like you said, he's a pretty big jockey kind of guy. You know what I mean? So yeah, I mean, I'd like to think anyway that they thought about this enough to have it make sense in the movie the way I'm thinking it makes sense, because it really kind of does. Because when Chris like even struggles to like shuffle it over to cover up that little manhole area, and the way Jason like just like pushes it to a side, you know what I mean? Like it's like it weighs almost nothing, like effortlessly, you know what I mean? Like it just goes to show again, just like how strong this guy is.
Yeah, that's another really good point. Something that I would have forgot to mention. It makes you wonder if if the piece that Richard Brooker pushed up was a hollow fake piece of Bushel, or if he just really did that.
I mean, I don't know, man. I'm not a farmer. I've never really handled hay. I wouldn't be able to tell you how much it weighs, but by judging like how hard it was for Rick to hoist it up, I'm guessing it's not the lightest thing, man. Like, I mean, he's a big dude. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, I'd say it was probably a phony piece, but in the context of the story, man, yeah, it shows just how strong this guy is, and I just love that little moment that follows where like he's like really cautiously like moving around like looking for her, and just the way she snaps him right on the head with the shovel, knocks him out, and then proceeds to hang him.
Yeah, it really does keep going. These scenes at the end of these movies, and they really hold up pretty well. And this movie now being 40 years old, it is, on repeat viewings, it is really kind of cool how long the cat and mouse between Chris and Jason in this movie lasts, and the battle between them getting the best, her continually getting the best of them, and throughout the course of the scene and stuff. And the hanging one is the hanging bit's pretty cool. I still think the editor just cut into that one shot a little too soon, where he's kind of, it's you probably know which one I'm talking about, like the one where he's just kind of hung up on the rope and he's not really moving, and then he starts moving. It's kind of like, yeah, a little too soon in my opinion, but that's okay.
Yeah, I must admit, yeah, I've noticed that. Um, but yeah, you're right. I mean, and like I said earlier, it's as far as like an end battle, it's easily one of the very best. Yeah, it's right up there, man. I mean, it's a different take from Jenny's approach from the second movie. I mean, yeah, she fought back a little bit, like kicked him in the nuts, and there was a little bit of a cat and mouse where she's hiding under the bed and things. But for the most part, Jenny, try to psych him out. You know what I mean? Whereas Chris goes for more of the physical approach, and there's a little bit of a return back to that in part four. Tommy pretty much turns himself into a human, like mask, of Jason. You know what I mean? To kind of get into his head with his whole Jason, don't you remember Jason? But yeah, like I just think it's a great little cat and mouse routine with him, and I must admit, when she opens the barn door and stuff, like I always found this part like incredibly creepy, man. Like she opens the door and he's just hanging there, and then she's kind of looking at him for a second, like, ooh, is it over? And he hoists himself up, and she's freaking out, and he's lifting up the mask, like, it's like a great moment with Jason where like he deliberately reveals himself. He's like wants her to know that like it's the same guy that has been in her head all this time, that like tried to get her a year ago, or however long ago it is. I think a year ago. And that just freaks her the fuck out. And I gotta admit, man, like don't get me wrong, I like the makeup design, the makeup job of Jason in this, but he is kind of somewhat makes me think of what's his name, Sloth, sorry, from the Goonies, dude. He has like a similar look to Sloth from the Goonies,
Yeah,
which I've always found amusing.
wasn't this before Goonies though?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, obviously. I mean, yeah, this is 82, and Goonies is 85. But yeah, but I've often thought that though, he has a very similar look to Sloth in a bit of a way, you know.
Yeah, that's very true. And for the record, I definitely prefer this version of Jason to Stan Winston's.
Yeah, I was about to just ask you that. Yeah, which one do you prefer more? Yeah, I would say this one. Yeah, it's got a bit more of a like a, I don't know, kind of like, how do I describe it? Like his makeup job just sort of seems more like better designed and kind of like well put together. Whereas the Stan Winston one always kind of looked a little like rushed, if that makes any sense. Like it just doesn't look like, it doesn't look as defined, if you know what I mean, you know.
Yeah, it just wasn't the right look.
Yeah, but yeah, I love that. I love that little line though. Yeah, when he lifts up the mask and she's like, "Can't be alive! Oh my God, it's you!" Like, yeah, like I said, I love taking the piss out of her line delivery, man. It cracks me up. But and this is where, you know, Jason gets, the iconic, you know, forever stuck for a long time in the franchise anyway. Axe wound in his hockey mask, you know.
Yeah, well, you can't forget after the brief little dispatching of Ali, which we forgot to mention that during that little scene earlier in the film, that it's something that always bewildered me. I never knew for the longest time. I don't think I knew until I got like the NECA action figure what the hell he was even doing to Ali, but I guess he knocks him out with the like a big heavy steel wrench thing and just keeps clunking him on the head with this wrench. Were you aware of that? That's what he was doing to him?
No, no, the same thing with you. Yeah, I mean, it looked like, to the best I could tell, like especially back in the day on VHS, like some sort of blunt object. You know what I mean? Like it didn't look like he was hacking into him with a machete or anything like that. You know. So I mean, you know, I wasn't totally surprised. You know, when he came back at the very end, and gave Chris just enough time, you know, to be able to react and yeah, get that axe into his head.
Yeah, I just thought it was funny how he just appears long enough to give Chris time and he's like just dispatched. And it's really kind of cool if you listen to the sound effect when it's almost like Jason kicks him or something. It almost sounds like blood comes out or something, but you can hear like some blood splatter at some point. I can't remember. It seems like the blood splatter sound comes before he even starts hacking on him. But anyway, yeah, all these dispatched pretty quick.
Yeah, it's that, like, I guess one moment in the whole franchise where like Jason like failed to like completely finish someone off. Hey, like that's not that's well, that's, yeah, it's a rarity with Jason. He usually doesn't fumble a kill like that. You know, I mean, obviously they did it because they wanted that little moment at the end, but I always found that interesting. You know, that he thought that he finished this dude off, but no, not quite.
Yep, speaking of really really cool 3D effects, obviously when he gets hacked in the head with an axe, and you know his arms come out and coming right at camera and stuff, and after he lands down on the ground, the axe handles aiming right at camera. Really really amazing 3D effects.
Yeah, I remember that looking pretty good when I yeah, watched it with the post conversion years ago. I really do have to get off my ass and get some more Fred E glasses, man, so I can watch the Screen Factory edition, man. Because I bet it looks even better, man. Yeah, it'd be a lot of fun, and it's a different experience watching the film like that. You know what I mean? Because I mean, watching it in 2D, don't get me wrong, it's still fun and all, but you really are in a way missing like a pretty big element of the movie. You know, watching it that way.
Yeah, I mean it's just a dream come true. You know, I'd been waiting for well, it was 10 years since I got the 3D TV until the Blu-ray came out, and it was just I was really excited back. I think it was like 2 years, maybe 2018 or something like that, when Scream Factory got the rights to some Paramount movies. I actually made a video a couple of years before the Blu-ray came out, where I actually hypothesized, now that Scream Factory is starting to put out some Paramount titles, does this mean that a 3D Blu-ray of Friday 3 is not too far off? And my hypothesis, luckily, was correct. It's really a treat to be able to see it, and even just, not even just pop out scenes, but just depth of scenes is really amazing. Like just simply looking through the broken windshield in the Volkswagen Beetle at the scene with confrontation with Ali, there is just simple things like that are really something.
Yeah, I'd even go as far as to say that like depth, like the look of depth with 3D is almost more effective than the just the kind of gimmicky pop out moments. You know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong, like, those moments have their place too and they're fun, but yeah, I must admit I do get a big kick out of looking at just like the moments that have like great depth to them and stuff like that. Definitely got to agree on that. And I just want to like say that it really was a dream come true getting that box set, and that really is a beautiful centerpiece in anyone's Friday 13th collection, I must say.
Yeah, what a hell of a release that was. Oh,
Yeah, it really is the definitive release, man. I mean, there's really not much of a way you could really improve on that apart from like, unless by some miracle, like years from now, someone does track down like really good gore footage for like part 7 or something like that. You know what I mean? Or the one thing that's kind of interesting is like, I mean, Paramount could do this, or I guess even Screen Factory could have done this with the box set too. Is like the gore footage that does exist that's been cut out of like part 4 and part 6. That's pretty good quality, like especially part 4. Like you could, put that back in the movie like pretty seamlessly. You just touched up the picture a little bit. It'd probably look at least as good as like that release they did of the original My Bloody Valentine with extra gore. You know what I mean?
yeah, probably better. That stuff for Final Chapter looks great, and Zido, I don't know how the hell you pronounce his last name. Director
Zito, I think. Yeah.
Zito even talked about, given the opportunity, would it be cool to put some of that stuff back?
Yeah. Now that I really dive into memory banks, you're right. The edited gore for part 4 does look really good. Like I mean, I remember can see in my mind right now the moment with Crispin Glover. Like that looks pretty pristine in the condition they've got it in.
Yeah, really cool stuff. If only that stuff existed like that for 7. Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean that movie really does suffer a lot from the gore being missing. I will say that, and we'll talk about this obviously more when we do 7. But that's really a movie that I've noticed a lot of folks are backpedaling on. Like that used to be like a big fan favorite, and a lot of people now kind of really kind of dog the film quite a bit, and they're like, it's got this problem and that problem, and a lot of people say the characters in that movie aren't great, and I kind of agree to an extent with that as far as like the characters and stuff. I'd say, I guess by that point they'd already used up so many stereotypical characters. You know what I mean? Like there wasn't a lot left to, I guess, draw from. You know what I mean? But yeah.
Yeah, we'll definitely talk about that when we get to it. But I guess what I can briefly say in defense of the movie, I mean, it's true that some of the characters are not the most amazing thing. I guess for me, about about the thing I love briefly about the seventh film is just it's probably just the most iconic Jason look ever, and for me it's just like that's enough to actually carry the movie for me. And there's so many fun and goofy kind of moments that make it enjoyable as well, and having grown up with it helps and stuff. So it's kind of a bummer to hear people turning on it or whatever. But I mean, you can't necessarily disagree with their gripes. But for me, I'll just forever enjoy Seven.
Yeah, I'm totally there with you. I mean, yeah, that look of Jason really does. I mean, the film does really get by a lot just on the look of Jason, just the little flourishes that Kane added to the character and things like that. These iconic breathing and the head turn and then the body follows. All those little Kane things that he did. I mean, yeah, you don't have you don't really have the gore, but yeah, I mean, it's always still been one that I've always enjoyed, and I'm pretty sure that was like my dad's favorite entry in the whole franchise. To be honest, I think he got a big kick out of like Tina's character, like how she had the powers and stuff, the telekinetic ability and things like that.
Yeah, very cool. That'll be a fun one to talk about.
Yeah. I just wanted to mention I like how the whole incident for Chris is gotten to her, really made her to the point where she's gone nuts and she's hallucinating that Jason's upstairs in the cabin, and he's like almost licking the glass, like like wanting to come after her. I always thought that was a comical, like pretty amusing little moment, and I just love the way he just comes bursting through the door and things like that.
Yeah, and once again, to the movie's credit, that was a really competent little bit of movie making they did there, where they deliberately had him rip the door off so that way they could show later on, that moments later, that the door is still on there, which indicates that it really didn't happen. Was a really really quick movie cinematic way of saying that she had just imagined what had just happened.
Yeah, and I also kind of find it creepy, man. Like, she looks back and the door's still there, and you get that, eerie, Manfredini score. You know what I mean? And like, even though that it's a daylight scene, it's really moody and just creepy, But I will say though, like I do know, going back to like Dana Kimmel, vetoing certain things and stuff, like going back to the alternate ending. Yeah, I mean, like I have heard like they say the reason they didn't use that was they didn't like the Stan Winston makeup and stuff. But I have also heard that like Dana Kimmel, thought that it wasn't like fitting, end for Chris to like run up to the house thinking she hears like Rick calling her and Jason stand there waiting and like lobs her head off. But I've seen the stills for that, and I'm sure you have. And I've heard Larry Zerner say, like, like he remembers like watching them film that scene. And I got to be honest, man. I mean, the makeup job on Jason may not be the best in that scene, but like if you look like he did in the rest of the film, I'd actually prefer that over Mrs. Voorhees jumping out of the lake, because that doesn't make a lick of sense to me, man. And it never sat well with me. I mean, Chris doesn't have any idea who Mrs. Voorhees even is.
Yeah, that's one of the many incompetent right plot aspects of the movie. Once again, feeling like it was written by a middle school student, but I guess it was just their way of trying to like pay homage to the first film. Oh, here's a good idea. Well, they'll never expect Mrs. Voorhees to come out of the water like Jason did in the first film.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the only kind of cool thing about it, is like it's a little bit of a callback to the first one. But yeah, it just, I don't know, man. I remember even as a kid thinking, that's dumb. And I mean, I was a kid, like a friggin' 7 year old. I mean, if a 6 or a 7 year old can think of this and think that it's dumb, like, yeah, I mean, to think that it, was like the end result of like pretty much a major motion picture is it's kind of a little bit crazy, man. You know what I mean? I mean, what's your thoughts? I mean, what would you have rather? Would you rather that or the alternate ending that I was just talking about?
Well, my question with the alternate ending was or is, I mean, would she have, once the head comes off, would she have woken up for a dream, or is that reality? Like her head really comes off?
Um, I, I want to say I think it's still supposed to be a dream. I think I could be wrong, but I think maybe it's still supposed to be a dream and she still comes out of it. But I just think that's a better moment. And yeah, also I wanted to quickly mention in the novelization, the one that was based off the earlier script. Yeah, in the confrontation in the barn with Jason and Chris, instead of putting the axe in his head, she actually cuts his head off. Like she actually finishes him, man. And that was like, yeah, in the original script, that was almost what they were going to go with.
Oh my gosh. Well, I'm
And
sure.
I do know that Van Mancuso, whatever his name is, that this was actually at first his intention to have this be the end of Jason. Had just have it be like a neat little trilogy, and that was his thoughts at the time, apparently.
Yeah, that's something that I was going to mention as well. That's something I heard that it was just going to be three films, and I can only assume somewhere along the line, maybe Mancuso Jr. got cold feet and wanted to have Jason end up in a way that wasn't so much of a final situation, just in case.
And it kind of does echo the first movie too, with Mrs. Voorhees getting her head lobbed off, obviously.
Oh,
Um,
see, yeah, that would
and
have
I mean,
been as much as I'm glad that the franchise continued. That would have been a really cool tribute to the first film, and a great if it was just going to be a trilogy, that would have been a fitting end.
yeah, exactly. I don't know if they got this idea from the novelization, but I was actually just the other day I was watching a fan film that recently got released, and that was their conclusion for that film. And Jason got his head cut off at the end of that, so I thought that was kind of interesting. But yeah, obviously, I'm glad that's not what they went with. But it sort of also echoes the final chapter. You know what I mean? They originally in that, like, I think Tommy was supposed to come down like right in the middle of Jason's head and like cut his head like in half, like a cantaloupe. And yeah, they decided not to go with that. Yeah, obviously because like they had maybe plans to do another one, despite it being called the final chapter.
Yep, it's always best not to cut the head off or cut it in half if you want to keep doing movies.
Exactly. Well, I mean, that was the can of worms they opened up with the first movie. They killed the villain off and they're a little bit stuck. And I'm going back to the first movie for just a second. I actually had a pretty interesting conversation with my friend Ryan just the other day about the ending. How like he's almost convinced, man. He's like, yes, man, I don't care what they say. Like they had ideas about doing a sequel. Like the way that movie ends with like where they're saying like what happened to the boy Jason, like then he's still there and you see the shot of the lake which looks like kind of air bubbles and that, and I'm like, dude, I know it really does kind of look that way, but I got to stand firm, and I think it just was a happy case of happenstance. It just happened to come together that way.
Yeah, I mean, I can see it both ways. It could very well be a kind of a set up for a sequel, or it could simply be if the first film was just a one and done, it just would have been a kind of a cool way to just end it with an open ending kind of a thing.
Yeah, of course, but in saying that, like, what do you lean with more? Do you think that there was some inkling of an intention of like that's kind of maybe leave it open a little bit, or do you think it was just happenstance?
If I had to pick one or the other, I'd say setting up for a sequel.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I fall the other way. I honestly think that they had no plans to do a sequel. I mean, that's what everyone seems to say. I mean, everyone says that from Cunningham to Victor Miller. I mean, who knows? I mean, these guys are working off like even at those points they did those interviews like a 20-something-year-old memory. Who knows? You know what I mean? I mean, it certainly can be taken that way in the movie. You know what I mean? And I mean, I'm more than happy to go along with that anyway because it's just kind of cool that it leads into the sequel. Obviously, because I love the sequel. But yeah, I just thought I'd bring that up briefly. But I always remember kind of being freaked out when Chris has been taken away and she really has that bad nervous breakdown and freaks out. And there's an interview with Dana Kimmel where she's talking about Steve told her like just do something different for this scene,
Well,
and that's what she come up with. And
it's definitely different.
yeah, it is. I think it's pretty. It's probably another point in the film where it's some of her best acting, man. To be honest, like she's kind of decent at acting crazy, and just like the way, even once the officers got her in the back of the car, and he's like, "It's all right," and she just does that really maniacal laughter. It's almost Angela Baker, kind of like from Sleepaway Camp, and just creepy. But yeah, it's sort of like kind of echoes the ending of the original Chainsaw too, when you think about it.
Oh yeah, that's true. Being hauled away in a vehicle while losing your mind.
Yeah. It's sort of like, well, yeah, your body kind of survived this battle with this maniac, but you're out to lunch. Your mind's gone. You know what I mean? So it's like, did you really survive?
That's a very
And
good
you
point.
get that. Yeah, and you get that. That great ominous shot of like Jason laying there in the barn. It's very ominous, and it's like is he really dead? And I remember when that moment occurred when I went to that marathon. I remember that same girl that was sitting behind me that said that Paul Cracker was a great actor, great actor. That like he's laying, the moment where he's laying in the barn, and she's like, I don't get it because like I think obviously she was aware that there were more movies. You know what I mean? She's like, but he's dead. Like how's he gonna come back from this sort of thing? You know what I mean? And it really does take me back to like my thoughts on that. He's always been undead. You know what I mean? I mean, I just don't see a human being, no matter how fucking crazy, getting up after this and walking around.
Yeah, that's a good point, and honestly, I guess in my particular, I guess thought on it, I guess I've never really, I just kind of, yeah, I just kind of enjoy the movies, and I guess that's one aspect of it. I just don't torture myself over, but that's just me.
Yeah, it's interesting how you don't really seem to dwell too much on like like the mechanics of how Jason works, I guess, or like did he or did he not drown like in the first movie? But I mean, yeah, they're things that I got to admit, man, they're things I've thought about ever since I was a little kid, and I think it's also a big reason why I'm just so fascinated with the whole prequel idea to the franchise, and wanting to dabble in that avenue myself with my fan film. But And even like the shot of the like lagoon, I guess slash lake in the movie, which is a very pathetic looking lake in a man-made lake that they made. Like you get that little ripple effect that you kind of get in the first movie. You know what I mean at the end there.
Yeah, that's another pathetic point. Getting back to Mrs. Voorhees coming out of the water. I mean, it's not even Crystal Lake, and like you said earlier, from what we understand about Chris and all the characters in this film, like no one knows anything about like Crystal Lake or has talked about it or anything. So it just makes no sense whatsoever that they even have Voorhees come out of the water and that they even do that little, ripple tribute to the first movie. It's just a little bit of baloney, but what you gonna do?
Yeah, that's another thing. I don't even think like Crystal Lake is not even mentioned at all in this movie. I mean,
Well,
I don't even think like it's mentioned at the beginning with like the news report. Even is it? I don't think. Or
I can't remember, but I do know that the store at the very beginning of the movie, when they crane down on the store, the sign does
oh yeah,
say,
you're right. It says Crystal Lake. Yeah, you're right.
"Yep,
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's probably the only moment I think it's mentioned in the whole movie. And like I said, Jason's name's not mentioned at all in the movie, which I think is I mean that kind of does gripe me a little bit. Yeah, I mean like if you're gonna have that crazy Ralph stand in at all, like you could at least have him mention Jason. You know what I mean? Like instead of him saying, he wanted me to have this and warn you, like why couldn't he just say, Jason like wanted me to have this and warn you, like just mention his name once at least.
yeah, that's a good point. I can see your issue with that." But then at the same time,
Mm.
if he says Jason, then we're gonna gripe about, well, how the hell does he know that name?
Well, Jason's a town legend, like I mean
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, okay.
but I mean then again, even in the first movie though, whenever Jason's like mentioned, it's always the little boy that drowned in the lake. It's never his name's not mentioned until Mrs. Voorhees mentions it to Alice. So maybe he may not know who Jason is at that point, but I mean, by the time you get to the later films, everyone knows who Jason is because, like, of all these, you know, slaughters that he's done by this point. You know what I mean? But you could be right by that point. Maybe no one may not know who his name is, or I don't know, man. You could have had Shelley because he's a movie fan or whatever, and he's into blood and guts and gore. Like maybe he knew who Jason was from like reading newspapers, or I don't know, dude. It just kind of bugs me a little bit that his name's not mentioned at all in the movie.
Well, I see where you're coming from, because in the second movie there's that amazing frickin' campfire where the lore about the character is spoken and stuff. So it's like I can totally see where you're coming from. This movie they don't no one talks about it at all when it's such a big part of the second movie. So I hear where you're coming from.
Yeah, that definitely stems from it, and I mean, it's. I know we've said it a lot already, but it just seems like another one of those sloppy things. You know what I mean? Where, like you said, it's like the film was written by fifth grader. Like the night before, he had to hand in his report or his friggin' whatever, like his story of the week. You know what I mean? Which I mean, it's a bit of a shame. I mean, who knows? How? I mean, I think like what there was at least a couple of writers on this. You know what I mean? Like Ron Kurtz, I think. Did he return for this? No, he didn't. No, he only worked on a little bit on the first one, and then he did part two. Yeah, I think it was completely two different writers for this one. Yeah, but I don't know how long they would have spent on the script, but I would like to imagine it wasn't all that long. You know what I mean? I mean, if it took any longer than like a week and a half or so to write this, like then they should be ashamed of themselves because the sloppy bits here and there are pretty bad, but at the same time, they're not bad enough to be ruinous in a strange way. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, we can't hide, Nate, that you know this movie does get by at least a little bit on like childhood nostalgia for the both of us.
Yeah, there's no way to know what we'd think of this if we just saw it for the first time, like now. I mean, I'm just grateful that we didn't and we got to experience it when we were younger because I would worry about how I would think of it if we did see it for the first time now.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing, man. Yeah, I'm not trying to say this to judge you or whatever, but it's like it goes back to like you know watching your video earlier that you did with Beth about seeing Night of the Creeps for the first time. You know what I mean? And you kind of walked away from it thinking, yeah, it's an okay movie, but I had a wish. Yeah, you said I had a wish that I seen it as a kid. Maybe I'd like it more. You know what I mean? And I can't lie, man. There was a side of me like listening to your thoughts on the movie, like thinking to myself, Nate, you just don't get it. You just don't get it. This movie's great. You should be liking it a lot more than you are. You should be loving this movie. You should be loving this movie. You know what I mean? And yeah, it's just interesting, man. Like, yeah, how things like that can play a big part, man. Like on when you saw a movie, your age and all those kind of things. Yeah, if I could erase my memory and watch all these movies right now for the very first time, it'd be quite interesting and funny to see like what I would think. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. Well, let's just be grateful so far so good. We have our memories and we can enjoy these films and indeed many others with our nostalgia intact.
Yeah, exactly. But I do call bullshit though when people say that that's the only reason you love a film. Just because of nostalgia. Yeah, definitely it plays a part, but I don't buy in it to the point where like it's like you're a slave to it, where it's like you only like it because of that. Like if you hadn't seen it as a kid, you know, you wouldn't have such an affinity for it. Yeah, it's safe to say, like, I reckon if I saw some of the films now that, I saw as a kid, if I saw them now for the first time, yeah, sure. Probably wouldn't be as a big a fan of some of them. But I still reckon, like, something like Friday, I just think I'd still really dig it, you know what I mean? Like, I think part two, I would still be pretty damn high on it.
Right, and I can't remember if we were recording this or if it was before the recording, but I think it was before we started, but talking about me seeing Daryl and Flight of the Navigator as a kid and not really liking those movies at all anymore. So just because you see something as a kid doesn't mean you're gonna love it for the rest of your life.
Exactly, and I think that was before we were recording, if I remember correctly, too. But you've also got to account for just someone's overall taste in movies. You know what I mean? That's got to play a big part in it too. You know what I mean? You can't just say people are just completely blind to nostalgia because, like you've just said, you know what I mean? You've just like poked some pretty big holes in that kind of logic of thinking. You know what I mean?
Right, and I'm trying to sit here and think about what kind of movies like of this era and stuff that didn't see until I was 20 in my 20s or 30s, and there's that movie I don't know if you've seen yet, which I'd recommend, kind of funny, just early 80s, just slasher movie, Halloween ripoff by the name of He Knows You're Alone, and that's something I didn't see until I was probably in my 30s, and I don't enjoy it as much as the Friday the 13th films, but I get a kick out of it when I watch it, and even though I didn't see it when I was young, so I mean, there's that.
Yeah, that's a pretty fair point. And I mean, one for me is I guess the Mutilator. I mean, I didn't first see that until maybe about 10 years ago. So I was like, at least around my mid 20s when I first saw that movie, and I really kind of dig that film, man. I think it's a fun slasher. I mean, it's not on the level of Friday, but I think for what it is, it's fun.
Oh my God, here's another good example. I don't know if you've seen it, but I probably didn't see this until I was in my 40s. Frickin' Blood Rage.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, I've only ever seen that once, but yeah, I have fond memories of it. And I only first seen that about probably maybe 5 years ago. I actually have who released that? Was that Arrow or someone like Arrow?
Arrow,
Did a
yeah.
release of that a little while? Yeah, did a release that a little while ago, and yeah, I have that release. I just haven't had a chance to watch it. But like for me to buy, like an '80s slasher that I've only been aware of in the last half decade. To me, anyway, to my reasoning is pretty telling. You know what I mean? That to me, to my taste, it works. It doesn't necessarily have to be that I saw it as like a complete youngster at the time. You know what I mean? But like just about a week ago, me and my mate Daniel, we watched the Slumber Party Massacre movies. We watched Slumber Party Massacre 1 and 2. And for me, like, I enjoy them on like a level of like they're so bad that they're good kind of thing. Whereas, and which is funny with him because he really likes like bad movies. He loves to just like watch bad movies and laugh at them at times and stuff. But yeah, I mean, I have a different experience with those films. I think you're somewhat of a fan of those films, aren't you?
I'm a huge fan of the original movie, but again, I mean, I saw it when I was 13, so that probably plays a part. But I think even if I'd see the first movie now, I'd still probably love it. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of the first film.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's totally understandable. I mean, I don't know. For me, I see the film as very satirical in a way. Like, did you see it at all in that way, or you just enjoy it as just like just as I guess like as a standard slasher film?
Yeah, but I mean, to me, I think a movie can be satirical and still function as a slasher film at the same time. I think I have no problem with that aspect of the original Slumber Party.
Yeah, yeah, that's definitely a good point, and I definitely agree with that. And that's somewhat of along the lines of why I enjoy it, to be honest with you. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, my mate Daniel, like he can be very hard to please with music just in general. Yeah, he didn't get much out of them, but I told him don't take them too seriously. But I would say definitely Friday's the biggest franchise he's a fan of as far as like slashers go and stuff. And I've tried to show him quite a few like standalone slashes over the last couple of years, and he hasn't really enjoyed many of them. Like I tried to show him Madman. He didn't really think much of that. I showed him Slaughter High. He didn't really like that. So I mean, yeah, a lot of it's just taste, I guess. But yeah, I mean, even things like like Madman and Slaughter High, like I didn't see those until I mean, I was still pretty young, but I mean, seems old for me in a weird way because I mean, I saw things like Friday when I was very, very young, but by the time I saw Slaughter High and Madman, like I was like maybe like 13, you know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, I really dig those films. I mean, especially Madman for me, I think. is a fun one, and that's one that I'd love to talk about at some point when we do, maybe when we do like a series of just like just the standalone slashes and things like that. And I think it's kind of a shame that that movie never got a sequel, to be honest.
Yeah, that is true, and I know that I didn't see Mad Men until I was probably in my mid 20s, and again, that's a movie that I can have fun with. So that kind of dispels the notion of, you know, not being able to enjoy something if unless you saw it when you were a kid, kind of a thing. So
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, Mad Men for me was like I saw that and Slaughter High like right at the tail end of like the good old VHS days. You know what I mean? Like for me, it was around like 99 or 2000, which I mean, yeah, DVD was around at that point, but it wasn't as big as what it became like a few years later. You know what I mean? So I mean, I was still renting tapes and stuff at that point from the video store, but yeah, man, like I mean, nostalgia plays a part, but yeah, it's a lot of its taste, man. I really do stand my ground on that because, and the reason like why I harp on it so much, man, is because I hear about it so much. You know what I mean? Like on forums and that, people will just be like, oh, you like it because you saw it as a kid, and I just it freaking angers me, dude. I'm like, no, it's not the only fucking reason. You know what I mean? Even if I talk about like how much fun I had with it as a kid, that's not just the only friggin' reason,
yeah, yeah. I mean, I think we as we've discussed tonight, we've got examples for both sides of the argument. Like I've seen movies as a kid many times, on home video in the theater, stuff I can't, I just as soon not see anymore. Stuff I like, Blood Rage that I didn't see until I was in my 40s that I absolutely love as if I saw it when I was a teenager. So I mean, it's definitely not the, be all end all seeing it when you're a kid.
Exactly. Here's a little thing I just thought of that I'll quickly mention. Do you ever think it was weird how, like, at the front of the Higgins Haven ranch, how there's those friggin' those reindeer like statues or whatever? Like, they're weird. Like, why is that there? It's strange, dude. But what I thought was cool was like in part four when they revisit this location is they even made sure that they were still there, but they obviously, I guess, unless I don't know, unless they were a permanent part of the property at the time, I don't know. But I thought it was cool how you can see them in a couple of the shots at the beginning of that movie.
Yeah, obviously we'll touch on that a lot more when we do final chapter. But since you brought it up, that's really cool, and they even have that piece of wood that Jason, once he gets hit in the back of the head, kind of falls through on the, and breaks. That's even broke, I want to say, as well at the beginning of final chapter, and that's the only time in the whole freaking franchise where you see, the same location is used from one film to the other, as far as I know.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why I wanted to bring it up now, just in case I do forget to bring it up when we do final chapter. I got a lot to say about that one. That one could even be a friggin' 6 hour show. Who knows? But yeah, I mean, second favorite entry in the franchise for me. But that's a great opening scene, though. That isn't it? Like just the whole helicopter shots and just like the spotlight that's shining down from the helicopter and just great stuff, And like they did a good job of like getting Ted White in the same position as Brooker, and it's a lot more convincing than the earlier scene in part three where Brooker's standing in for Steve Dash at the beginning.
That's for damn sure.
Yeah, but yeah, man, I think we've kind of exhausted this conversation as much as we can. It's been a lot of fun, and I don't think I've got much else to say. Maybe some closing sentiments, but yeah, man, I think we can start bringing this to a close if you're happy to, Nate.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Pretty much, I think that this went longer than we expected, but that's okay. So,
Yeah, I'm very surprised. Yeah, I thought. Yeah, I mean, I thought maybe 2.5 hours, maybe I thought, but then I did a bit of research and that, and I was thinking, like I got some things to talk about here. I can mention some cool stuff about Brooker, and like some cool things about Brooker that I've compiled in my memory banks over the years, and that stuff that the average fan may not even have heard of. I mean, like this little story I told with him and Adrian King. I doubt too many people have heard that before. You know what I mean? So, it's sort of I think I mean going forward. I mean, who knows, man? It's kind of maybe hard to judge how long some of the shows are going to be. I mean, I would say though something like Jason Goes to Hell. I don't think it's going to go too long. Like, I mean, we could probably record a Jason Takes Manhattan and Jason Goes to Hell show, like probably in one sitting. Probably. I mean, I got more to say about Manhattan probably, but I think we could, possibly. I mean, we'll see, but you could possibly squeeze both of them into one recording session, I guess. But yeah, man. No, it's definitely been another great conversation, and I think another worthy entry into huge, film fanatics, man. Huge movie fanatics.
yeah, I'd definitely say so, and I guess I'm pretty much said my piece on the film if you have, and yeah.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much, man. I know it must be getting pretty late where you are, man. So yeah, I don't want to keep you too long, dude.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I think as we end the recording, we'll probably, if it's just the same with you, I'll probably end the phone call simultaneously because I gotta get the hell to bed. But it's definitely been a pleasure, and we'll see about doing final chapter one of these days. Where I am, the weather's getting nicer, so yeah, I'll do my best, but I tend to try to get outside more in the little bit of nice weather we get where I reside. So we'll do our best, but try to connect, and even if we have to do something, which even if we have to do like final chapter in two parts or something, well, if we gotta.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to that, and I can definitely understand the sentiment of wanting to get out in the sun's ray, dude. You know what I mean? The sun's rays. Yeah, definitely there with you with that. I love summer here too. I mean, we don't get great summers a lot of the time. We get maybe a solid month, maybe 6 weeks if we're lucky, of like pretty decent weather. But yeah, when it's that time of the year, it's definitely good to be out and about. Yeah, it's cold as a motherfucker here at the moment. I tell you, like cold mornings, man. I'm not a fan of them, but no, yeah, we'll do our best, and I'm sure we'll figure out something. And like you said, if it takes two settings to do, part four, it does. And I mean, the listeners, are not going to be affected by that, really, because they'll never know, with the magic of editing, mate.
Yep, you're absolutely right. Well, I think I pretty much have to hit the hay. I appreciate you joining me again for another talk, another Friday the 13th fan discussion, and definitely looking forward to the next one.
No, it's been a blast, man, and like I always say, man, thanks for having me on, and I hope all the folks out there enjoying the ride so far, and hope you had a good time with this one as much as me and Nate did.
All right, Jesse, thank you very much for being a part of another one, and we'll definitely talk to you soon.
No worries. Thanks a lot, Nate. Take care.
Yep, you too.